It shouldn't be doing this. There we go. It's finally kicked on. I got it up and running again, so I've got
Who's
the
playing
record.
right
So
now?
I've got
This
the
is
recordings.
Robert and Ria's playing? Is Robert playing?
No.
Is it me?
Oh, are you Robert?
I could be. I don't know.
You have Roger and Robert?
No,
There's two of you.
it's really weird. I haven't been able to pay any attention whatsoever. It says Pierre Rouster Saint Robert, my dog.
I hit I hit my button, but nothing. And the names are popping around.
All right,
Yeah.
let's talk this
So
up.
it's synced from Robert Hanson, my last brain cell, and
That's Ria.
Train.
No.
I don't even know who current turn is waiting for pairing. So
It's saying that for you as well?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. It's saying that for me too. Is it saying that for Mark as well?
Mark is probably playing her right now as we speak. So.
No, if he's playing, we would all see it.
And I just noticed the clock sound. It's running perfectly in time. Before it was popping in and out. 1 minute would be 1, next would be 3 minutes past. I mean, wow.
Also, I think it looks to me that it doesn't really work well with this interface. Doesn't really work very well with Wayland.
With who? What? Oh, with the
Ubuntu. With the Wayland Windows.
Am I still sharing screen?
I'm sharing mine with you so that you can see what's going on. If you guys want to see that.
Okay, I'm clicking.
That's what's happening right there.
I'm waiting to pair.
Mark Edworthy.
Okay.
Still waiting to pair.
Yeah, it reset.
Tournament starts in 4, 3, 2, 1.
Yeah. Done. Very sure.
Move tracker tournament.
Okay.
So it's me and Mark Edworthy, I guess.
That's what it says for you?
Yeah.
Okay, me. Okay. I wonder if this would work a lot smoother under an X11 session.
What are you using?
I don't even know who's playing because I'm not doing nothing.
Well,
somebody's playing. I see the moves.
I'm not.
Oh, it's Mark and Ria.
Oh,
yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Last brain cell.
Yeah.
That's her. She's whooping your ass, Mark. She's coming at you like a red-headed vixen with a freaking attitude.
I didn't know she's red-headed.
She said she was. I'll go off of it. You know.
Are you sharing screen now, Roger?
I don't know. To be
Is it on your stream? Let me just check your stream.
Yeah, it's on there.
Let me check your stream to see what we're streaming.
It could be. I'm not quite sure. So.
Okay, so if that status is correct, then it's Mark and Ria.
Yeah.
Also, this client needs a individual move sort of time as well.
Yeah, we were talking about that. We would do a game. We'll do the whole entire game timer instead of.
Now, while we're streaming this, I also want to point out that Tanhai Tran has been coding this on his own. So this isn't like something he pulled off. He's actually been putting code and effort into this. So
Yep, that's why
Right.
it's so bad.
Have you been coding it by your own, or have you just been getting some LLM just to do it for you?
Yeah, I've been vibe coding most of it, but
Yeah.
making some changes myself, not like
Okay.
10% me. I see. All right, so it looks like it's up to date on the stream.
No, it's not.
It might take it a while to catch up. Just give it that right at the changeover. You know what I mean? It could take a time for the brain to actually start working.
Whose move is it right now, Mark?
Robert.
No, not
Robert's
mine.
playing against me. You play Might.
No, it's Rhea.
It's Rhea.
Yeah.
I'm seeing Rhea on my end. Oh,
that
you're
game
seeing
finished
Robert on
by-
your side?
Yeah,
Oh,
that
that's-
game finished by
And the
couple minutes now.
and the move timer is set for 56 minutes. So that means that whoever it's
No, that's a tournament timer. The move timer is blank because we're not playing.
We've been playing more than 4 minutes.
I just restarted it.
Mark Edworthy, it's your turn.
Okay. No, it's still Robert.
Robert.
Nothing
Who I'm
happened.
saying.
That's not Robert.
Yeah, it looks like we're at the stalemate.
Robert and Mark ended.
It looks ended?
No.
You're seeing it ended?
The last one I've seen says Mark won.
Game ended. Mark won the board.
I'm getting really sick of Mark winning all these freaking games for just not playing and shit. You know what I mean? It's just not fair.
Oh, yeah.
Well, if he's won, it's not showing the fireworks or it's not showing on the board. Board's not updated.
So it says here, all I've got right now is I've got it at 5:53:42 p.m. Peer roster synced from Mark Edworthy, Roger Hanson, Robert Hanson, and 10 High Train, and that's it. There's nothing else.
And my last brain cell. But you don't have a message that says the game ended, Mark won?
No, nothing.
350. Yeah. Yeah. Again, this client's awful.
Okay, this thing sucks. Let's end this and move on.
This is good. This is good. I mean, at least we got to show your progress.
Yeah. Well, that was what was the last chance?
Now we can come back and do it again later on whenever you get
I don't know, Rhea. I think we're totally pissed off Rhea right now.
I don't think you can piss Rhea off any more than what she's always.
He's always pissed.
To an actual HTML page or something, rather than using this shitty client.
This is an HTML embedded.
Play. Do your Node.js. That's what you like to do the most.
This is HTML and JavaScript embedded.
Oh yeah.
Inside.
Well, in that case, move it so I can use my native browser.
I've got to admit,
no, because it needs the networking. It needs to piggyback the networking thing from the chat client.
Can't you do that through your browser? Use some API to connect
But
it?
yeah, we can. We can use like WebSocket and stuff like that, but it won't be safe.
Yeah.
Well,
it won't be safe, right? Your computer might block it.
Safe. It's a game that nobody looks into.
Yeah, I know, but I mean, your computer will not properly not allow it.
I control what my computer allows or not. My computer doesn't tell me what's allowed. I tell it what's allowed.
This is what you do. You go to a folder, you go up to the search engine, and you type PowerShell into it.
Right?
PowerShell, no.
Windows users.
He's on Linux, man. Okay,
well, I'm
gonna stop.
Proper POSIX.
If you guys wanna know what's under the hood, then you need to learn from the bottom and work your way up.
Okay, I'm going to
HTML is
I'm
perfect
gonna
for
drop
just
out from the laptop because I need to be moving in the car, so I'll be rejoining from the phone.
Okay. That was actually pretty decent. We were able to get some cool stuff there, so wasn't much for a stream, but I was able to record all of it just to let you know. That was actually pretty good. That was actually a good episode of Live with Roger Hanson, to be honest. We were actually playing around, having a good time, and enjoying ourselves. You know what I mean? Because the first 2 years I've done this, they've been on my own. And I think this is the first time I've done Live with Roger Hanson with everybody. So that was kind of cool.
Yeah.
If I had anybody on these episodes, I'd want it to be you and Tanhai Tran and Robert. Mostly you and Tanhai Tran. Robert drives me crazy. But that's because he's my brother.
Sorry, this was a flop. First time test failed.
And Rhea, yes. Hey, Rhea,
Yeah.
you did a good job, Rhea. We appreciate your commitment to the effort, and thank you for contributing. That was a very, very good game. Dan is nervous now. He thinks he's pissed you off. And I told him, I told Mark, I was like, there's no way that he could piss you off anymore. It's really weird because we're all getting into this here lately. Like, I've been actually helping Jeffy out with his website. I've just got like the basics started and everything.
Are you still planning to use some sort of CMS?
Well,
I know he had a login functionality.
Yeah, he had a problem with his cheap names is what he's going.
Yeah, he was problem with the hosting, but why do you have to develop an entire site just for the purpose of
No, he literally started over from scratch. So I've been going in and setting it all up, getting the website going. The only issue he has is the HTML or the HTTPS, the URL, the safety system.
An SSL certificate.
His certificate is what's really messing him up. You know, and I mentioned it. Maybe his best bet especially with his track record, he should probably be the one going with Docker. Okay, because like the moment he gets kicked off of some place, all I'd have to do is freaking reboot it up on a different freaking platform.
Let me just have a quick look. I think I've still got his actual website and SQL database actually stored on this machine. No, it's over there, isn't it? Hang on. Let me just access that.
That'd be kind of cool if you do have his.
Yeah, I've got the original material. Due to his last problem, what was it? Last year before?
I've got it set up on this new one with a live stream and a freaking chat next to it. If we can get this straightened out, he'd be able to live stream right onto his website.
WPI, PN, site. Yeah, I've got the HTML and the SQL database.
Really?
Yeah, I downloaded it when he was having that problem with these. Again, it was a domain name issue. Oh no, it was both domain name and hosting.
Well, I've got the raw backbone of everything set up. Like all I have to do is go in there and actually put like freaking stuff on it. You know what I mean? But I've got the templates and everything. I made those all straight out of code. And then I turn around and I set him up with a freaking music player that he can put his music on so that people can come onto his page and hear his music. And then above that, I have a live streaming WordPass stream, WP stream on there with a URL and a freaking key, stream key, where he can actually stream.
If you want the original material, I can upload it somewhere. uploaded. The original website was how big? 3.6. Yeah, 3.6 gigs with a SQL database of 41 megs. Huge one SQL database for this user. But yeah, if you want the original material, I can give it to you.
I don't know if I want it. What was the major problem with it? I mean,
there wasn't any major problem with it. It was just domain, or was just a hosting issue.
That's the same issue he's got right now.
It was a contractual issue. Yeah.
Yeah. I'm wondering if maybe he doesn't want to like do something like give his address or some shit. You know what I mean? Because you know how Jaffe is. Jaffe didn't like the idea of freaking having to get.
What I'm thinking about it, and I'll upload it to one of my next cloud instances and give you the address, the source material.
I've got to go back through and work on that anyhow, because I have a feeling that he only gets 3 pages. So I created 4 pages for his website, and I wasn't thinking. On average, like Press and all of them only gives you like 3.
It was originally a WordPress content management system.
That's what he's got. It's a WordPress one.
No, I'm a big fan of WordPress anyway.
I'm not either. It's all
Give
boxes.
me all the time. In this case,
I'd rather build it straight off of my freaking browser.
Well, no, I mean for an actual content management system. Actually, I've got it all here.
Everybody always talks shit about HTML, dude. If you know how to use HTML, it's good. It's perfect.
But it's not interactive without JavaScript or PHP or ASP.
Amateurs. See, it's like I went through and I was actually playing around with AI, see what the functionality of it was, and I applied it to freaking HTML and used it straight off of the local host. And guess what? You can do it with a local host through LM at a lot lighter freaking stress on your computers.
Just set yourself up with a lab server on your machine. It's fairly easy to do. Either Nginx or Apache. We like HTTPD. And a MySQL database server and add PHP to it. Straightforward.
Can you put that in a zip file?
No, because you can put the content in the zip file or .gz file.
That's what I was getting ready to say. Because if you want to send it to me and stuff for Jaffe,
I've already got the compressor as a TAR. You're a Windows user, aren't you?
Yeah.
TAR-G said it's not. He's not going to be very useful to you.
Yeah, he's Linux. Yeah, he is Linux.
Actually, you can open a TAR-G. So it's not in Meanwhile,
I could do it in Chocolatey.
Okay, whatever you use. I'm just uploading.
I don't really like using Chocolatey though.
I'm not.
Hey, Otto.
I don't use proprietary compression.
I've been just messing around. After I'm done with doing all of these streams and stuff, I'll get back to it and work on it and stuff and see what I'm coming up with.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, fine.
All right.
Otto's here. Robert's here. I'm here. Mark Edwards here. And that's it.
Huh. Well, what more do you need?
We need chocolate. We need some freaking.
Need wine, beer.
I bought 4 pounds of chocolate the other day. I don't know why. I do know why.
Chocolate.
It was the my favorite kind of chocolate, the Palmer chocolate that is
Yes.
made. They used to be the hollow chocolate bunnies, and it's harder and harder to get in the regular stores. And it used to be
you
go
mean
around Halloween, and they'd have all the Halloween candy would be Palmer. Now the only available was a 4-pound bag, and I'm like, huh, I should get that. And then I bought it, and I realized I now have 4 pounds of chocolate, and that's not
yeah,
necessarily
mate.
a good thing.
You're talking about what I would call Lidl's cheap chocolate. That sort of not as oily as American chocolate. US
Oh,
North
stop
American
bashing
chocolate.
American
But,
chocolate. My
it's not
goodness.
great
Well,
chocolate. Sort
There,
of,
there are, yeah, there's a lot
That's
of
sacrilege on so many levels. You
there's a
never
lot of
insult chocolate, dude,
there-
ever,
there's
no
a
matter
lot of
where.
different chocolates. There's a lot of different American chocolates,
yeah,
and
Right.
Palmer.
American palm oil chocolate is
Mark
disgusting.
is
Well, Palmer was always just for like the chocolate Easter bunnies, and it's not considered the best chocolate in the world, but I enjoy the flavor because I ate it as a child.
he is wrong. He is wrong for insulting any kind
The
of
little
chocolate.
coin
Period.
chocolate. The
I don't
chocolates
care.
that you get at the Christmas time with the little coins.
Yes,
No,
they make
yes.
those. Yeah, that same kind of
Those
like.
go good in coffee. Those go really good in coffee. Just drop them in your coffee and let it melt.
I used to love those chocolate coins when I was a kid. I thought those were what a great idea. Money you can eat.
You're muted, Robert.
Well, that chocolate you guys are talking about might not be actual real chocolate. They're coming out with synthetic chocolate.
Oh, Americans don't know what chocolate is, really, unless you buy it imported.
Yeah, because what is that chocolate country where everything, when they make it, is quality?
Tan, can you stick on some noise cancellation on your end? I can hardly hear Roger because of your motor.
What did you say, Mark?
Can you stick some noise cancellation on your microphone?
Oh, I'm on my car.
Yeah.
Okay, let me switch to my earbud.
Kind of on the ear Robert.
I was wondering what that noise was.
Yeah, it's my car.
Well, I think you sound tinnier now, but more clear.
No, I haven't switched yet. Hang on.
Oh, okay.
Right there, I don't hear you.
Okay,
That's better.
is this better?
That's better.
Roger.
Yeah, a lot better. And
Okay,
you
good.
are sounding crisper as well.
Good,
I
good,
also,
good.
I also turn that screen share off because I don't want to get in any more trouble with the stream concerning that game. That thing, I don't know.
Really?
Yeah, it was causing some serious issues with the
Interesting.
stream. I don't know.
Okay, so next time if we do this, then you can't join the game. Then I can have to share from my side.
All right. Now I don't know about
Your computer is not very powerful to run JavaScript, I guess.
Well, it's not that. It's just like the program is crappy. Like the coder didn't know what the hell he was doing.
client is just awful. The client is. I don't know how it works well on Windows. I would have to create a.
We were probably confusing the
VM.
hell out of it too because there's like 5 people on there, dude. You know what I mean? And the brand.
No, five people on there is fine. It's just people are leaving and coming in and out.
Well,
That's what confused it.
Well, we were all on there at the same time, and it was telling us that freaking that we didn't even see Mark's freaking moves from Rhea at all.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
that was fun, dude. I swear that was fun.
Yeah, but at one point when it was doing that countdown of the tournament for that hour or a minute,
Yeah.
well, at one point in time, when it was doing the countdown, the minute second, it would skip like 2 or 3 minutes, going to the next one, and
Yeah,
1, 2,
yeah,
and then
so,
go to
I suggested modeling the time system on lightest time
Sure.
mechanism.
Yeah. Like the whole game,
Mm.
and give it the ability to terminate the tournament midstream.
Yeah.
I mean, this we're in the Minds Roundtable, so it wouldn't be Minds tradition if it wasn't buggy.
Yeah.
God bless minds.
Let's try this again next. Let's try this again next Friday on Minds Roundtable again. We'll see.
Again, if you can, transfer it to an actual web page, an actual browser native web page, and then they can ditch this awful client.
Well, I mean, I'm pretty sure there are websites out there already.
Yeah,
We can just find one.
Yeah, Mia actually showed us when we were coming up with the idea.
Mm-hmm. Did she find any?
Yeah, she did. I come I'll have to go back into the chat now. Community fine. No, that's a load of puzzles. I don't know.
The last thing I saw was that she said she was looking.
Yeah, we did come across one, and I can't find it. Man.
Check, what's that place? I think I might have run into it one time too.
I can see it. My discussion in between. Excuse me.
For cigarettes, you got to switch over to a pipe.
Yeah. I've got something stuck in my throat. Wow.
There you go.
That's better.
Hydration is central.
Choking to death here.
Well, if you did it on a live stream, you'd be, have a certain amount of aim.
It's all content.
Yeah, that's right. Chris with a no. Suddenly the views go through the roof.
Yeah. No, I can't find it. What was I looking for? Kind of the way back to
okay, try this site. It's called Gomo Cup. Gomo as in Gomoku.
Yeah.
Gomo Cup. GomoCup.org.
Yeah, I think that's similar to what she was showing. Actually, my bookmark, my history should find it. Yeah, it was Komoku.com actually.
Gomoku.com? Well, that's easy to remember.
Yeah.
Hey guys, can you explain? They were talking about website building, and one person brought up about like some of them have like what you call libraries built into the website. What is that anyway? Is that like for different
libraries like CSS and what's the web variant of PSS?
It's a code library.
Yeah.
Oh,
It's a library of reusable code, basically, that you can import into your game and use it to save time or to take advantage of some.
Depending on how well the library's created.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Because when they were mentioning it, and they said something about the language or something like that.
Yeah. It's a programming language.
Yeah, but don't each
Yeah.
separate program
Right.
and does it alter year by year or so many years?
you mean
What?
alter the language? I think
Yeah,
they keep the same language for the most part. I
The
know they're all
same
different
language.
languages.
They come out with new language features once in a while, every few years, but the core is still the same.
I know they do have different languages though for different applications, right? I remember in school, I
Yes.
remember reading about COBOL and BASIC and Fortran.
Yeah.
Assembler was the big thing the kids were talking about. This was the 80s, I think, when I was in school.
Yeah.
Like learned what's it called? Channel Fourth and Lisp on a BBC Model B Plus.
Lisp and Scheme and Prolog?
No, Lisp and Fourth and I was going to say Pascal, but I don't know if it's 8-bit assembly. Actually, I originally learned 8-bit assembly on a Commodore 64. But yeah, moved over to BCB later on.
Wow! Yeah, I just envisioned clay tablets and stylus
and then moved into the 16-bit era using an Amiga 500 Plus.
Back in those ancient days.
I was wondering, like just Java, what kind of stuff would that one could have?
It's a language. It's a programming language. Java.
I've seen it. What do they do with it?
It's
a cross-platform.
That explains.
It's a cross-platform programming language. The application that you built on Java can run on like Linux, Windows,
Mac
without any code adjustment.
Interesting.
Most commonly, you find that sort of language being used in EPOS systems, so point of sale systems, and the old pre-smartphones.
Oh, right.
So the Nokia 3310s and stuff.
A lot of Android apps are written in Java as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Problem. I've got a project management application, Libra project, I think, which is run in a Java environment, and it's so ugly and so
slow.
Yeah. It's a good project management.
He's doing that ugly thing again, isn't he?
But the interface is
just horribly ugly. No, I mean, I seriously think though that the whole Docker thing might be an option for Jaffe.
No, not really. Why? What's your use case in this?
Sure.
You need Docker use case.
Well,
you just need a lab server.
His problem is he has to use cheap names. Now, the reason why he's not being able to get on the internet is because they've determined that his HTTPS is unsafe.
Yeah, but that's got nothing to do with Docker. That's just
that has to do with him going into settings for cheap names and
Yeah,
actually
and
doing
purchasing,
something.
yeah, either association.
We're talking about Jaffe, dude. Hold up. We're not talking about me and you. We're talking about Jaffe.
Well, Gaffy wouldn't know a doctor.
Well,
Yeah, he doesn't need Docker for that sort of
He
purpose.
doesn't know. No, it was just a
So,
plain website. But what is he? I mean, Docker might be a quick way of storing the back end data, and doing the database stuff. But
getting them
it's
back up and
that's
running.
that,
I mean, shit.
give him a copy of Apache with PHP and MySQL.
It won't help. His
mm.
issue, his issue is freaking names, cheap name.
So yeah,
that's just a domain name, though.
Right.
But they might, he might have purchased an SSL certificate from them.
Yeah.
You know.
That's what I'm thinking. He's not using something like Let's Encrypt. He's using a commercial SSL certificate.
What it is when he got the website, they give him, or the host name, they give him a generic freaking certificate starting out, and then what he has to do is he has to go in there and he has to make sure freaking it's filled out properly, put his address, his information on there.
Yeah.
And if he doesn't want to do that,
Can he make something up? I just make stuff up.
How are you hosting the site for him, Roger?
I'm not hosting it. I'm just putting the website back together from scratch.
But where are you gonna put it?
He's apparently got Cheap Name. Cheap Names is his host.
Wait, Cheap Name is just a domain register. They have web hosting as well.
I believe so.
May do. I'm not sure.
It's through WordPress, if that's what you're wondering. It's a WordPress.
Okay. So it's they provide WordPress hosting.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Then Docker would not fit.
Yeah, Docker, and this problem, as I was saying, or started to say before we got cut off, or before you went for coffee or cigarettes, I was using Docker mainly for Calibre Office integration to Nextcloud back when, before I could actually install as a native application or native code. And I also tried using Nextcloud and Juluma in a Docker situation. Problem with that is when Docker automatically updates Nextcloud or Juluma or WordPress in this case to the next major version, half of your extensions will not work because the extensions are not provided by third party, and they might not have upgraded or updated their extensions.
Well, see, with me, I'm good with the whole thing. I actually enjoy the fact that they aren't third party. You know what I mean? Like doing it yourself straight through without using any third parties is a good thing.
Well, you might have an extension. I don't know. Let's think of an extension I'm using. I'm using Nextcloud's Element client, web client, so I can integrate Element into Nextcloud. And that's a third-party extension. So if Nextcloud updates to a Matrix thing, and the Element extension hasn't updated just yet.
Let me ask you guys a question. Like you're talking about putting that on a server where they run it from the server.
Yeah.
And is it what percentage of the bytes within it, how much do you get for running it? Because I heard that certain companies will only allow you so much of the bytes.
Yeah, depends on the individual contract. It's all down to your own individual contract with them.
Yeah, but as well, you have to share the server, and if so, how many is in it to where?
And that's down to individual contracts.
Yeah, but no, I'm talking about the company itself, who only you.
Well, I mean, you've got a
huge.
huge corporation that's doing this for not just you, but for tons and tons of other people. I mean, of course, you're going to be sharing the server with other people.
Yeah, you'd be sharing the actual VM host. I mean, I've got a KVM, a QEMU KVM contract. So the actual instance, the actual server, virtual server, is mine for the duration of the contract.
Okay.
But yeah, that's stored on a massive physical server, which holds a load of different virtual servers, KVMs.
That's what I was asking for. It's like what kind of data and like is it like speed? How it helps with running your site?
Okay, I see where you're coming from. Some contracts will state that you are sharing data limits with other people. So yeah, sort of first come, well, fair sharing sort of thing. But again, down to individual contracts.
Yeah, but what about speed? You know, how fast things run.
Somebody's typing.
Okay, I thought it was a chicken or something.
Yeah, go ahead. I mean, it's probably Otto. I think you're talking to Bob Dub, aren't you?
Yeah. She wants me to do some images. It's in the quantum gathering. I didn't know you could hear it. I'm just using my.
It was weird. It sounded like chickens chirping in the background.
Like a very mushy rubber dome keyboard.
Oh, okay.
Seriously mushy rubber dome keyboard.
I'm so used to hearing like Mike or Bob clicking away sometimes when we're having a quantum gathering.
I'm just amazed that you can type that fast on a telephone, dude.
Well, it's a Pixel 9a, so it's top of the line.
Wow.
Key clicks, artificial key sort of.
Wow, I don't even have the haptic thing on, so it doesn't even vibrate or anything.
I was like, wow, that's crazy. So,
what I was asking is like, what kind of service?
Yeah.
What kind of services? Okay. What kind of services do they offer? What I'm saying, for what price?
Okay. I'll use my own provider. Just as an example. I've got to check my own contract. Well, I won't give you my contract information. Obviously not. But
all the live streams in the world can know.
Yeah. What did they offer? If I create a new
see, the thing that gets me about a lot of these things when you're trying to set up these like WordPress websites is the gimmicks they come up with when it comes to security and stuff.
Yeah.
I mean, they're horrible. Like they have this freaking one, it's called Cookie Admin. And you go into Cookie Admin and they say, oh, you got all these security problems you need to take care of, and freaking we can take care of it, but you have to upgrade to Pro. You know?
Yeah. Give us money.
Yeah. So now you're hosting your freaking website, and then you're turning around and for the security to actually work, you have to freaking go Pro with this freaking thing, you know, and it's like
Always research your providers or your potential providers. After all, the hosting game,
they're all like
standard web hosting game, there are billions of different providers out
I'm
there.
talking websites though. I'm not even talking about like just gaming and things. You know what I mean? Like getting on the internet and freaking playing a video game. I mean, that's
Yeah,
cool.
yeah, but the standard hosting provisions out there, the market's oversaturated with millions of different companies.
Yeah, but what I was referring to is like I've heard like some companies offer deals like they'll help maintain your site, you know, where it's more feasible, not downtime, but where
The so-called 99% uptime thing, which I never know how they calculate those numbers.
Yeah, I'm trying to pull it up now and see what the issue is with Jaffe's freaking
Mind you,
website.
to be fair, my own provider, I've only had two major downtime incidents because of them. One actually took about 3 days to sort out because there was an actual fire in the server room. A natural fire, something caught to light, and obviously they had to get. They are based in New York, I think.
Mhm.
And they had to bring in fire engines and fire people, and because of the regulations in New York, they had to, or New Jersey actually, New Jersey, they had to jump through a load of health and safety loops and get people just to inspect every single thing. Hence why it took so long to get it back up and running. But they did give me a free, I think, a free entire. They gave me something. Yeah, with years worth of free provisions for that.
what I was referring to as well, like we were talking about Java, how it's a multi-million process. Do they offer something like that where, like, if people have different types of computer windows in it, where it works perfectly with both?
Not sure what you mean.
Well, like Java, how Java works. You guys were talking about how the process of Java.
Okay.
And I
on
don't.
most on
Well,
most
how
standard web hosting contracts, you can upload websites, HTML, JavaScript, PHP. Well, you can upload anything, but it's based upon LAMP stacks. On the contract I've got, like I said, I've got QEMU, KVM, which is a complete VPS, so virtual private server, so I can do anything with it. I can install my own operating system on it. I can create a graphical user interface. I can do whatever I want with it. The contract's totally clear for me to do anything. Oh, as long as it's legal. On it.
Well, how much megabytes do you get from it?
I've got to go through my documentation on that one. My own contract is okay. On contract is one in there, not in there. Server information. Okay. Doesn't say.
Roger, how's the Japanese website coming?
Well,
Do that.
the thing with Jaffe is it's like I was saying. Well, first, what happened was I set everything up to the bare bones, got it all set up and everything with the code. He's even set up to where he can live stream on WordPress, and he's got a private chat to where everybody can come in and chat on his website with him. I've got all that set up. I even have it. I even coded in, and it's not a third party. It's just straight from code where he can listen to music and everything that he wants to put up on his website.
That's cool.
I got all of that set up. But the only thing is now that HTTPS is what's causing some problems.
Is there any sort of login mechanisms, standard user login mechanism?
There should be in security.
Oh, you're planning to. What sort of information would be?
Wait, can you not use like Mark was saying? Can you not use a Let's Encrypt certificate?
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. But I would not use Let's Encrypt if it's sensitive data, overly sensitive data, including things like credit, debit card information.
Well, if it gets to that, then he can just buy a SSL certificate.
One of the points of an SSL certificate is it can act as an insurance policy. So if let's say credit and debit card information is leaked because of a failure in the SSL certificate itself, then the company that's providing it to you is on the line.
Not you, it's them. Yeah. That makes sense.
Well, see that's what I'm getting.
If you can prove that it's the certificate that is insecure,
a lot of that is
the
a
website
scam.
itself.
A lot of that is a scam too. Like they'll tell you that you need to freaking install security plugins like WordFence, and then they say to block like brute force attacks and shit. You know what I mean? And that's where it comes back to where I was talking about, where they say, well, if you can get the full security thing if you upgrade now. So all of a sudden they want you to upgrade to do it, and they're doing it all the time on these websites. You know what I'm saying?
I don't think it's expensive to buy an SSL certificate, right?
Not really.
$10 or something. Right?
Again,
they encourage you to use like
the more money you spend, the more insurance you are getting. So,
Yeah, but how many?
but like you said, Let's Encrypt certificates you can get for free.
Yeah,
but how many of them do you need?
It's one. And it lasts for like 10 years or something.
I thought you had to have one verify you're the one that owns the site, the name, and other things.
You own the contract for that name during the existence of the contract. Don't technically own the name, you own the contract.
It's like,
if you buy a computer game, you don't buy the computer game, you buy a contract to use the computer game.
Well, it's like the thing of it is when I went on there, I found out like they had a security on there called compliance, where it's spelled with a Z at the end of it. Okay.
Compliance.
And I went in there and like they had all these freaking pop-ups, and it just seemed like all these pop-ups warnings were just like a gimmick to get me to upgrade more than like actual problems.
Oh, yeah. What kind of website are you using? Is it WordPress.com or
yeah, that's what Jaffe's using. He's going through WordPress.com.
And even that is giving you pop-ups?
Actually, no.
Yeah.
Aren't you actually hosting it on names, whatever namespace name?
See, there's legal requirements.
Is he using a free option or?
But see, okay, don't get me wrong. There are legal requirements that they mention on there that are real. Okay, but the critical warning dashboard alerts that they're showing me are just like 100% like a marketing tactic to get me to buy like a $59 a year pro version. You know what I'm saying? And they do it on all of it.
That's it.
You know, compliance
If
is horrible.
if you're looking for a company I've worked with a lot, especially during the 2000s, if you're looking for a free just a free web hosting provider that also you can purchase further contracts with awardspace.com.
Well, let me kind of throw it out here to you like this, so you kind of get what I'm talking about. Okay, like they have what they call their scary alerts. At least that's what I call it. Now, can you honestly tell me that when compliance flags things like incomplete record of consent as like a critical error, dude? Do you think
on what?
You know what I'm saying?
Depends.
What does that mean?
For a small site, that's mostly nonsense, because that just means that a plugin isn't logging every single click on a spreadsheet.
Okay. For you were talking about things like cookie consent, which is a legal requirement.
No, incomplete records of consent. That's what they're saying. Incomplete records of consent, and they're marking it as a critical error.
But I mean, you consent from you as the site builder, right?
Mm-hmm. And 99% of small sites don't need that.
Well, why don't you just click consent and be done with it?
We always read the terms of services. But consent to do exactly what?
Yeah. Why?
Yeah, but don't they would put your name down as the owner then, wouldn't they?
See,
but I want to know what the consent. What
is it asking you to consent to?
Most of the time, they have like different things. Like they'll often tell you that you're not compliant with other countries like the UK or Canada unless you pay.
Oh, you're talking about GDPR and cookie.
No. I had WordPress sites before. I've never had to go through any of those.
I don't understand it.
Show us a few screenshots.
Jaffe, they know who Jaffe is.
Maybe it's because he's from South Korea.
Well, yeah, but on the videos on the Roger's chat, I put it on there. That's what they're talking about. That's what they're bringing up.
I mean, seriously, like the chances of a regulator in the UK coming after a small independent site is...
Actually, I've got a criticism with Jaffe in relation to GDPR. He keeps on sending several of us, I think you are on the list as well, emails.
Yeah.
But he physically displays, he doesn't stick the two email addresses in the BCC column, he sticks it in the CC column. Mm-hmm. So we all know each other's email address. That's a GDPR issue. He could be prosecuted up to 10% of annual revenue.
But now you have a list. But now you have a list of all those email addresses. That's a handy little bit.
Yeah.
But I'm also complying under GDPR, so I can't use them because I can't.
He's not a corporation.
You got to understand something.
GDPR is also relevant to individual people as well.
This goes back to Jaffe. Okay,
but he doesn't live in a GDPR compliant country. It's South Korea.
Yes, but I am.
No, hey.
Why would you use BCC anyway, though? I mean, that's just courtesy. You don't advertise people's emails all over the place. That's what BCC is for.
Do you realize how much?
Yeah, precisely.
You realize
yeah.
you can lecture Jaffe on this shit for freaking 5 years, and he will never comprehend what the hell you just.
Okay, I report into the Information Commission.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
And start the site.
Yeah, maybe they can convince him. Yeah.
The thing that somebody needs to explain to him is like GDPR trolls. If they can explain that to him, then he'd understand a little bit more. Like there's like automated bots that scan sites for missing cookie policies. You know
Yeah,
what I'm saying?
well, yeah, that's the equity. Yeah, I remember
Well,
that legislation.
It prevents you from being an easy target for
Actually,
like
yeah,
legal
I think
demand letters.
2006, and then I've got updated in 2000, or got totally rewritten in 2013.
Yeah, but they're talking on the video that for platforms, they have to verify and where it has to be registered within each country.
Oh, are you talking about the child safety online?
Yeah,
that the children all override easily enough by drawing mustaches on themselves with a magic marker.
I know with a lot of that stuff, it gets out of hand because I got rid of compliance and I just put simple cookie on there and they started doing the same
just
shit.
a simple in considering that you aren't actually based in the EU, a simple statement saying this site accepts cookies, and that's all you need to do.
Well, I mean, they started doing the same shit. It's ridiculous. And this is the simple stuff. I remember
actually, I've got criticism with Ottoman about that because a couple of years ago I complained about not being EU compliant, EEA compliant because of lack of cookie statement. They stuck a cookie statement on the login screen, and then several months later, as we all know, Minds likes to add something, and then at a later update, they've got to refer to a previous version and then lose the functionality. But several months later, it disappeared.
Mm-hmm.
Doesn't exist. It doesn't exist even now, I don't think.
Now, see, the major issue that I have with Jaffe is this, okay? For me to actually straighten this out, it has to do with his SSL certificate, like you were talking about, right? But the thing of it is somebody needs to get onto his hosting control panel for cPanel.
Okay.
Look for the SSL or the TLS status.
He doesn't give you control access to his control panel?
He just to the website. You see what I mean?
Yeah.
So, you have to see if the domain name.
Wait.
Yeah, I am right. Mine doesn't have a cookie statement at all.
You see? And it just, I mean,
they're in violation of well, they're technically in violation of EU, EEA laws in relation to a lot of GDPR issues anyway, which I've criticised them about on multiple occasions. So yeah, I could actually report it to the independent.
He gets so fired up when we start talking this shit.
The ICO, and then
he just turns into a wild man. Listen to that shit.
Can force their minds to pay 10% of their annual revenues to the UK government.
He is fired up.
Do you get a cut of that, Sir Mark? I mean, that sounds like there should be some kind of the Royal Navy used to do that. You capture a ship, they'd give shares of the spoils to all the sailors. So
he's like,
there should be like a 1 or 2% override for whoever reports it. Encourage the informers.
Just rotten and he's like turned into a scoundrel right there, thinking about Bill Altman. He's like, I can do this, and I
no legislation.
He wants blood, man.
Operating within the law. Great
Mhm.
point.
If you get one of them for the name of it, for verifying who it is and where they're from,
Mhm.
Okay,
because that's what I was wondering. I
verification
heard
in
about
what
that,
sense?
about verification of the name, who's buying it, where you're from.
So you're talking about the child online safety blurbs, digital identity, and all that sort of
You know,
amazing,
that,
wonderful stuff.
Like
that, and
childproof caps on bottles.
make sure that scams ain't being played through there. Like, collect information when whoever goes in.
Dan said he was sick of this shit. He got the hell out of here.
Well, you know,
He's like,
Roger, when I finish uploading this source material, should I, considering as Jaffy's your private client, should I just give you a link in our private room?
yeah, just send it.
Yeah.
Send it that way.
Considering as the
or just
entire
post it in
ethical-
minds.com somewhere.
Yeah,
you know.
just put it right there.
Tag Roger over there. You know, hey, Roger.
Post it on WPRPN's group right there with the
No,
password.
that's totally unethical.
You know
Totally
I'm joking.
unethical.
I hope you know I'm joking.
Well, I hope you're
Then
joking.
he could report you for like there must be that must be an offense somewhere in the complicated code that they have there in the UK, right?
Well, here's the thing: you don't need
No, they'll
really
be
to
down
do
to
that.
individual contracts and
All you got to do is just have a picture of him. They run a scam of anyone that looks like him. They can locate the picture of him wherever he's at.
you're talking about the digital ID sort of.
Yeah. Because by doing that, you don't need their email address or anything. You can find out where he lives at.
Yeah, that racial
which is a
recognition stuff
lot of
doesn't always
data
work
protection
though.
issues.
Well,
They
yeah,
do
you
make a
got
mistake.
post office that you can get the information from, the phone company as well.
Yeah, up to a point.
Well, if I go up there and I buy everyone's name like yours, they'll give me your phone number,
Might have
your
to mute
address.
because he's getting excited.
Actually, not in EEA countries anymore. Yellow Pages doesn't even exist anymore, does it?
Oh, I remember them though. I remember I'm in the book. Just tell people I'm in the book, and
Well,
they
they
could look you right up, get your address and phone number. It was public record. And why would you care if someone knew your address, right? Back in those days.
Well, they do got Yellow Book on the website.
Oh, the Yellow Pages?
That would probably have been, unless you get consent from each individual user, then that could be a violation of GDPR. Yeah, because you need consent. What was it? It was, and also you've got the issue of data leaking. I mean, just in the last week, police officer in the UK, police officer private contact information has been leaked.
Actually, I think I might have found something. I don't know for sure if it would work. Maybe I could actually, if I could get into the hosting control panel, I can.
Yeah, if we can get into
I
that,
can
then you
open
can view what is the issue with the SSL.
There's just one code that I'd have to put in there. You just look for the file called the HT access.
No, as far as SSL, that would be related to the in Apache or in Apache or Nginx, so be a virtual host configuration. And if you're using a standard web hosting service, then you want to have access to that. Generally speaking.
What I was asking, like you were saying, there's
Just right click and edit it inside of it and paste that code.
Yeah, but I don't. In a standard web hosting package, you would not be able to get to the virtual hosting configuration.
Just right click on it.
No,
go
you
in
wouldn't be
there.
able to access. HD access files wouldn't have that information in it. That would be within the web server's configuration files.
Yeah. What about ENP?
EMP?
Yeah.
Electromagnetic pulse? What's that got to do with anything?
No, it's the website. The company that for circuit boards and all that.
What are you talking about?
ENP.
PNP. No, that's
No, P
EMP.
and
that's not a
Yeah.
company, dude.
yes, it is. I
Well,
got
it could
the
be.
circuit board in there with the website, and their
EMP, what's the domain name?
ENP.
What's the full domain name? What's the
Uh,
full TD?
Just all he knows is PNP.
PNP
Oh,
dot COM.
PNP.com.
PNP.
Yeah, that's what I just said. PNP.
Peter, Michael, Peter.
Find anything?
I don't know.
Probably something naughty.
Just right here.
Put the address in the chat.
Okay.
It's
When they
plug in,
drop-
it's actually plug and play techcenter.com.
Yeah.
Plug and play techcenter.com. And I don't even know exactly what it is. It's the cover of it says our global partners, and then Bobo, Lilly, and Porsche, Samsung.
Okay. Isn't this related to project
I found
management professional, a sort of institution that gives certification for project management?
It has like venture capital,
Yeah, I think this is
innovation services, vertical industries, insights, just stuff like that.
What?
I got it.
There's
Oh,
nothing.
okay, it's on YouTube. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, PMP. So PMI, PMP, project management, professional. Which is a certification, private sector certification. That's provided by a company called Project Management Institute.
Well, you remember the last time he tried to get you to freaking check out
That's
home
like,
office?
the Prince and Prince 2 certifications.
You remember that, right? We had to
What's
explain to. You remember when we had to explain to him that the home office was like the British Police Department, right?
Well, it's like the Interior Department, right? We have an Interior Department. Yeah.
He kept talking about the home office and shit. So it's good to check up on that stuff. And PHP is a freaking coding system, Robert.
Yeah,
P-
yeah. So
PNP.
language.
No, I know you're saying PNP now, but you usually say PHP too.
Well, yeah.
Which is computer language.
Well, it's on.
So, well, no, that's a language. That's not any kind of website or nothing.
Where was it? It's on chat.
No, that's PNP.
No, I mean look on it.
Oh, he put something on chat.
Yeah, you gave us a YouTube address. And I'll have to.
He loves.
PNP.
Yeah.
PNP. Microsoft PNP Weekly. Sounds like some sort of newsletter type thing.
There's no telling with him. PNP Weekly, episode 7117. What? PNP Weekly is a weekly video chat in which those. That's it.
Yeah, it's just a sort of Microsoft scheme, just really a sort of podcast conference type thing.
Yeah.
Because I guess the government uses it because it shows different on the box.
Maybe for podcast sort of thing, for conference thing for Microsoft professionals, MSCs and CAs.
Mm-hmm. I'll tell you what, man. Why don't we take a quick break, come back, and we can do Roger's real-time talk show event, because we're at an hour and 50 minutes here on the actual recording. We got an hour and 15 minutes solid on the stream, so we're good with live with Roger Hanson on the live stream. So we got that taken care of. That was crazy. You should have seen it before you got in here, Otto. Freaking Dan had us on freaking Vector, and we just had this horrible freaking experience with this bad coder trying to make us play video games and stuff.
Was completely made out of, completely made out of a LMN and L5 code.
You can't even say the name.
Amazing.
Yeah. I'm so disgusted about LLMs and AI that I can't even pronounce it.
Like, at least we're not talking about Bill Altman, because you're talking about litigation and shit. And my God, you just turn into a wild man when you start get all excited about computer stuff. And
I can just see unleashing him in court as an expert witness.
oh yeah,
Case involving.
well,
That'd be a good consulting gig for you too. You know,
stare at
he'd be great for that.
look at the sun and raise your fist and say, "Damn you, son."
Lord Edworthy raises his fist. That was really powerful.
Yeah.
Well, gentlemen, I don't think I'm going to hear much. Image for the great show.
Okay, you were
The hospital morning, and then I had to run down to near Saratoga. Well, you don't know where that is, but I do a lot of driving, and then I went back to see my mom again and helped her have her dinner. And here, did want to come down and say hello to you guys, and at least knows
Stop in.
what's happening.
It's-
This stuff is just taking it out of me. But I'm only going to be working now till the 6th. Now I noticed Robert's doing a show regular now. I've seen posted Robert Hanson.
yeah, he's been doing.
Yeah,
he's been doing The Unknown, and he's also doing his own live Robert Hanson live. So
Yeah.
well, I was thinking if we want to talk more about Buddhism, because I want to get automatic pilot rolling again in some form or other. But I was wanting to keep that, more or less our original format, or maybe alter it a little. But I still wanted to talk to Robert about that. So his shows, do something like that. Now I'm going to have my last day at work, and my mom's been taking up a lot of time now. She's they're getting her. They found out like her gallbladder is infected. Turned out, and her blood too apparently. And do is get her off the anticoagulants, and they're going to have to go in, remove the stent they put in, and take out the stone. So, but she's in the hospital now. She's stable, very cheerful. Is important, except when her meal is late, then she gets very cranky. But I guess I get the same one sometimes.
Yeah.
And her memory is not what it was, man. I tell her stuff, and then I'll tell her something, and she'll say, "Why did anyone like mom told you that thing here?" And she'll believe anything I say, but she doesn't always believe them. So that hopefully is going to be resolved soon. And my last day at the park will be the 6th, and it looks like they are definitely closing it down. The owners are going to sell it and build 140 houses on it instead and make a fortune.
Oh my God.
Whatever that, unless Elon Musk suddenly sees the story and decides to save the park, or I win the lottery, I think that's what's going to happen to it. So I am looking into starting a new job, but I don't know what that's going to be, but it's going to be a lot of driving apparently. So I might wind up being like Tan and talking to people out of the car, because I might be making runs out to Buffalo, Utica, down to New York City, Long Island. Basically really long drives, and apparently fairly well paid, which is not a bad thing. So, but anyway, I would like to talk more with Robert about Buddhism, but and I was thinking maybe go on one of his shows. So does he have a regular schedule, Roger, that he's doing this stuff?
Usually we've been doing The Unknown on Saturdays. He started doing Roger Hanson live again on Tuesday mornings. We did it on Tuesday morning. Wasn't it Tuesday, Robert?
It depends on the.
We don't do schedules.
Yeah. Well, my Mondays are pretty tied up with, especially with band practice and stuff Monday night, and that's like my first day off work, so I do a lot of running around, going to the store, doing stuff with the wife and stuff like that.
Me and Robert are here together. Like with you guys, we got to schedule stuff. You know what I mean? But
yeah.
Like we're here, we can
You're
pretty
flexible.
much. Yeah.
Yeah.
So it's whenever you want to do it, we can do it. Robert he's been regular on doing the oh my goodness, the
gardening.
no, not the gardening, the other one, The Unknown.
Oh, right.
Okay.
Yeah, he's been doing The Unknown regularly on Saturdays. So, but on a Roger Hanson live, we can pretty much schedule it anytime.
That's cool. And I mean, if he wants to get into like the YouTube videos, some of the more occult, weird, and Mahayana stuff, that'd probably be better on his channel anyway, because that kind of moves away from the Buddhism, which I don't mind doing, but I want to try and keep things separate and all that.
Well, I kind of explained to him too about well, first of all, like people who are traditional Buddhists get spooked about having to talk about that stuff. Like it's just something they don't really like talking about.
Well,
I could have.
From a Buddhist perspective, not to turn this into that kind of a show, but out of the blue, but from a Buddhist perspective, at least as I understand it, and I'm talking, Theravada Buddhism. Anytime you start playing around with the occult, I mean, I think a Theravada Buddhist would say, "Oh yeah, all this stuff. There's an occult, there's spirits, there's all this stuff." But the thing is, when you get involved in that, usually people that do that have this idea that they can kind of cheat their karma or their kama. Magic is usually a way to try to get around how the universe works. And from a Buddhist perspective, that's going to get paid off one way or another. You cannot avoid your karma. And magic users tend to think they can. A lot of it is trying to get something for nothing. And so a Buddhist would say, this is something that's really dangerous to mess around with, because you can really mess yourself up with it. You can really damage yourself. So I tend to shy away from it these days, but I did study it pretty extensively. You guys have probably noticed I can talk about it quite a lot.
That's what I was saying is for people that don't understand, like I don't understand, coming from you with a whole lot more weight.
So let's hold off until we can set up a time to do this, because, like I said, I want to bring this to an end and come back and do Roger's Real Time Talk Show event here. I figure we could take a quick break and be able to freaking come back and do the show. But before we go, Otto, you want to give everybody your socials, that way they can figure out how to contact you if they want to talk to you?
Sure. If you want to see more of what I'm doing, you can check out my website, navakavada.org. That's NAVAKAVADA. It's spelled just like it sounds. And I'm on minds.com, username Otto_X. That's EX, because I spell it fancy. And yeah, I'm there. You can message me there or see what I'm posting. I'm also on YouTube. There's a Navakavada channel on YouTube and a Navakavada Buddhism channel, it's called, on BitChute that has some older stuff, but a lot of extensive interviews, actually. I was just looking it over, and I've got some really long interviews with some Buddhists about, meditation and stuff. And, of course, I am sometimes to be found at Roger's Hangout on Teams. He'll give you details about that, and Messenger Pigeon often reaches me.
I was wondering, can I listen to that video?
I'm ending the show, Robert. So,
Ask him later.
okay. How can people get in touch with you, Mark Edworthy?
Okay. Just one site, as we keep on talking about on the show, minds.com, username Medworthy.
Okay, and you can find me and Robert on minds.com as well at Roger_Hanson. You can also find us on X, Roger Hanson at ROGLOL1973. I'm on Teams as well as on Element Matrix, and now Vector through Gister at Roger's Hangout, so you can get us there. If you guys like this stream, please subscribe, share, make comments. We are on YouTube as on my main channel, as well as on Rumble Live with Roger Hanson. If you are on Kick, you're watching us at Roger_Hanson. And on Twitch, we are on Infamous 1969. Thank you guys for watching. I hope you have a good day, good evening, good morning, whatever time of the day it is. And we will talk to you later.
I was wondering, I listened to these videos you were just talking about.
You are
Talking to them.
You are a pain in the butt, dude. Seriously.
You are.
You really are. I mean, you wouldn't even give the freaking stream enough time to freaking end. No, you do it every time. You are a pain in the butt, dude.
He's enthusiastic. It's enthusiasm.
Is that what you call it?
Yeah, enthusiasm.
He got on chat today, dude, and after I told him about not doing the search engine results, he'll go on Google search and just get a whole bunch of search results and then copy the URL for it and post it. And I told him, you don't do that, because if you're on a regular chat, people are going to freaking literally ban you from chats for doing that shit.
Yeah, that's technically, I think, spamming.
Right.
Technically. I mean, he doesn't mean to, but yeah, you got to be a little more precise with your URLs, I think.
Okay, yeah.
Well,
I think you're working for Google. I think you're working for Google.
He gets on there today and he starts doing videos and he just does the same thing.
Based upon
no, it's for everybody.
Yeah,
It's
based
everybody
upon my time of moderating Minds chat rooms, the Minds element, then I would consider it as unsolicited comments. Unsolicited comment, therefore spam.
Yeah, you'd get in trouble.
Or unsolicited marketing, technically.
And I mean, I'm trying to make it out to be, at least a warning to you, Robert. But I'm telling you, if you don't listen, you're going to get yourself in trouble.
Well, I think the way to look at it is Robert wants to communicate something, so he's got to communicate it in the way people will see it. And if he does it that way, it's not going to work, because, like you say, people will think it's spam. It could get taken down, or you might get banned. So you just have to change the way you give people the information and take a little more time. Roger's very good at it, and he can give you some ideas and help you with it. And that'll make you a better communicator too. People will know what you're trying to tell them.
I've got an idea. And what I'm going to do is I'm going to open up the Jitsi for him, and I'm going to let him just sit on the Jitsi all day long. And
That'd
if
be
anybody
interesting.
comes in to talk to him, he can talk to him.
Yeah. That's
What do
what
you
all
think,
of us do
Robert?
on Jitsi.
You want to do that, Robert?
I don't know. I don't know how that would work.
You just sit there. You don't have to do nothing. You just sit there, dude.
As
That's
long
it.
as it doesn't start doing that cutting out.
You know, you could do it till you got bored. You know, try.
No. You get bored, you got to stay there, dude. You can't go nowhere.
You're stuck there.
You
Oh,
just sit.
Trapped in Jitsi. That'd make a good
yeah.
episode. We got to write that up. Trapped in Jitsi.
Yeah.
Or,
The
yeah.
team find themselves in.
Robert's like, I don't think so. He's got
Hey, Roger, I'm just giving you a URL for Jaffe's material.
okay. I'm gonna I'll
So
grab
Jaffe's
it
getting
here.
his website going again. What's he? Is he cranking up his presence on the internet or the interwebs, I should say?
Well, he's trying to, but I have a feeling that the whole issue is really him.
Ah,
You know what I'm saying? Like,
yeah.
because
I haven't talked to him too much, but he's definitely a character.
he doesn't like he got pissed off because they freaking wanted his personal information for his visa back when he was.
That's a visa. They already have it anyway. They're a government. You give them this stuff.
I know, like, but see, he went to Korea 20 years ago, and then when he freaking went back so that he could go back to Canada and visit his dad,
Right.
They wanted information because it had been over 20 years that they had his information the first
Well,
time.
yeah, and I bet when he first left for Korea, he gave a lot of information then. They just want to update it. It's not new information, so I don't know what he gets upset about, man. It's like...
Well, that's Jaffe, okay? Jaffe doesn't feel like he should be giving governments any kind of information because that's infringing on his freedom.
Too late, they've already got it.
You tell him you tell
I really worry less about the government than I do like just idiots, spammers, con artists, and people like that having my information. The government's already got it anyway. Hell, I'll have my family for the government, and they're just people.
How about all the leaks? Like I mentioned earlier, the private contact information of UK police officers.
Right.
Yeah. Leaked this week, just last week.
Yeah, that's what I worry about more. Antana's back. That's some car you've got there. I take it you stopped driving. I'm going to say, that's a hell of a car he's got.
Why? Does it make a lot of noise?
No, but I was just thinking you got one of those big luxury buses or something, a big RV.
No. This one is a sports sedan.
Oh, nice.
That was not a flop either, by the way, Tan. That was an excellent stream, dude. Freaking you.
That was nice. I mean, it's something.
That was good.
Definitely something.
Rhea would have been proud.
No, she's beyond disappointed, she said.
I'm looking at WPRPN.com certificate, and it's associated with one website. It's this certificate is only associated with a TLA of web hosting, web-hosting.com.
WPRP.
They've got a one TLD.
You already switched over?
No.
No. Yeah, I see the SSL warning.
Yeah, it's associated with the wrong top level domain.
Yes, associated with the wrong domain name. Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
That's not good.
So send a screenshot of that, what you're talking about, to the chat.
Okay.
Does this chat
It says the certificate does not match the URL
Mine's had this problem back along, didn't it?
Certificate information.
Where they had the for
Oh
some reason,
yeah.
they had
Who gave?
I had
Is
to
this the cheap domain certificate? Maybe.
provided by Secteco Limited.
Yeah, it's associated with webhosting.com.
Yeah. It's got a completely wrong common name.
It's probably a standard default SSL certificate.
Created valid between 3rd of June and 18th of December.
Created June 2nd, which is probably when he starts.
Yeah.
When you start registering for that domain.
Yeah. Oh, I renew.
But I mean, you gotta tell Jackie to give you more permission to this site. Otherwise, there's not much. You need to be able to control these things, Roger.
If you're going to make in charge of your stuff, you've got to trust them with it. To trust with the information.
Tell him to grant you admin access. He doesn't need to give you his password and stuff. It's just add you as an admin to the site,
actually,
to the domain.
In cPanel, you can create new users.
Users, yeah, that's right.
Create an entire access control list for them.
That's right. Yeah.
Maybe
he doesn't know. Maybe he's just uncomfortable giving you his password, but he doesn't need to do that.
But Jaffe could create a new username and give him a new account.
That's right.
Yeah, but don't on website.
Okay, I got a call coming. I'll be back, guys.
Okay.
Yeah, no, you've got to trust the people that are going to do that kind of work for you. You know, well, you guys have met Sir Brian. He's been on the show once or twice. He does like all of my computer related stuff, and he's got all my information. He actually takes care of everything for me electronically. Billing, he just provides my internet, my phone service. Everything goes through him, and he's very reliable. He really likes doing it.
Okay, so I was going to presume you've got an actual physical contract with him.
Well, he's a knight of Yap, so he does it for that in part, and I pay him.
Cafe Tentor. Always.
Oh yeah, well yeah. Also, Cave Canum, which doesn't really have anything to do with it. It's some of my dog Latin. There you go. My little bit of Latin. No, he's a good man, a reliable man, and I've known him for decades. He's just actually one of the most he's almost trustworthy to the point of neurosis. I mean, it's like one of the most important things in his life is that he be trustworthy. He has this really exaggerated sense of balance, reciprocity, and trustworthiness.
You got to be talking about Pano.
My buddy Sir Brian that you've met.
Brian Rue?
No, not Herr Rue. Sir Brian Florence.
Oh yeah.
He's been on here once or twice. It's tough to get him on because he's got his kids all the time on weeknights, and so it's not appropriate for 7 and 11-year-old kids.
Yeah.
And if he's doing something, they immediately crowd around him and want to see, and they'll talk and this and that. I tried to do a chat with Panabasa once, and I think something with Bob once with them, over at his house. It was like, it's great doing a talk, and all of a sudden a little kid climbs up in your lap and starts playing with the computer, and it's like,
Yeah.
In a way. But, he's an interesting guy. I'd like to get him on here more often. Maybe we'll get him on for or something.
Well, I mean, when it comes to family friendly, that's a really hard thing to do. It's like I was telling Mark the other day. It's like, how can you call something freaking family friendly when you say that you're not supposed to say the F word, but then you want to talk about really, really controversial shit, and that you don't want your kids to hear.
Right. There's definitely times like when we're working with Mason there, everybody has to be at that 8-year-old kind of thing.
Right.
So, but then on a regular show, I mean, heck, I think even YouTube, aren't you supposed to be like
16 now.
which is like PG-13 we have, right?
13.
And R
No,
rated
Oh,
R.
they haven't raised it yet.
Oh yeah, they add some more things to it.
They're in the process of making changes that they're at.
Yeah, I don't think that's going to change.
I really don't
because
think
there's
anyone
been-
under the age of 30 should be allowed access to the web.
I agree. I think if they're under 30, they don't belong on the internet. They need to.
Give them books.
Well,
send them to
at
work,
least
send
go
them to
outside. Go outside and learn how to fix a car.
Well, that's it. National service. Give everybody like a 2-year stint of doing stuff like working outdoors, building roads, forestry. Join the Army or the Navy if you want.
It's pathetic that a 30-year-old man today isn't freaking interested in cars.
I was interested in cars until they started throwing all the computers in them. Like, I used to be able to work on a car. I used to have a 76 Monte Carlo, and I had like a 68 engine from what the hell did I get it from? It was like a 400 from an Impala, I think. So it was a 400. So it was a small block. So everybody else's everyone else's car had like a. My Monte had 400 in it, so I had like a little extra oomph. But I could fix that. I could work on it. Only thing I ever worked on, me and my buddy, we tried to rebuild a transmission on our own one. That didn't work very well. As I recall, the car moved about 4 inches, and I half think that was gravity. But when we put it together, when we found parts, we forgot. We were like teenagers. But yeah, something went wrong on it. You could fix it, and I could, rebuild a carburetor or, replace valve cover gaskets, change oil. Alternator goes out. You just went to the junkyard and bought another one, bolted it on. But they started adding all computers, and you needed like other computers to read them, and you're suddenly replacing circuit boards. I used to be able to fix a car with like baling wire and spit and the duct tape.
Yeah.
I had a truck that had the headlights held in with tape at one time, and it was so badly rusted that one day I was sitting in it with a buddy, and the snow blew in one door, hole in the door, swirled around in a circle in the middle of the cab, and blew out the other door. And I'd never seen anything like it in my life. I took it into this guy. He was a friend of my dad's. He was a mechanic. I'd been living in Buffalo, and I drove out here with it a couple of times across the state. And he looks at it. I needed something done, and he says, "How did you get this inspection sticker?" And he was also like a judge, so I'm like, some guy. I had bought the inspection sticker for $20, which was a lot of money back then. This was like 30 years ago, and I just left at the garage and I never went back. And he never pushed the issue, but that was a fun truck. Oh yeah, I remember now. The gas tank had a hole in it, so you couldn't put more than like a couple 3 gallons in at a time. So I couldn't take the thruway across the state. I was driving like the entire width of New York State, its longest axis. And I'd have to take like the regular old interstates and stop at a gas station every like 20 miles. So it was a really cool truck, but it was very, very problematic. Whole thing finally fell apart one day, but I got my use out of it. I traded the guy, well, I can say now because it's legal, I traded the guy half an ounce of pot for it. And the thing lasted me like 3 years. And the reason I wanted it was it had the spare tire, full spare tire was on the front of the truck. Remember how they used to do that? So I had like a spare tire sticking right in the front, so like an extra bumper, and it was a fun little truck. I'm falling asleep. That's why I'm telling these wacky stories, and I got to go animate for Bob Dub. So I'm going to my leave, gentlemen. It's been great talking with you guys.
Okay,
and
you have a nice night.
And I will be in touch with you guys about scheduling some stuff in the future. Just right now, everything is really wacky with my mom and everything. So,
Okay.
but she seems to be doing better, though. But better at 97 is problematic. It's
Yeah.
Well,
I'll tell one thing. When my dad was in the hospital, but to keep the person not what you call it dehydrated, but it helps out with other things. They got that that stuff instead of salt water, but they got coconut water as well that they put.
Oh yeah. Well, they got her on. They've got some stuff for her called Ensure, and it's kind of like a clear, but it's kind of like a water with like electrolytes and stuff like that. And she does have a really good appetite. I was there with her. I was helping her have her dinner tonight, and everything's ground up for her because she doesn't have any teeth, and she doesn't want any teeth. She just wants her ground up stuff. And so she's got a good appetite. When she came in, they put her on an IV for antibiotics because they found bacteria in her blood, and they didn't know what from because her gallbladder looked okay, but they tested the gallbladder more, and they found that was the source of the infection. So it's complicated at her age. It's not easy to do this. So it's going to take a few days to prepare her for it. They got to change the medication she's taken, and hopefully she'll be okay. But she's in better shape now, so I might even risk trying to go back. I haven't been to work all week. They miss me, and between you, me, and the lamppost, I'm going to miss my little paycheck next week. But yeah, I might even try going to work tomorrow. I'm going to call the doctor tomorrow morning and see how she's doing. But I will be in touch with everyone. Yeah, but thanks, Robert. I will make sure that she stays hydrated. It's always important.
Yeah, and I found out too. We call it Cubidin. It's with your heart and your lungs. It helps with keeping the tissue moist. Cubidin. It's
Huh. I think I know the stuff you mean. Yeah.
because they were explaining it on the internet about when you take medicines, your body gets dehydrated from it, and
Yeah. Well, I know she's on something for. She's got the blood thinners, which they have to take her off of for the operation, uh, and she's on blood pressure medication. I think that does make her have a dry mouth. But I always make sure she has a pitcher of water, and she's always drinking. And I always tell her, keep drinking your fluids because that can prevent so many problems if you can just keep someone hydrated. And if you are sick, it's one of the best ways to get through the illness is lots of water. It's so important. And I'm going to start telling the story of the doctor who was locked in a dungeon with these other people, and he wanted to help them. They were being tortured and beaten, and he didn't have any medicine, so he'd give them water to drink. And he found out they felt better. So later on, he got out of the prison, and he came to the U.S., and he did some research, and he found that most people just don't drink enough water. And if you drink extra water, it can really help your body heal itself. So he published a book about it, and I liked it because he didn't try to sell his water. He said any water, spring water, tap water, just get more water in you. A nice message. And he was an Iranian. He was when they had the revolution back. When was that? 77, 76, 77? I forget now. It was Carter, right?
yeah.
But yeah, when he was put in, he was one of the Iranians that was a Shah supporter, so they put him in the dungeon for a while with a bunch of other guys. They let them go eventually. But I gotta get going, gentlemen. It's been great talking to everyone, and I will be in touch later on. So you all have a good night. Bye bye.
Bye bye.
Okay, it's just us again.
Yeah.
All right. Now it says my microphone is too noisy. You're muted out too, by the way, Robert. Let me see. I believe I've got everything. Yeah, my. I don't understand what the deal is tonight with my stuff. It's just all wanting to run real slow.
Why? What?
I have no clue. I'm gonna close out.
What do you mean slow? Slow. I saying.
Well, tonight, whenever we were doing that game thing with
Yeah, no, that's just down to Rust and the native client. That was awful. I was
yeah.
having issues.
Maybe it could be that virtual camera too. Put that virtual camera out and see what it does.
Mm.
And
Let's see what's happening. Shape.
close out. Freaking.
Ooh.
Make sure everything's shut down. It's good that auto stopped in.
Mm.
Let me see here. The other day, that was a trip. I went in there to see if they were going to do another one of those early shows, and Mason showed up. Yeah, he started talking and everything, making weird noises, stuff like that. I was like, dude, I gotta get out of here. I was half tired.
He did actually join us on the stream, but again, we didn't start until what was that, about 1:30 my time,
So about 8 o'clock.
something like that. Yeah. I don't know, maybe.
Did he tell you guys that I was on there earlier?
No. I mean, he didn't join us.
Oh, he
Neither
didn't?
did Mike. No, neither of them did.
He was probably just going in there to figure out what he was going to do. So, yeah, I went ahead and dropped some of that stuff. We could
I just noticed on YouTube or on the stream, my camera's dropped.
Your camera did.
Yeah, my camera's not being displayed.
On the YouTube, is it all the way up to where it's supposed to be now? Oh wait, yeah, you got to make sure it's on live. It's probably delayed. Make sure that it's all the way up on delay.
Okay, no, actually, I could be.
Like, click on the live down at the bottom, and it'll take you to the current frame.
Well, yeah, we cut out, didn't we? Yeah, streamed 2 hours ago. Yeah, it's not live version.
Yeah, it's on a new stream
just
now.
picking up notifications. Yeah, just going from. No. Hang on. No, that's okay. No, I didn't. No, that's cool. That's cool.
Okay.
It's okay. Don't panic.
The hell was that about? Boy, oh boy. Okay, so
I had a panic. Mine the panic fit, son.
Let me see here. I got to figure out what the hell I'm doing. Image 2.
Yeah, the guy on owns Facebook.
Zuckerberg,
Yeah, he lost his case yesterday.
his face.
His case
Hey,
His,
in
his case.
court. He lost. He has to pay him millions. The first, and the other ones are still coming.
Good.
you have to elaborate on that. That
Well, they took
doesn't
him
make
to
any
court. They
sense to
did.
me.
They took Zuckerberg to court because he was selling information of people, and the court looked and said, they asked him a simple question: "Where did you spend the night at?" He looked and says, "I don't really want to say what hotel I'm staying at." And then the judge looked and said, "Well, okay. Well, then," he asked the second question. He didn't want to answer that. Well, then the judge looked and said, "For what you do, it's the same thing as what I just asked you. You didn't like it about your information, about sensitive information about you. Where you slept at the hotel, how much was it? You didn't want to answer it. So why is it that you make people do it? You know, behind people's backs, giving all their information out to other places."
Okay.
So, you actually heard this?
Yep.
I'm still confused what you're talking about
The
specifically.
Supreme
About.
Court.
When they were questioning him in court, I guess.
Yeah.
Who are we talking about?
Zuckerberg.
Huh?
Zuckerberg.
Okay. Oh, the with the current investigation into algorithms. I've not done any. I've not followed the story.
They've been trying to go after him and YouTube for years. I doubt if there's going to be anything serious coming from it. To be honest with you, I just don't have any faith in the court systems when it comes to that shit.
I've got an entire sanitarian post dating back to what 2 years ago, 3 years ago.
Yeah, I mean, and it's like YouTube. How many lawsuits did we find out that YouTube or Google has right now?
Am I on the screen? Is my camera on the screen?
Yeah, you're fine.
Yeah, you're fine.
Oh, you could lift the zoom out a bit, but yeah.
Let me check. Let me see how handsome I look on the screen.
Yeah, you guys were saying there's no walking tree plant. You are wrong. There's actually on Roger's book chat. It actually shows the plant actually walking.
Oh, your tree then.
Yeah, that's the walking tree.
He's
Okay.
crazy. He's
Yeah,
nuts.
you are.
Yeah.
Whatever drugs you've taken, give me a list of them so I can.
Well, see, the thing with him is like he freaking he doesn't know what's real and what's what's AI or LLMs or whatever you want to call them. You know what I'm saying?
So Jeffrey?
Robert.
Oh, Robert.
I'm not going to say that it's not true because they've proven and they have shown weird things in places.
He'll go on there. He you know how long, or you know how you realize how long he was going on there and telling me that they're coming out with new movies because he saw freaking like those AI videos of like what it would be like if they put freaking like the crew of Star Trek on Star Wars.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, you
can do all that stuff with AI now. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. But he did. He for the longest time he was going on there and telling me like they're going to come out with a new movie and shit, you know. And I'm like, dude, you need to be careful about that stuff because it's not true, you know.
Well, that may not be true, but I just figure it's like this. plans, like with anything, it can mutate to other things, and weird things have happened, like that meteor when it hit in Canada. It looks like a big old eye in Canada.
If you want to talk about moving plants, then you should watch the, what was it, 1956 Day of the Triffids.
Oh shit!
I think it's 56.
Oh, okay, from Canada. I mean,
No,
Australia.
no, it's from England.
Yeah, big old plant got mutated and killing everyone.
Yeah,
I seen that movie.
that was actually a pretty cool movie. I thought it was.
Yeah, but what I'm saying, guys, I saw that.
1951, sorry, not
You would have
1956.
to see the video of it.
Actually,
And
I was, yeah, actually, there was a radio drama that was created in 1957. But yeah, the film's 51.
but I thought, because you guys told me that when I would bring up things like that, you would want to see the video, or so this is the next best thing to do, show you.
No, it's not a good idea. You should,
Actually, no, it was a novel in 51. It was published as a film in 63.
How many were they?
Huh?
I mean, were
Well,
there?
how many films? There was a book made in 51. The film was published in 63. And there's been 3 radio dramas. One 1957, the other one 68, and the last one in 2001.
Okay, so I think I've got everything set up to where it looks nice. Got to make it to where freaking Ken's head's not behind the freaking audio visualizer. So
Hey.
we got it all looking good. So I believe
We're gonna do a new show.
so. Everything seems to be working out. Here in a minute, I'm gonna start the show for Roger's Real Time Talk Show event, and first I'm gonna go in and grab me some coffee. And Robert needs to stop talking about serial killers. He doesn't need to be talking. What was the other new thing he was wanting to talk about? He said serial killers. I think he was. I think I forgot what it was.
Must not have been that much important if you can't remember it, right?
Well, you need to stop talking about that stuff. Okay, so let me go grab some coffee, and I will be right back. And if Robert starts talking about serial killers, you guys need.
You got on the stream. You got Mark upside down, or it's
Right.
hanging sideways.
Am I? Yeah, you've got the entire Jitsi session on rotated
Oh wow,
90 degrees.
that is so cool. Let me
People are gonna get a stiff neck looking at Mark Edwards.
reset, transform. There we go. That's what I'll do. I'll reset that.
I'm a couple minutes behind you. Okay.
And actually, that's a better thing. So the way I got it right there. So let me go grab that coffee real quick, and then I'll come in here and we'll get started with it. Be right back.
I was just thinking these screens are on Visa mounts, so I was just thinking of just turning the screen up. Yeah,
You
that's better.
know that movie where everyone's stuck up on top? Well, it's an old TV show where that they on a boat and they go down a river, like in I think it's in Africa, but they get caught up on a top landmass or something like that with dinosaurs and all that. Well, there's a spot.
The land that time forgot.
Yeah, there's a spot. There's a spot overseas, big old plateau, and I'm talking about big, massive plateau that they found out by being on there. You go on there, you find new type of animals on it, all sorts of new things that it's not nowhere on Earth, but right there, big old plateau, range and all that, different insects, animals, all up there.
Okay. No dinosaurs, obviously.
Oh no.
He actually mentioned that to me when he was talking about it. He was like, it kind of reminds me of that old movie where they had the dinosaurs.
Time where land
the time forgot. That's exactly what he mentioned to me. Whenever I have to remember exactly where.
I rewatched that about 4 or 5 months ago, actually.
Mm-hmm. Robert's been wanting to do that movie thing with you.
Yeah. How would I
remember
do that
not
now?
on YouTube, DMCA.
Now, if I did that with you guys, I would go reaction. I would.
We can do movie night.
Like, you know how I was telling you about Twitch, where you can where you could actually do freaking like the video on Twitch and everybody can watch it on Twitch, but it's not on the stream, and then get your reaction to it whenever it's being played. You know what I mean?
Okay. I can see major copyright issues on that one.
Well, I mean, they wouldn't be on our video stream, and then like whenever the movie's done on Twitch, it's not stored. It goes nowhere. It just disappears.
Okay.
You know what I mean? So
I hope you're going to pay the original production team royalties for that.
Who cares?
I'm listening to you guys, okay?
I'm not getting loyalties. You know, I mean, if I'm not getting loyalties, I don't give a shit who else is getting it or not. Like, pay me for the privilege of putting your shit on my freaking video. You know what I mean?
Well, after 7 years, the warranty.
The warranty. Okay, we've come to the hour. Let's get ready. Robert's talking about warranties now, so let me do a cool countdown. I'll start the introduction. We'll get the show started. Okay. Let me finish before you say anything, Robert. Okay.
I'm going to tell you guys my business.
Okay. So I'll do the countdown. I'll introduce the show, introduce everybody, and then we'll get into the topic. Okay. Sound good?
Yeah.
Okay. So here we go. 3, 2, 1, now. Hello, everybody, and welcome to another episode of Roger's Real-Time Talk Show event. Tonight we are here with our panel, Mark Edworthy, my co-host, Robert Hanson, my brother, and Tan-Hai Tran, our executive producer, who may fall asleep tonight, but we are not sure. We are going to wait until it gets late before we find out for sure. Until then,
this fat dinner, I'll probably fall asleep, yes.
Yeah, food always makes you sleepy. That is true. So, with that being said, which I need to stop saying that, by the way, I'm gonna have to make an episode or a show and name it "With That Being Said." You know, that's how much I say it. But I figured tonight we would get into the political side of things, we discussed some of the religious slash atheist views that came into play when it came to the Frankfurt School and critical theory and stuff. And now I want to get back to the parts that pertain to the Frankfurt School and stuff. So with that, I'm gonna go ahead and start the talking points and see what you guys think about this and get something going. Now we're gonna do a laid back conversation. We're not gonna do this whole debate thing. So we're going to keep it laid back. The only thing I ask is no slinging mud. Let's keep this clean. Have a respectable conversation about it, because this is actually some very controversial stuff that we'll be discussing. Just all I say is respect one another, allow each other to talk without getting into any arguments or nothing like that.
Queensberry's rules.
Exactly. So, I guess the best way to start it out is, is where I've mentioned a few times, because I have wondered, how much power can be delegated, before the thing being delegated is no longer the government. You know what I mean? Or at least no longer the government that the founders of, say, our country have created. You know what I mean? And when I think of that, I don't think that this is like a left versus right issue, because it isn't. You know what I mean? It's not conservatives and liberals, because conservatives have organizations too, and liberals also have organizations. They've got think tanks, they got lobbyists, they have advocacy groups. We've mentioned it before about the police institutes as well. Now that's not even mentioning like groups writing model legislation, which is another thing that I have an issue with. Model legislation, which not too many people talk about. And that right there is something that you hear less of. You'll hear more people talk about groups that influence education than what you do about groups that are pushing model legislation from one state to another here in the United States. And that is a big issue. So besides that, we've got groups that are part of the media that are creating narratives now. It's like we don't even have real actual news. We've got like a narrative sponsored freaking media source, and it doesn't matter where you go, it's always there. Basically, groups telling society what is acceptable and what isn't is the way I see it. Everything's being everybody seems to be shaping society. Everybody, the fight basically isn't whether society is being influenced, because that's obvious. I think that the fight is who gets to do it, who decides the values, who decides acceptable behavior, who teaches children, who shapes culture, and who writes the story. Because maybe, just maybe the most powerful people in society aren't the ones with the most money, or the ones with the biggest army or the highest offices. Maybe the most powerful people are the ones who convince everybody else what is normal, what's moral, what's good, and what's forbidden. And if that's true, then the most important question isn't who rules us. The question is who taught us what ruling looks like in the first place. So This section basically is actually where I think the argument becomes more interesting, because there are two different kinds of powers being discussed. You know what I mean? So that would be, for me, the thing where I wanted to start up. Because you have the formal, the legal powers, and then you have the informal, which is like the social powers. And with the formal legal powers, you of course have the authority government, which possesses law. But then you have the informal social powers, and that's the ability to like influence what people believe, their values, what they accept or reject or consider normal. So those two, if you haven't noticed, especially here lately, they overlap with each other, but they aren't really the same thing. You know what I mean? So with all of that I just put out there, what's your guys' thoughts so far?
Well, to me, the law, from what it was a long time ago, how far has it changed? It's the thing that the person, it doesn't, like you said, it's not the fake person. It's all in a way that you corrupt and you manipulate the situation. And if you get the right people with you, you can go real far however you want to as well. And with the laws that change, in what way, like the new law that's going to be coming up for 27, okay, with the vehicle. How's that? Who does that benefit? In what way? Okay. And the thing of new currency. Okay, how does that going to benefit the regular people and other companies? Because for what you hear, it affects in a lot of different ways. And from everything, your privacy and your health, how does the law protects it as well? And when it comes right down to it, the same people that's supposed to be watching, how they need to be watching, someone needs to both ways, because there's no longer any money.
Well, see, the thing. Oh, go ahead, Mark.
Okay, I think what you're talking about is advocate groups that are trying to push concepts onto the wider population. As an example, in the UK, the entire public toilet sort of conversation about biological sex and transactions, not transaction. Yeah. The NHS at this present moment is certain NHS trusts are ignoring the UK's Supreme Court's ruling on the definition of male and females, and still allowing, at this present moment, still technically breaking the law and allowing trans people to choose which public bathroom they can use.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, having small or having advocate groups determining the or attempting to determine the law.
You see, that's the thing with me. This all actually comes down really to delegation. This whole delegation question, like here in the United States, it's not really a constitutional issue. I don't see it as, but and the reason why is because the constitutional issue isn't simply whether Congress can delegate anything. You know what I mean? Because the federal government has always needed some delegation. But the thing of it is Congress, and I mean, don't get me wrong, Congress can't realistically write a statute specifically or specifying pretty much, every technical decision an agency might have to make. But I think there's a deeper question there. How much discretion can Congress transfer to another institution before Congress is no longer actually exercising the legislature power that the Constitution gave it? You know what I mean? And I think that's the heart of the non-delegation doctrine, I guess you could say. You know what I mean? Because it's like they really shouldn't be delegating power out to freaking all of these freaking advocacy groups. Like, that's just completely freaking against our Constitution, and they get away with it over and over and over again.
So what you're talking about is creating loose legislation or legislation written in such a way that is very loosely interpreted.
No,
And then allowing NGOs and NGOs to Kangos to fill in the spaces.
right. They literally delegate their powers out to these organizations to do their jobs for them. Okay, like they have the Department of Family Services, which isn't even a freaking government organization. It's a freaking NGO. Okay, and then they delegate their responsibilities out to like the Christian freaking Catholic societies to do the freaking work of like going and freaking taking the children back and forth to their freaking families to visit them and shit. You know what I mean? Or giving them rides to court.
But arguably, isn't family services regulated and directly answerable to a government government body?
They have to freaking go into the courts to give their updates to the judge, and that has they separate that.
I don't mean on individual cases. I mean the wider isn't if there's something major happens because of failure of let's say the family services, aren't they answerable to a government body themselves?
That would be the family courts. Remember, family courts does it at a distance, like because they legally can't be getting involved with this. Juvenile court is probably the most illegal freaking court system that we have here in the United States. Because
just to use an example that we talk about all the time, Ofcom, British Office of Communication, which is a NGO, a Kango, but they are directly answerable to the Department of Media, Culture, and whatever, the sport.
Now, is that even a freaking government organization?
Yeah, because it's like the media is a actual department and government.
Because see, that brings us into the freaking federal, the FCC. Okay, the FCC here in the United States is a freaking commission, but it's not a freaking federal government. It does the job of Congress. You know what I mean? So it's really interesting about that too, because like you guys actually like have a state-run government organization that does that. You know what I mean? Whereas we have the FCC that does it.
But they have the responsibility to Ofcom.
Right.
I know what he was referring to, Roger. He was asking too that the people that they would send out, what qualification are they qualification as part of the state board? You know, I mean, that for family services, are they more into that, government employee in that field
No, they cannot be government employees whatsoever.
for family services?
No. They work for family services and that's it. It's just like the counselors and stuff like that. They cannot be employed by freaking any state office. They have to be employed by family services. That's it. They have to be separate from government offices. Now, when you start talking about government offices, you're talking about the court systems. You've got the family courts, which handle juvenile, and what they do is they take and they pass their responsibilities as a freaking criminal court off to these NGOs, which would be family services. It would be freaking the groups that freaking family services uses to do their job. So they're passing off the buck from one to another. A kid that's in freaking custody of the state could have well over 3, maybe 4 freaking counselors because they're being passed off from one organization to another. You see what I mean? So they've got 3, sometimes 4 freaking counselors that they have to freaking be a part of. Then they have somebody who has to drive them back and forth to this appointment or that appointment. You know what I mean?
Why? What do you mean drive them to appointments? Can't they drive themselves?
No, kids.
Oh, right. You meant the employees of family service are not getting chauffeur sort of service.
And the thing of it is they're drawing revenue off of this. You know what I mean? They're drawing revenue off of it, and they're exploiting freaking the pain and the the hardship of families in order to freaking to do it. You know what I mean? It's really bad. And don't get me wrong, there are bad situations with bad families, but there's tons of people here in the United States, man, who freaking had a nosy neighbor freaking that didn't like them, decided to do an anonymous phone call to get them in trouble. And then they have to go through 2 years of freaking hell because of some anonymous call that they can't even freaking ask, okay, who was the person that made this call? You know what I mean? Oh, it was, we can't give you that information because it's privileged information and it's against the law for us to tell you. Okay.
There's 2 arguments. There's the old facing your accuser arguments, but there's also the data protection, safety of individuals arguments there.
Well, they've learned to take these laws and hide behind them and use them as a freaking weapon. Okay, it's like in juvenile court. Okay, the public cannot freaking read the court dockets and the freaking stuff that's going on in juvenile court because of the safety and the privacy of the child. Okay. So
that's a bit of a bad argument because you could
that's what they're playing. I'm not saying that. That's what the court system is telling us. Okay. But they're using that as a weapon so that they can get away with freaking pulling this shit.
Yeah, they did that in the UK with the 2 teenage boys.
It was more. That was actually more in Ireland. Me and Mark went over that in the first year we did this show because of Ireland and the foster services over there. That was freaking insane.
I remember the one, but I don't remember the names. But
yeah, that one was pretty interesting. But anyhow, that was one of the things that really got me about the whole thing. And like my question is like how much discretion can Congress transfer to another institution? You know what I mean? Before Congress is no longer actually exercising the legislative power that the Constitution gives it. You know what I mean? When all of a sudden all of these institutions are the ones doing everything and freaking Congress isn't doing a damn thing. Huh?
Okay. No, this goes back. This goes all the way back to the sort of Blairite sort of uses of NGOs, isn't it? Doesn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Which, yeah, another invention that the Brits created.
Well, like here in the United States, we have the Constitution with the Article 1. Okay.
Mm.
Article 1 gives legislative power over Congress. All right. Now, the concern is that Congress might pass a broad statute or hand enormous discretion to an executive agency and effectively say, you figure out what the law means and how it operates. Now, that creates a difficult constitutional tension. Okay. The defenders of this administration state might say, you know, Congress establishes the policy and agencies merely administer the details. Okay. But then people who are critics against it could also say if the agency has enough discretion to determine the actual rules people must live under, that's no longer merely administration. And that's where my question becomes particularly useful when it comes to a lot of that. You know what I mean? Because at what point does administration become legislation?
The more important question is how is the preparation, the writing, the legislation itself? If you've got very sort of broad legislation, then very badly written legislation, then yeah, it can be abused. If you've got a very well-defined piece of legislation, then it's not so easy.
And you know, another thing I want to point out too, when I say it like that, you need to, I mean, people need to understand that that's much more precise. It's a much more precise question than like simply saying that the government is too big. You know what I mean? Like, I mean, listen to what I'm actually saying. Okay, at what point does administration become legislation? At what time does government officials who are hired and fired become freaking the law, become the lawmakers instead of freaking, you know, legislation, which is, you know, elected officials?
Technically, if you're going to go down the three sort of points of government, then that would be for courts to decide to create a precedent.
What courts are you talking
Now,
about?
think about what I just said. What when it comes to government officials making laws, there is no court of law. Eventually, that's going to be phased out because they don't have legislature. You see what I'm saying?
Well,
people are going to be appointed.
You can't have in a democratic system. You can't have a non-legislative government. You're talking about anarchy at the end of the day.
No, I'm talking about at what point does administration become legislation?
Again, that would be depending on the wording of the legislation existing. That would be, and then yeah, individuals could. Well, that would be for courts to decide, because it's the courts that interprets that at the end of the day, before it goes back to politicians, interprets the law.
Yeah, but here's one thing I don't quite understand about the law thing. Okay. You've got the government, and the government makes up certain key rules and laws about how it runs, and other, like government, like other states, they all say that they work together, they follow what the government says, okay? But when what makes where each of them don't want to, well, the laws, okay, how do they represent the laws within the state, and how does it work in government?
Well, here's where I'd take you guys' arguments one step further, okay? Now, suppose government power is legally constrained, okay?
Mhm.
That doesn't mean social power is constrained in the same way, okay? A private organization doesn't need constitutional authority to convince legislature to adopt a particular policy. I think, okay, so a think tank doesn't need like government authority to publish research, all right?
Mhm.
Just like a lobbyist organization doesn't need governmental authority to persuade legislators, okay? An advocacy organization doesn't need government authority to campaign for a change in public attitudes. Just like a university doesn't need government authority to develop a theory about society.
Mm.
Okay, and then you look at media organizations. They don't need governmental authority to determine which stories receive attention.
Well, dependent. There are certain when it comes to national security.
Well, what about a social movement? A social movement doesn't need governmental authority to change what people consider what they consider to be like socially acceptable. You know what I mean? That's an entirely different kind of power.
You are saying that the populace is led by the media, and the populace itself hasn't got an agency of its own, which is an interesting point to make.
Well, see, the media here in the United States is very, very important. It was actually protected under our Constitution. Okay, JFK actually did a famous speech that he did to the media as well, and every president usually does a speech in front of the media because, like that our freedom of speech is all about the media. That's one of the big issues that we really do stand by here.
That's what I was referring to as well. Individual states, for them to be part of the government, okay, how does the government operate with the state? How does the state be part of the government? I mean, how the work, when you say, I want to be part of your group, you will look and say, well, you got to follow these certain rules and regulations, or however. That's what I was wanting to find out. Like the U.S., when these states turned into want to be part of the U.S., how does it work? What was the laws that they had to obey by the government laws? Government laws says, these things like with any state. How does they work in that situation?
Well, it's called the Constitution of the United States. Each state had to set up their own state constitution, and it had to conform with the federal constitution. And constitution of each state's constitution can't be in conflict with the federal constitution, the main one that everybody knows. Okay. So you don't only have like one constitution for the entire country. Each state within this country has its own personal constitution to go with it.
Okay.
I would argue that
and then population too is important.
The law, certain laws can be in the US. Certain laws state laws can be in conflict with the federal law. I mean,
They're
as an
not
example,
supposed to.
the individual states laws on the usage of hashish.
No. Well,
Cannabis.
marijuana too.
It's a good example of this.
Yeah. Well, I mean that's something that's been very
Fucking
controversial. And see, I've even brought that up where a lot of people don't believe me. They believe like the federal constitution supersedes the state constitution, and that is not true. That is not true at all. And that's they've been pushing that for the longest time because it's like I say when I started talking about this stuff, they've wanted to separate the state from the federal government for the longest time, and they've been working at doing that over the years. You know what I mean? Because the farther that the state is away from freaking the federal powers, the farther the individual is from federal powers. That means that the rights of the individual becomes less, and that's what they want. They don't want everybody going to the voting booth. You know what I mean? Because they feel that there's just some people out there that's just not smart enough to freaking do that can vote seriously, and they honestly believe this. So they want to keep it as freaking hard as possible for people to freaking vote as they possibly can. All right, and that's why they have the voting system set up the way it is right now. Okay, because that's just a popularity vote. They've set up voting systems to where now it's where everybody thinks that it's about political parties rather than an individual vote. You know what I mean? And it's geared that way.
No, we went to Artist Alley.
Can you mute yourself, please?
Yeah.
It does count because I was
Cool. Oh yeah, Tan, please.
I don't even think he can hear us. There he goes.
Yeah, I
Gotcha.
can mute him myself. Yeah. This argument is the ultimate US idea of voting for an individual rather than for a party, which Britain traditionally hasn't, but recently has sort of crept in.
Well, you got to remember your government wasn't set up the way ours was. Ours was actually set up for the rights of the individual. You know what I mean? Like we actually were a classic liberal constitutional government. You know what I mean? You guys were a monarchy. You know what I mean? You're a parliamental.
Yeah, but
monarchy.
you're talking at a different sort of point. You're talking about the rights of the individual. I'm talking about you've been annoying. Yeah, I'm talking about the rights of
The right of the
people who
government.
have been voted upon. They're not the individual. They should be treated as a member of a party.
That's not really the way it's
makes
set up. Like constitutional governments, okay, there's a difference between parliamental monarchies and constitutional governments. Like the reason why you got your constitutional rights was because your monarchy was afraid that you were going to dethrone them. Okay, that's the only reason why most of these monarchies survived. And Russia was actually one of the first governments that came out with it. You know what I mean? I forgot her name. She was the queen of back then.
Okay.
She's real famous. She
A good
learned.
example. Sorry, a good example of this is the calls at the moment because Andrew Burnham has become the new Prime Minister. There's a lot of calls for a general election. Not that that's going to happen, not until 2029. more than likely. But yeah, a couple of years ago, we had three prime ministers in 1 year.
Yeah.
Yeah, should we have had a new general election at every single change of prime minister?
Yeah, and it's. I mean, from what I've been seeing over there, it's getting really freaking out of control.
Yeah, and I found out too on the video they talk about EU and the rule and how things work with other countries, okay, and how even if you're out of the EU, you still hold to certain guidelines that you have to apply by. You're not fully out of it. You're not. They
Okay. Yeah, I can see what you mean. Always comes called the pseudo democracy, because in fact it's the European Commission, private sector or a private group of people that decide on the rules, and the EU is just a voting bloc, and half of them don't know what they're voting for anyway. But when it comes to countries such as Britain that left the European Union, may that last, having laws that are still based upon the EU laws, that's because those laws haven't been updated or haven't been changed since leaving.
Now, before we go any further, I do want to make this distinction because it's important if I want to keep our discussion intellectually honest. Okay, influence doesn't require control. Okay, you don't have to have to prove like organization X secretly controls society. Okay, that's an enormous claim. You can make the much more defensive observation, okay? Like you can say stuff like organizations compete to influence society. And we can see that everywhere, okay? You can also say think tanks produce research, lobbyists advocate legislation. You can also say, like political organizations mobilize voters. You can also say corporations conduct market research. Universities produce scholarship. Advocacy organizations campaign for social changes. Media organizations frame issues. Foundations fund particular causes. Trade associations promote particular industries. Then you can also say religious organizations promote particular moral frameworks. And none of that automatically makes any of them sinister. Influence is a part of political and civil society. The big question is what happens when influence becomes so extensive that people stop recognizing his influence.
Well, they can't recognize
when it becomes what happens when influence becomes so extensive, so much of it, okay, that people stop recognizing it as influence. Like people stop recognizing that they're being influenced by this shit.
But when they get offended by when someone brings it up, and they can't, because for anyone to do that, you would have to face that you're not smart enough to see what's going on around you.
Well, think about it. Look at like me and you, when we're sitting and we're watching TV and you're watching A-Team back in the 1980s, right? And you see all this stuff and you start freaking telling me this and this and this, and all of a sudden it's sounding like you actually believe that that's real. You know what I mean? Even though it was scripted, directed and freaking written by actors and writers. You know what I mean? It's not just you. It's not just me. It's everybody. They get to freaking thinking that shit's real. Like people that are watching reality shows, Love Island and shit. You know what I mean?
I'm not sure that all of us are so mesmerized.
Well, you get where I'm coming from, though, right? Where you don't even believe that this shit is influencing you.
No, well, in a way, what I was referring to is this. Okay, let's not saying that. Okay, that possibility that actually could happen. Okay.
What do you mean?
Because the stories at times comes up where when you find out later on that they do change certain parts of a story to where they can put it on TV, so they can't put it as the real true story, because a lot of people get hurt and they can get in trouble for it too. But what I'm referring to is that the possibility of the story could be possibly true.
Well, the thing of it is it's like most people who think like that are freaking brainwashed into believing that it could possibly be true. Just because your television say these are based off of factual freaking incidents doesn't mean that they're telling you the truth.
Based. That's a secret word there.
And let me take this back to Law and Order. That's a really, really good example, and nobody talks about it anymore. But when they first came out with that TV series, they were saying these stories are based on factual truths. And you know what? They had to freaking stop because they got sued because they were actually having writers just come up and fabricate shit years afterwards, and come to find out that most of the freaking stories they put on that television series was fake.
Or they eliminated certain parts of the story where it could be true.
But you realize how many people actually believe that those were based on true stories?
Actually, no, that can be worked quite well. I went down to the supermarket yesterday to do some grocery shopping. That is true. I went down to the supermarket, got beamed up by little green men from Alpha Centauri, got probed, and then did my shopping. That is based upon truth. I went down to the supermarket. See where I'm going with this?
I just really wish you wouldn't have said that in public.
But yeah, as an example, as an analogy.
So you're saying that didn't happen?
Well, it's based upon a true story. Mm-hmm. I went down to the supermarket.
You did go down to the supermarket.
Well, I found out today. Remember when we were talking? Everybody was bringing up the thing about back in that people were killing each other and all that. How many? Well, there's one guy back. I think it was back in the 20s.
Okay, so hold on, because I know you're going to get into your serial killer stuff. Now, before you do that, let me go this direction, because this is where normal becomes important. This is where we bring normal back into it, what we were talking about. So let's pull this into sociology, okay? Because this right here is where normal becomes the important stuff. Now consider the difference between saying we are trying to persuade you to accept this behavior and saying this behavior is simply normal. Okay, now the second statement is much more powerful, because once somebody becomes normal, people don't necessarily experience it as a persuasion anymore. They simply experience it as reality. This is real. This is reality. Now, that's the fascinating part about my argument. Okay? I'm not necessarily talking about somebody standing over people with a gun and saying, believe this. I'm talking about the possibility of creating an environment where certain beliefs become socially rewarded, institutionally reinforced, culturally expected, and intentionally taken for granted.
Like the occult.
No, like freaking what you're living in, dude. and others, other beliefs become like embarrassing, unacceptable, socially costly, or unthinkable. See, now that is a very different form of power right there. Okay, that's very powerful. And the thing of it is, all of this has been manufactured because of sociology. You've been trained to think the way you are thinking. Okay, not because of freaking any cults or freaking any kind of serial killers or freaking any Martians from freaking Alpha Centauri. As a matter of fact, that's actually a good way to do it, because like whenever freaking I talk to people who are into UFOs and stuff like that, they're actually, a lot of them are pretty good people. Okay, they don't want to harm nobody. They mean no bad. But whenever freaking people start talking about them, they freaking make it out like it's embarrassing, or you should be embarrassed because you believe in UFOs and stuff, and that's just unacceptable, or it's just socially not freaking not accepted.
Comprehend. If you comprehend the idea that could actually be real, of flying saucers.
But don't listen to him. He believes in little green spacemen. You know what I mean? It's just, and people have been trained to think that way.
Yeah.
But what I was referring to as well, okay, yeah, you might not be. It's, we call it your environment too. That okay, people might not be sitting there saying, but your environment makes you. It creates, that's way I can put it, of what you see, how you recognize things, how your life represents you, what you come from it, okay? And you have to live within that air like that, okay? And if that's all you know is from what you see and what you understand and the way things runs at that point in time, it's like, okay, and that's all you can comprehend is from what you see and how things are. That's why people respond as well.
Yeah, I guess you sort of do you create the environment, or does the environment create you?
Yeah.
Sort of argument.
Yeah, a lot of people call it, and a lot of this does sound like nature versus nurture kind of shit.
Yeah, I was just thinking, Aldous Huxley's Brave New World, where you've got the I can't remember the name of the protagonist. But yeah, definitely in a different sort of environments and the masses.
Right. And the thing of it is, it always comes back to who defines acceptable behavior. Really, it does. You know what I mean? Like and don't get me wrong, every society has boundaries. All right. There are things society says do this, and there's things society says don't do this. Some boundaries are obvious and legally enforced. Things like don't murder, don't steal, don't commit fraud. But other boundaries are informal. Like don't behave this way at work. Don't say this at school. Don't dress this way in this environment. Don't express this opinion in this social group, or don't challenge this particular assumption. You know, some things, some of these norms are completely reasonable, you know, to people. You know what I mean? And
Yeah, you've got to have a sort of cultural a social agreement to get along with people, with the wider population.
the hardest thing I have a time accepting is when people try to tell me that civilizations require norms. You know, but because the thing of it is if you know anything about it, civilizations that require norms also understand that norms also change. You know what I mean? Like things don't stay quote unquote normal. You know what I mean?
I was watching a Jacob Rees-Mogg, ex-top conservative politician, YouTube video just yesterday, and he was talking about again Andy Burnham and the sort of very casual dress sense, and pointing out that if you've ever seen a Jacob Rees-Mogg video, he's always wearing a suit. And it got me thinking about that back 30, 40 years ago, it would be de rigueur for everybody to wear, or everybody to wear some sort of suit. Whereas now, apart from me, who else do you see wear a suit?
Exactly. You know what I mean? And it's just like, you know, like I said, this is going to be controversial. I'm not trying to mudsling or say anything bad about anybody, but look at like gay people today, okay? Now back in the 60s and 70s we had Rock Hudson. Okay, Rock Hudson was a good-looking man for a freaking straight or a gay man, freaking, and you know what? The man always wore a freaking suit and tie. So he always made himself look freaking appropriate. You know what I mean? And he was 100% homosexual.
Well,
You know, but today people want you to believe freaking that kind of stuff didn't happen back in the 1960s. You know, because gay people were oppressed and they were treated horribly and they were treated wrong. But the truth of the matter is it was a different time with different norms, and there were gay people back then too. Just like there's gay people here today in this world. You know what I mean?
only thing that they did make a straight statement about during that time. They had to hide the fact that they were that way, because if they did not, the movie industry would not use them anymore, because a few that did was barred and they were blacklisted from the industry back from that time. And the guy that in the wheelchair, he was as well, it was gay too. And no one ever knew about it. The one that got shot, the police chief, heavy set guy, but he got shot, and no one knew about it until after he passed away.
Well, I mean, for me, all I have to say is Liberace. Okay.
Yeah,
No, I mean, no. It's like everybody makes that assumption. Well, yeah, that you would have gotten you'd have lost your job in Hollywood if you freaking said you were gay. All I gotta say is Liberace, dude. You know what I mean? I mean, the thing about it is like when it comes to like homosexuality, everybody tries to portray that stuff like it was communism. Now I understand they did have a blacklist for communists back then, okay? But I mean, it just seems like they clump the whole homosexual thing in Hollywood with the whole blacklist thing when it comes to communists in Hollywood, which did happen.
There's a wider issue when it comes to sexuality. I was brought up with sex remains in the bedroom, and these days there's so much not recognition. What's the word I'm looking for? So much
Broadcast.
broadcast of one's sexuality,
Yeah.
which may not be so healthy in itself.
No, not really, because for what is happening from you look at from the past tells you a lot. Okay, from the time that people made statements in the past, from the 1700s all the way till now. Okay, about that situation. Them situations before before the 1900s. Anyone that was caught, they thought they would get stoned. They would get killed. Yeah. That if back in the 1630s,
okay, maybe.
no, I'm talking about people have made statements about in the history book that there were certain things that they did not mind, but they considered that sexual deviance. Okay, and deviant things.
In certain countries, you can still be executed or in prison or executed.
Well, yeah, I mean that's
such.
Well, see, let me kind of explain this though, Robert. Like what you're talking about right there, that's actually the norm. Like the things that are happening today is a new thing. Like we've never had a time in our history whatsoever where people weren't murdered for freaking being different.
Yeah.
Okay, like when it comes to like slavery and stuff, you'll hear a lot of things about slavery, about how horrible people were in the past because they condoned slavery and stuff. But most people don't like actually freaking realize that back in the past it was okay to have slaves. Like they didn't see no problem with it whatsoever. You know what I mean? Like Greece, I mentioned it before, 80% of the freaking population in Greece during ancient Greece, the times of ancient Greece, were slaves. 20% of the people in Greece were actually Greek citizens who could freaking vote and be a part of freaking community of free men. Now, if you were freaking a slave, you could actually join the military and earn your freedom and become a citizen. But other than that, you were somebody's slave. That's just the way it was. You know, and everybody accepted that. They had no problem with that whatsoever. That was normal all the way up until freaking black people were slaves and they were freed. To this day they still have slavery. It's just not as widely acceptable.
Well, I was just did a quick Google search, Google quick query on countries that allow slavery. Technically, no countries officially or legally condone or allow chattel slavery, but slavery still persists in countries like India, China, North Korea, Pakistan, Russia, Indonesia, to name a few.
Well, but it was a thing on TV a long time ago. They brought up that situation they had a conversation. It was on the news about it because the news reporters caught wind of some people making some accusations. So what they did is they had to interview with these people about it, and they found out that it's so well hid too here in the U.S. that you could walk down the street, you never thought that these people doesn't make no difference what color you are. They were slaves. They were bought and paid for by who knows who, but they were treated as a slave. But when they would walk down the road to go grocery shopping, whatever, people would never recognize. They would never would have thought or comprehend that type of an idea was accessible today. like until I saw that on the news about that, and when that story broke, it a lot of stories other came from it and verified that that actually did happen, and it's just not the U.S. that does it. There's families that owns other property through the other places that does that, and
Okay. Also, I'm just thinking of the definition of slavery. I mean,
yeah,
as an example, the Gulf states, Saudi Arabia, UAE, Qatar, and Kuwait, have a system called kafala, which restricts workers' mobility and ties them directly to the employers.
yeah, but
So,
that,
well,
See,
it-
now when it comes to that, what that reminds me of is fieftism. Because if you remember, like in early European societies, especially in the early Middle Ages, each person, when they're born into a town, they stayed in the town. They weren't allowed to leave town without freaking permission. Okay, and you were a part of that fiefdom. Now, if the guards allowed you to leave, you could leave, and they did that mostly in East Germany or East Europe. Eastern Europe countries were big on that. Like you stayed where you were supposed to be. In Venice, I got really into Venetian glass and did a lot of research. I used to talk to Robert about this all the time. But when Constantinople fell, a lot of the glass makers from Constantinople, which is where like a lot of the great glass makers came from, they fled to Venice. And in order to freaking keep the secret of Venetian glass to Venice, they literally made these people like um, nobles and stuff, and gave them like a lot of freaking luxury and stuff. And all the only stipulation was is they could not leave Venice; they had to stay there. You know what I mean? And they were treated like kings. They were given people back then didn't have the right to wear freaking weapons, but Venetian glassmakers had the right.
guards.
They were allowed to freaking wear weapons and stuff like that. I thought that was very. When you said that, that's what it reminded me of. That they got all the rewards and everything, but they could not leave. So
I was just thinking on the point of, or the alleged point of the Uyghur population in China.
Well, it's what's on that chat thing. There's two books there. Oh, okay. For what I could understand of the video, it brings up some. I don't know the full story of it, but about how the thing of life after like 4 years, how it replays itself. Situations replays itself, like your past, your future, things that happens, it can return back. You know, like you're relooping itself. And
well, that comes back to just like insanity is doing the same thing over and over again and expecting different results. And there's a lot of insanity in the world, okay? And that's because a lot of people who are crazy are doing the same shit and they're expecting different results. And that creates a loop, okay? Now, you turn around and you start having people who are crazy in the head and they're doing all this crazy shit over and over again, thinking that something good is going to happen out of it. These people are having babies and they're teaching these babies to freaking do the same crazy shit. So now not only do you have one crazy dude doing it, you got an entire family running around doing a bunch of crazy shit. And of course, they're going to have babies with somebody else and they're going to teach their babies freaking how to do all that crazy shit that freaking their parents taught them. So now all of a sudden you got 3 generations of crazy people doing the same shit and expecting a different result. Does that make sense?
Mm.
Yeah, but what I was referring to is
I
they're
mean,
talking.
I know what you were saying. That's what I wanted to add in to what you were saying, so that you kind of understand, like, this loop. That this isn't shit just coming around. Okay, this is stuff that freaking has been happening, and it just keeps repeating itself. Like, this isn't something that just happens out of the blue. You know what I mean? This is stuff that is freaking intentional, because when you do crazy shit, it freaking has a tendency of coming back. You know what I mean? You start seeing freaking shit that you did wrong happening in your kids, and then you start seeing the shit you did wrong happening in your grandkids. And hopefully you're smart enough to figure out, man, hey man, I did that. Maybe I need to freaking do or say something to freaking be a good role model to those kids. You know what I'm saying? Hopefully.
Yeah, but
Most of the time, people aren't that smart though. They just keep freaking playing the freaking game, dude, and they keep doing the stupid shit until somebody gets hurt.
yeah, and what I was referring to is one time people said you don't need to let your kids know. That's true, but you don't exactly sit there and let them know that. Okay, you let them know in certain ways that you know the game because you've done it yourself. Okay, you burst in their bubbles to where they have to face reality that an adult knows what they're doing and what they're thinking. Because what better? Because
Well, I don't agree with that. I think maybe a small percentage of adults actually know what they're doing. The rest of them are freaking overgrown little babies who freaking do not know how to take care of themselves.
oh no,
30-year-old men that freaking act like they're 15.
no, I was talking about kids.
Well, I'm talking about adults,
Okay, yeah.
because I mean, I mean, and don't get me started on the kids, because and we're not here to mudsling. So I'm going to continue where I left off on, because this is gone really really way off. You know what I mean? Now I was talking about boundaries. Okay. There are boundaries that are informal. Don't behave this way at work. Don't say this at school. Don't dress this way in this environment. You know, don't express this opinion in this social group. Don't change this particular assumption, or don't challenge this particular assumption. That's what I said. Now, some of these norms are completely reasonable, okay? Because civilization does require norms. But norms can also change, okay? And when norms change, behavior changes with them. That's where sociology becomes extremely relevant to what we're talking about here. If you understand how norms are created and transmitted, you understand something about how society changes. Okay? And that's very, very important. And this is where education enters the discussion.
Well, I'm gonna guess.
Let me finish with this before you start with your thing. I'm getting ready to get into to education, okay? Now, I would make an well, what I want to do is I want to make an important distinction here, okay? Now, saying school or schools socialize children, that's not the same thing as saying schools indoctrinate children, okay? The first is a description of how social institutions function. And the second is an accusation about what they're doing. Okay, that's an important distinction for us to put out there, especially when it comes to this stream. Okay, there is a distinction between the two. Now, children inevitably learn more than academic information at school. Okay. They learn how authority operates. They learn how groups operate. They learn how rules work. How disagreement is handled. Behaviors that they learn how behaviors are rewarded. Also, how they're punished. Um, and they're expected to interact with other people. Uh, some of that is unavoidable. You know what I mean? So the question really is how much of that should school intentionally shape, and then who determines the values being taught? Uh, that's where the legitimate debate between all of this gets started. So I've got two questions: how much of that should schools intentionally shape, and who determines the values being taught?
Well, I'm gonna say up to a small extent, the school. School needs to teach.
Oh, that the school should have that much authority when it comes to, especially now when you hear the crap that's coming out of these schools. I think that school systems are getting way too big, and the responsibility needs to be put right back on the parents' freaking lap where it belongs. Earlier we were talking about family services and stuff like that, and the school systems are saturated in and out and stuff like that from the federal government. And this is another thing that I've freaking been noticing. And like when Becky, my sister, whenever she left her second husband, Mark or Mike, she ended up first living with us, and then she moved away from us to live out in the housing before she eventually was able to Huh?
Was she contract?
Especially a lot of single women who's had their kids that they've been taking care of on their own, and freaking they don't do that. They're stuck in that system, and they have freaking
Vulnerabilities, yeah.
Yeah, but
That's what that organisation was doing, or is
Yeah.
doing, was doing.
But that's what I was trying to explain to V. Okay, you take people like my sister. Okay, she knows what she has to do. She knows how she has to do it. She has the mindset to doing it. She knows that when it comes right down to it, there ain't gonna be anyone that can help with her money situation but herself. So she has to work with what she has, and she has her mindset. Okay, she knew that housing's going to play by what they have to do with the rules and their laws. She has to watch out for that. She knows about it. So all that has to work for her.
Well, calm down, because it sounds like Tan wants to say something, and you just keep sitting there running your mouth.
Oh, sorry about that.
Come here.
I'm gonna hit you with a rock. I'm gonna see all that mudslinging. See, I get to do that because it's my brother.
I do.
You work for what you do. You have to use smarts to handle situations that whatever comes up in your profession. So you have to use common sense in the whole thing. What I'm referring to, because like when it comes to laws, rules, and when he has to pay for things, he has to keep a level head about that whole thing because he can't afford to take a chance of one person being honest and someone else ain't. It leads down to a dangerous street.
Okay.
Well, that's all I was referring to. Because I mean, as everyone said, you deal with two things.
Well, let me just say this. Like, what I'm basically getting to is like everybody from unions to corporations, to freaking everybody does this, okay? And even think tanks across politics do it. They all have ideas about what society should look like. They all attempt to persuade people. They all attempt to influence policies, try to establish particular ideas as legitimate. So my question really isn't, which side influences society, because I don't want to make it a partisan thing, a left-right thing, or a Republican, Democrat, Labor, all that shit. Okay. So my question isn't about which side influences society, because for me both sides do. For me, the more interesting question is, which institutions have the greatest ability to influence the rules that everyone else lives under? You know what I mean? Like the rules that I have to live under, which institutions have the greatest ability to influence that? And I did point out, I did say institutions. Okay. I did. So that's where I'm coming from. Does that help you with anything you want to say, Tan? No? He fell asleep.
No, I'm here.
Okay.
Right. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah.
Well,
Nice. Good perk to
there
have.
you go. So, and that's just my way of saying it. You know what I mean?
Okay.
So, if you guys have anything you want to add to that, you can.
Well,
I kind of got a little carried away with the whole housing and stuff, but like with the education,
yeah, just as an example. Just
Yeah.
but it's like
they're all tied into one another. That's what really gets to me. Like everybody's talking like, oh, that's just one thing. No, dude, they're all freaking tied into them. They've created like this syndicate of freaking this underbelly of freaking governance where they've created a monopoly. They've literally started profiting off of freaking people, off of the welfare system.
yeah.
Who is it you're talking about?
I'm talking about freaking these people who are freaking running like the housing authority and freaking school boards and freaking, they've
Yeah. In the US they have something like that, yeah? They have the water authority and they have the housing authority.
they have the HUD, housing urban development. And then they've got freaking the school boards. The school board is completely freaking ran off of like I don't even know how you could freaking explain it. Like they're trying to teach kids now freaking sex education in first grade. You know what I mean?
Right.
So
Yeah.
it's just everything is getting so crazy now. It's pathetic.
Well, like what happened in that or we're having a big old thing in one state because two groups don't agree upon what they're each other saying, and that it's a dangerous thing because sooner or later that might go turn into a thing of hurting someone because of the situation. I don't. They're using this religion thing, and it's a dangerous thing when you bring that in.
Right. I think a lot of it, actually, this is probably the best place where I can bring philosophical parts of it into this segment. You know what I mean? Because laws don't just appear from nowhere. You know what I mean? Before a law exists, somebody has to actually imagine the policy. So, like before policies became legislation, somebody had to argue for it. You know what I mean? So people accept the argument, and someone has to persuade them that the problem exists in the first place. And then before that, somebody has to establish the language with which the problem is discussed, so. And to me, I think that's pretty powerful. Consider how much political argument depends on terminology. The words we use.
The manipulation of language.
Right. The words that we use can actually influence how we perceive the problem.
And the verb to.
Well, think about let me kind of throw that off before you start going down that road. So, call something like a tax, okay? And people may respond one way. Now, you turn around and you call it an investment, they may respond differently. You see what I mean? Call something regulation, and it sounds one way. Call it consumer protection, and it sounds different. You know what I mean? The underlying policy might not have changed at all. The frame changed. And the framing is what really does matter. You know what I mean? It's how you say it. Okay? It's an investment.
Euphemism.
Yeah. so you know what I mean? So what? Well, one person may call taxes, the another person will call an investment.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Several pieces of online safety legislation that we will see.
Right.
Protecting people or restricting people.
Yeah.
Or here's the thing. They don't bother saying people, but it depends on what group of people that's going to protect. Because they seem to like to use different meanings and different groups for, because they never quite explain what the program or the law fully supposed to protect. Yeah, goes always around and never the whole thing.
You're talking about the chaos of modern society, so-called identity politics.
I think I have a better way of answering that, though. Like this actually brings us back to my original question. Maybe power isn't simple. Maybe it's not like simply who has the biggest army or who has the most money or who occupies the highest office. Maybe another form of power is who determines the categories through which everybody else understands the world. You know what I mean? Because if you can influence what people consider normal, abnormal, moral, immoral, acceptable, unacceptable, if you can make people believe, that things are freaking enlightenment or they're backwards, or say you make people think that things are dangerous, and then you also make people think that things are real compassionate. You know what I mean? You don't necessarily have to command people. They might actually start regulating themselves. And that's actually a really important concept to freaking really look at. You know what I mean? It doesn't require any kind of conspiracy. People can arrive at the same social conclusions independently before they are exposed to them, or exposed to.
The majority can.
Mhm.
People per se.
Before they're even exposed to any kind of institutions or any kind of incentives. That includes languages, education. Heck, I mean, people can arrive at those conclusions before they even start watching TV, or even have like expectations from going to school. You know what I mean? Remember when you was a kid and you had to be the coolest kid in school? You had to wear freaking those nice freaking clothes and look good to your peers because you didn't want to be a nerd. You know what I mean? All of that. I mean, it all makes sense.
Well, it's like that book, okay, Life 3.0. Okay.
Oh my goodness.
Huh? Well, it brings up some things like what we're talking about, okay, and it hits on certain things that about people and their the way that their thought process, okay, about when life gets to a certain point, how do you handle that? Like from where you're at now, okay, in 4 years, if your life starts to seem like it's going back to repeat itself, okay, like you're living the life all over again, situations appearing like flashback, and you're wondering how did it get to this point? It seems like it should get better because I've already lived this situation. But it seems to appear at unknowns,
Well, I mean, for me, I go back to my original ending before, where I asked, who rules us, basically. I mean, that's a question about formal power, but instead of that, I also think a good one would be who taught us what ruling looks like in the first place. You know what I mean? Because that's a deeper question. It asks where our assumptions came from. Who taught us what authority looks like? Who taught us what freedom means? Who taught us what justice means? Who taught us what normal means? You got to ask these things. Who taught us what a good society is supposed to look like?
I'm still questioning what normal means, even now, in my 50th year.
Yeah, it goes to a whole different thing. Like you have when you're raising up, what you see around you, how you react to situations.
Yeah, but the thing I want to do right now is I want to also ask you a question that'll kick you in the balls. Okay, after saying that, okay. First, who taught us what a good society is supposed to look like? Okay.
No one.
But the big thing is did we consciously choose those values, or did we inherit them so early that we never thought to question where they came from?
Values as a sort of whole, or individual values are you talking about?
Mm-hmm. That's the point where my whole sociology discussion, I think, can move naturally into like psychology, education, critical theory, like we've been talking about. You can also talk about propaganda if you want to. There's shitloads of stuff we could talk about, like political organizations, constitutional government, even. We were talking a little bit about that before, you know.
Well,
And I'm really, when it comes to like the administrative state, that shit freaking gets me big time. And I have a hard time with freaking not saying that it's socialism. You know, I'm kind of I'm kind of toning it down, trying to be a little bit more kinder, because I went over some of my old blogs when I first started doing this stuff, and I was really, really hard on everything. You know what I mean? I could not believe how critical I was about stuff. So I'm trying not to be biased. The only problem is I was biased on everything. Like, I was so biased that I was unbiased. You know what I mean? Because I had a problem with everything, dude. It's like Bob Dub would be so proud of me. I was like the rebel, the freaking the anarchist, because I freaking was so anarchist. I was against anarchy. That makes sense. I think my whole thing is like I have a hard time with pretending that all of these things aren't like secretly one unified system. You know what I mean? I have a hard time with saying that someone doesn't control everything, because deep in everybody's mind, they know that there's this bastard sitting back in the freaking back room, and he's freaking calling all the shots, and he's just out to screw me. You know what I mean? It's like that plays with everybody's head. You know what I mean? You got to admit, dude, like when you're really, really pissed off because of something that happened, you know that there's somebody back there in that back room that's freaking calling the shots, screwed your day up.
I don't know. Society creates society.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
But it's like that. There's that thing built into your head where you want to believe that rather than to freaking believe otherwise.
Yeah, well, think of it like this. You have groups, and the groups operate with the system.
Oh, see, Robert's a good example of what I was just talking about.
And, well, you stop to think. Okay, like you take Congress and all them. Okay, that's a splinter group, all that is. And within that whole group, different of them works in different ways and have different way of thinking.
Well, you know, when you say that, you know what the best way for me to say it is? You know, I should have probably been careful when I said this, because you're right in a certain way, because like it isn't about someone controls everything, okay? It's about human beings are influenced by institutions. Institutions are influenced by people. All power exists wherever someone like can shape the choices. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
In like beliefs, you got incentives, you got boundaries within where we all operate, basically. And once you recognize that, the big question is who decides. You know what I mean? Because that becomes considerably harder to answer. You know what I mean? Who decides? It's a lot easier to recognize it, but then when you ask that question, you gotta say who decides this stuff. So
Yeah, but just not who decides, but will they stand strong about doing it?
I just think that we need to really, really be careful when it comes to these government agencies. You know, when I say freaking, I think there's a difference between somebody who's an elected official and somebody who's hired and fired into a government position, and we need to be very, very careful about that.
Oh, it's not government agencies, it's organisations per se, as you say,
Yeah, exactly.
Universities, businesses.
Exactly.
Like all them scientists, how they all came up with this, and then so far they ain't found nothing else.
Well, we're going to get back to that later in one of your conspiracy theories episodes. Right now, we are talking a serious show. We're trying to be serious. You went on and you tried to talk about crop circles on one of my shows. Now you're wanting to talk about freaking those disappearing scientists.
Okay.
We're
Elephants, but
that is code word for we need to bring this to an end. Robert, you have done it again. Thank you for doing that. Now, Tanner, are you still there?
So is Robert on the conspiracy show now?
Robert, dude, is like, he's gone nuts. He can't stay away from it. He loves conspiracy like you wouldn't believe. Him and V are like best friends now. They hang out.
They're 11.
They talk about conspiracy theories all the time.
Mr. Robot will let them.
Well, Mr. Robot hasn't met Robert yet. I don't think he could handle it. He probably would have a meltdown and all that good stuff. So before we go, you want to give your socials, let everybody know how they can reach you if they want to.
Starting with me?
Yeah.
All right. My name is Tan Hai Tran. You can find me on Noster at TH2 Tran at primo.net.
Right on. How about you, Mark Edworthy? How can people get in touch with you?
excuse me. Minds.com. Username Medworthy.
Okay, so with me and Robert, you can contact both of us on minds.com at Roger_Hanson. You can also find us on Roger's Hangout on Vector, as well as on Elements Matrix and on Teams. Now, Teams is a community. The other ones are chats, but you can get in touch with us on there.
Yes, I also forgot to mention Vector. I'm also on there on Roger's Hangout. And Vector is a Noster chat app. Everybody should.
If they can contact you through Noster, or Vector, they can contact you through Noster. Same difference.
Yep.
Yeah, and I do want people to know too. We just really got it fired off today, and it was a really good turnout. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I do think it was a really good turnout. We had a really good day with it, and hopefully we can get this going more on there as well, because I really did like how that turned out. So that was pretty good. So before we leave, I'd like to say thank everybody for being on the panel tonight. This was a great show. I'd also like to thank everybody who's watching or may watch this later. If you enjoyed the show, please like, subscribe, share, make comments in the comments section so that we can respond to you. We will respond to each and every person as long as you're not trolling, trying to sell subscribers or anything like that. But if you want to leave a comment, we will make it a point to respond to everybody who does make a comment. Thank you for watching. I hope you have a good day, good morning, afternoon, evening, whichever one, whatever time of day it is for you. And we will talk to you later.
What?
All
in a
right.
class.
No.
Hey guys, I got the thing to Rogers right there. Can you pull that box out right there on the edge on that second where the computer stuff is? The next one over. Yeah, that one.
He's wanting to pull a
That's the one I was telling you about.
32 PNP.
Yeah.
Yeah, 3D.
What do you want to do?
He's pulling out a freaking sound card.
Okay.
Yeah, it's nuclear. It's nuclear. It's a 32 PNP 3D wavetable sound card.
I was telling
And
you
it's
guys
nuclear.
about. Yeah.
That shit's so freaking outdated, Robert. I
I
swear.
know that.
You couldn't even
Most-
hook. You
most
couldn't even
machines-
hook it.
I was
I
telling you
haven't seen
about.
a sound. I haven't seen a
EMP.
separate sound card, PCI, ISO, whatever, sound card in decades.
Yeah, I
Yeah.
know. Yeah, I know.
All
This is
machines
Robert.
got cards in, or sound chips.
He decided he wanted to get involved with helping me build computers, right? So what does he do? He goes out and he freaking orders all the little bits and pieces that you can hook up to the wiring and freaking you can make the wires from scratch.
Sound card.
No, he did all
probably
this stuff.
got another sound card.
He freaking got freaking CPUs that I don't even know where they go to. I know that they are supposed to go to like freaking a laptop, but I think a lot of those laptops are freaking outdated now, and you can't use them
Well,
anymore.
Again, what do you mean by outdated?
Like I don't know where they belong.
Yeah.
I've tried.
One person's trash is another person's treasure.
You know, it's like Robert is a trip. I'm telling you, he goes on shopping sprees. We can't let him on eBay alone. He buys seeds from freaking Ukraine. Okay, and the freaking border patrol seizes it because freaking they don't allow freaking those seeds to pass freaking the border into the United States. Just seeds.
So why is it being published on eBay US?
Don't ask me. See that goes back to what I've been saying about the internet being a scam. I mean, seriously, it's a good question. They shouldn't even be on there.
Yeah.
You know.
Or they don't have a.
I mean, UK.
Mm-mm.
I don't know if they do in the US. I guess they could.
No, but you can buy the parts in the UK. They got a 3D machine for the parts.
Okay, so tonight you are you wanting to do the Praetorian episode with us, Mark?
Yeah, we can do. Yeah.
Okay, cool. Because I wanted to. I know we were talking about it last week, and
Oh yeah. Are we talking about the suicide? Because I did create a load of notes.
Yeah, that's exactly that's what we were going to talk about. Let me get some more coffee. I'm going to roll this cigarette, and then I will freaking get that started. Let Robert talk your ear off because he's got a lot to talk to you about. He's been planning this all week long, man.
Well, I was just surprised. I wanted you to know where I came up with that website from. Okay. I know it's old stuff, but it's that PNP, the sound card. I wanted you guys to know where I found it at and where, because I was surprised about it and all that. I never heard of a place like that. I didn't know if they had any programs as well for the affiliate for other things that you guys are doing. As far as I know.
It's just a news, and it's just with the news and conference and news, Microsoft News sort of outlet. From what I'm seeing. Even that little thumbnail that you that you added, or that was added because you published that address, states latest news and announcement from Microsoft and community. So it's this really just a news channel.
Yeah. Well, I didn't know what all they have. I just saw a lot of different things that it offers, and I wouldn't know what it would be even if I was looking at all of it. Yeah, you know, I can recognize some things might be cold or whatever, but
No, it's a Microsoft product placement sort of channel. Buy and look at the latest, greatest thing that Microsoft's created. Whoopee! That sort of thing.
yeah.
Well, I mean, a sound card, dude. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like, I don't even think they freaking have sound cards anymore, do they?
USB sound. I've got an interesting device of it. A Pippo X8 computer, and it's extremely hard to actually activate the sound sound chipset on it. Because of some sort of how they integrated it. It's weird. So I found a potential solution for it, but alternatively, I probably USB to phono sort of sound adapters. And I can use in which acts as a sound card in itself.
You know, it didn't even dawn on me, but like you would actually be freaking a good person for Robert to talk to because you're big in the Bluetooth thing.
Okay.
With Bluetooth, like I hate Bluetooth with a passion. You know what I mean? That's what I'm saying. Maybe you should like hang out with Robert and explain to him what Bluetooth is because that's the kind of stuff he's always been into.
Just a short-range communication protocol.
Yeah, but it deals
Well,
with
the technology behind it too, though.
Yeah, but it deals with different things. Like I did not know this, but during that time with the gas pump, okay, and found out that a person located the Bluetooth where it was copying the data off of your card at the gas pump. They found out that if you have your bank card.
Okay, that's not Bluetooth. That would be NFC.
No, but they use Bluetooth technology to read
the totally different technology or DFI.
Well, they were
no. I think he's saying that the card copier uses Bluetooth technology to transfer the credit card information into a computer somewhere.
I see.
Yeah, that's
where the thief is hiding.
Yeah, and they found out that they use another electronic from Bluetooth. Picks up that Wi-Fi signal that each of them places have, and they were actually able to locate them.
Due to the transmission rates pretty extremely low, we could create sort of, I don't know, Wi-Fi internet access or network access points using Bluetooth. I've done it in the past, but you're talking about very, very slow transmission rates.
Well, it was good enough that another device from Bluetooth picked up that, and they found out what was going on, and they notified the gas station, and the gas station, the person in charge, went out there, and they found that the device was up inside there.
Okay. So the gas pump was tampered with.
No, yeah, and they said that that little sticker, it gets passed by the government. That little yellow sticker, 92 or something like that. Well, they say that if you see that split in two where it opens up under the gas pump, and if you're using your car, do not go and use it at the gas pump. Go in and pay for it inside the store, because they've had problems with people that have no cameras at the gas station. They were getting hit left and right. And at this one place, it's on there on the chat. It's a ROSSENREPORTS. It's a thing that he picks up on all the scams and stuff like that, and at stores and stuff, and he puts it on there on his website.
Mhm. Okay.
But they were showing it and explaining that about Bluetooth, and this was about 4-5 years ago when they found out about it, and that's how they found out about. It's got to such sophisticated now with the 3D printers that the top of where you put your card in, you can set it the duplicate right up on top, and it flushes perfectly. All they got to do is just take a picture of the original and put it in a computer, the picture, and they can 3D print it out with the circuit with the device inside of it, and they can do it that way. And when they go in, they put it right up on top of the original, and you never tell.
Okay.
But it's all on the Rogers chat thing. There's a wide varieties of different things on there. The robots fights, martial arts fights, the races, the robot races, the 2 books.
I'm just looking at just reminding myself about Bluetooth speeds and distance. Bluetooth 5.0 has got a theoretical maximum distance of 800 feet. So, in reality, no more than 3 megabits per second. Megabits per second. Megabits per second. So, low speed, short range network or communication topology, not topology, but yeah, network communication protocol. So yeah, not really ideal. Well, not ideal for a lot of data to be transmitted, but suitable for, I don't know, short, small amounts of data, such as mice data being provided by computer peripherals like mice and keyboards, or transmission of audio, earbuds, and or transmission of small amount of information, short range, like the transmission of data from this watch to my phone.
Yeah. But only thing is that when you use your card and you put it through that machine, inside or outside, you have to watch out because you do not know if the thing is the real McCoy or not. Because they have had problems, and it's just recently really gotten even bad about it.
Or if it's Bluetooth, then you're going to have somebody or somebody receiver these devices up to, what did it say? Up to, well, depending on the class, 800 feet, 243 meters.
Yeah, how much can it hold in data? The Bluetooth, the whatever, however, because
it can depend on the version. Bluetooth 5 can, well, in reality, up to 3 megabits per second. Bytes. MB, I can never remember if it's Mbps or Mbps. Megabits per second, yeah. So yeah, don't expect to be able to communicate on a platform like this using Bluetooth.
Well, yeah, that's true. But let me ask you a question. If you wanted to fix up a large device that all it does, it has the ability to hold massive amounts of video in it.
So,
like,
okay, storage device.
What would be the best type of device? Would it have to be created by?
We'd have to understand the use case the users need in this, the specific user needs.
Okay, we'll say, okay.
I mean, is there a device that they want to carry around? Or is there a device that they want static somewhere?
Something about the size of the desk, your desk. Okay, and it's on like a big battery pack thing hooked up to it. But it takes large amounts of any type of video, that whatever type of video it is, it's able to hold it, and put it through a process, checking it to see like color, like your pixels. Okay, check the pixels, alters.
So you're talking about some sort of device with a actual physical screen on it?
Yeah, with multiple uses.
So a phone?
Well, no. I'm talking about for containment. Just strictly containment.
So a device that doesn't need a screen?
Yeah, to where if I wanted to hook up, let's say like about 300 cameras, CCTV for an example. If I wanted to hook that all up, I have the device that can handle all of it.
So it's just a conventional computer?
No. I'm talking about I'm talking about where I don't have to worry about the computer, if the computer can handle it or not. I know a computer couldn't handle it for the amount of videos that would be streaming into it. If it doesn't have the space for it. If you talk about like 200,
yeah, but you just add more storage to the computer.
Yeah, but how can you?
Or larger storage.
Okay, but if you wanted to freeze, like the information that is being created from the computer as a signal of the video, how can you freeze that intact?
I'm not sure what you're asking. You're asking just for storage of content.
Yeah, like
Why would you be freezing stuff on the storage mechanism?
well, it's where you can hold on to it for a longer period of time.
Oh,
Like if you got like well, to where like if you wanted to hold for large amounts of video without having a hard drive or whatever, but if you have a way like well, I know you could use a crystal for that. I don't know if it can handle
okay. I
video.
think you've gone down fantasy land again. Yeah,
Well,
just
no.
go get yourself some standard storage.
Oh,
Hard drive, solid state, whatever.
well, cause they got ones for I think it's 24.
Tape.
Huh?
Tape.
Oh.
Magnetic storage.
Magnetic. Okay, I heard.
VHS.
We've already done an episode on
wheels.
VCRs.
Yeah, big 1950 mainframe wheel. Magnetic.
Yeah, you're a couple of years too late. We've already done a series on the VCR.
Punch cards. It's still with them punch cards.
Me and Mark already did the history of VCRs already, so you lost out on that, Robert. Sorry. See, if you'd been hip and cool like me and Mark Edworthy, you would have freaking been here and been a part of that. But no, you were too busy freaking clicking on what's on Facebook. You know, we were breaking it down, the whole history of VCRs and everything. So,
and we didn't really go that far, to be fair.
No, we didn't. Not really.
We've gone a lot further.
Yeah, but
like you know, there was a cult following for the VCRs, right? Like there were
Betamax.
They've still got videos. I think me and you actually did the best video for VCR, the history of VCRs. I don't think we went very far. We could have gone farther, but I think we actually did a really good job of it.
Well, like a description of a VCR tape, how it takes how it runs. What I'm saying, how from the tape to the machine, and how does the machine picks up the signals of the picture.
No, I mean,
it's magnetic tape, much like audio cassette tape.
No.
Floppy drive.
But it deals with sound.
No, Robert, we got into like the hardcore shit. That's the basic stuff. You know what I mean? Like we were actually talking about the difference between when VCRs were just the VCR and then they did the digital. They did the digital side where it was mandatory that you have the freaking DVD on one side and the VCR on the other side. Like there's a difference between a VCR and a VHS.
No, VHS is just the format, isn't it?
Well, what they did is they digitized it, okay, and people didn't realize it at first, but they made it to where they could actually put freaking metadata on it so that it could be tracked. So that's how they were able to freaking start the whole censorship thing, was because people started slowly allowing these companies to digitize everything and use metadata to track.
Oh, but you forgot that one before that, Roger. The big, I think it's a DVR. That one is in case and it slides out when it goes into the machine.
We'll have to do another one, I guess. Now you got Mark's wheels turning. So,
I mean, DVR is.
We're gonna have to come out with another.
We call that, okay.
It's been a couple of years. We might have to come out with another episode of the history of VCRs.
Interesting. I was just last night. I was just before I went to bed. I was looking at DSLR cameras, for the purpose of video recording. God, I haven't got £1,000 to spend. But yeah, I was just looking up models and capabilities, and yeah. So rather than using magnetic storage, using natural source.
Well, you know that if you want to beat the system, if you really want to beat the system today in today's world, if you've got an old VCR sitting in your storage, hook it up to your TV. Take your
First check the caps and check the belt as well. Open up and check the see if the caps are blown or the belt has degraded. Remember, belts are usually just made of rubber, and rubber degrades over. Yeah.
Take your freaking VCR. You hook it up through your computer. Okay, in the TV, and you take any kind of freaking movie that you want, any kind of TV show, anything, and you record it through that VCR, and it's clean. That means you can freaking put that shit on the internet, and nobody is going to be able to detect it because it doesn't have any metadata on it whatsoever that they can detect.
I do not condone piracy.
The only way
It's clean. It's clean.
Piracy.
Yeah, but we,
VR.
See, a lot of people today.
VR.
See, a lot of people today don't know that. They do not. Oh, I'm wondering. I think I got booted. No, they didn't boot me. Cool. I got nervous.
Nobody manufactures VCRs anymore.
Really?
No company. Yeah.
I thought that one, what was it? They're the ones that were into, they were into like old retro stuff.
Yeah, you can buy secondhand on new old stock, obviously.
I'll do some research on that too, because we might have one here in the United States. I'm not positive about it, but I've seen advertisements about it.
We did at the time do some research on tape. Actually, was it tape cassette manufacturers or was it VHS manufacturers? I remember.
I think it was the tape ones. Well, no, the VHS, the VCR, VHS. That's how we found out the difference between a VCR and a VHS.
Yeah, I mean VHS tapes themselves.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure
the VCR is just the.
It led us down that whole rabbit hole. Okay, so you want to do this? You want to do this show?
Let me have get myself a drink and for a second.
Give Robert enough time to go in there and do whatever he needs to take care of too. He's been sitting at that desk for quite a long time. He got excited tonight. He was able to explain those VCR or those videos to you guys. I told him, I gave him fair warning too. I was like, man, don't be doing that stuff on other chats because people will ban you, because, and I should have thought ahead of time and let him know. But I don't do that with Robert usually. That's why I usually get in trouble. He always gets me in trouble. Like on the Praetorian, the show we're getting ready to do. I have a YouTube channel called the Praetorian, and I used to have a Facebook group and community, I guess you could call it. And he kept going on there and posting freaking Alex Jones when he got kicked out or kicked off of Facebook. I kept telling him, dude, you can't be doing this shit no more because he's going to get us in trouble. And he just kept posting them. Finally, freaking after getting in trouble enough, I had to freaking make it to where he couldn't post nothing on my freaking group anymore because he just wouldn't stop. I was like, dude, you cannot do that shit.
Well, he wasn't the only one that was doing that. What you call that one that didn't speak, but he was in that free-wheel car.
Oh, Mr. Bean, that was
Yeah.
me. That was me. Yeah, I know. I like Mr. Bean. And I kept freaking trying to figure out a way of pirating Mr. Bean so that freaking it wouldn't be picked up. Finally, they sent me a freaking letter through the mail telling me to cease or assist, or I would lose my internet freaking privileges. Like they would stop us from freaking having the internet if I kept freaking posting freaking Mr. Bean on the internet. I was like, are you fucking kidding me, dude? He was the only person I ever freaking got a letter in the mail from by his attorneys telling me to cease or assist. And I mean, dude, I got in trouble for freaking doing Family Guy back whenever I first started doing shit because I like doing little clips of Family Guy, like the funny parts. And they blocked my freaking YouTube, got rid of it. My first YouTube I lost because of that shit. And that's when I figured out I needed to stop. But I finally gave it all up whenever Robert did Alex Jones. I was like, that's it. I'm going legit. No more shit like that. I'm not doing anybody else's content. It's going to be my content. And that's when I stopped. That's why I tell everybody when I'm on the internet, I'm like, where you think it's cool to freaking do that shit, using other people's stuff. And trust me, it's not. Because like right now, like Rumble, for example, or Kick, they're allowing you to get away with that shit, okay? But the rules don't stay the same, okay? Freaking what they're doing now doesn't apply to 5 years from now when their platform gets bigger.
If it gets bigger.
Well, I mean, from what I'm seeing with Rumble, it's going to get bigger. Now, I can't say the same about Kick, okay? Kick could end up being another Twitch, but I can honestly say, like, I'm actually seeing growth. You know what I mean? I'm like, my combined total of people on Rumble is now
but it's that growth of the platform, or is that there's more of the existing users being interested in your content?
Right now, all of my channels together are coming up to 700 and what was it? 700 and freaking something people all together, combined. I can check out real quick. Just hit dashboard. 757 total followers on all my channels.
On Rumble?
On Rumble, yeah.
Okay.
And I have...
What's the average watch time?
They don't have that. That doesn't come in the statistics.
So say you could have whatever number of followers and they are just watching 2-second clips.
Actually, I think they still have the legacy. Let me see real quick. If I go to analytics, yeah, the stats and analytics and the legacy one, they have the graph with the ECPMs and unique views, raw views, ad eligible, filled, ECPM, and then earnings, which none of that's important. It doesn't, like, you never get more than 3 cents, you know what I mean, for it. So, and that's combined all throughout time. So, but yeah, you can do that with the unique views and the raw views, but they don't do the whole thing right there. Oh, and I should mention too, I do have the wallet hooked up on there finally. So if anybody wants to donate, like freaking any cryptocurrency, we can accept it on there now through the wallet.
Yeah, I got that on there too about that. I was trying to ask you guys about it. I know I couldn't say it correctly, but that video could explain better than what I can.
Yeah, we got it set up. Go get your stuff taken care of, what you want to do for coffee and stuff, and Robert's going to keep us distracted if you let him continue the way he is. So I'm gonna mute this out. I'll put some cool songs on for people to listen to while we're away.
Yeah.
And if we get tired and decide to fall asleep, then we just won't come back. There'll be like 30 minutes of music that's going to loop over and over again until you stop watching, guys. So this is music that I made for the Quantum Gathering. I put it together in a 30-minute song drop. So I hope you guys enjoy. I'm going to mute out, and we'll be back here in a little bit for the Praetorian, another episode of the Praetorian, which I'm glad that we can do because I don't get to do many of these. So let me go ahead and mute out, and we'll be right back.
watching. Mantis beings drink my blood, my blood. Caffeine running through my blood, my blood. Lizard people in the room, Bigfoot in the back room, back room. Mantis beings drink my blood, my blood. Caffeine running through my blood, my blood. Lizard people in the room, Bigfoot in the back room. Alex Jones will ride. I'm an alligator Alcatraz. I got lizard skin boots. I got lizard skin coats. They want the juice in me. My blood is the code. My blood is the map. I don't feel the pain, I just feel the rush. Mantis beings drink my blood. Caffeine running through my blood. Lizard people in the room, Bigfoot in the back room. Mantis beings drink my blood. Caffeine running through my blood. Lizard people in the room, Bigfoot in the back room. Bigfoot in the woods, sucking on the red straw, injected with the energy. I see through the mask, vampire lifestyle at night. Rick Owens on the floor. I'm the ultimate key. The truth is in me, drain me for the high. Max beings drink my blood. Caffeine running through my blood. Lizard people in the room, Bigfoot in the back room. Max drink my blood. Caffeine running through my blood. Lizard people in the room, Bigfoot in the back room. All this and more for your tune-in pleasure through Rodriguez Productions. My blood is the signal.
Two forces pull at the edges of everything. Opposites that define each other. Tension humming like a wire about to break. But something happens in the space between them. A spark. A third presence rising out of collision. That's where I live now. In the place where duality shatters, where stories merge, where intention bends the field and reality forms a new shape. I'm not who I was. I'm not who they told me to be. I'm the point where all three lines meet. And I am waking up. Tell me the lies that fill my skin. I'll tear them open just to breathe again. Two halves ripping through a broken frame. Opposite forces whispering my name. I feel the rupture. Cold fire on the seam. A third shape rising from the fraction in the dream. Reality burns. I come alive where the axis turns. Duality dies in the heat I release. I am the storm that refuses peace. Reality burns. Three voices fused into one. That learns. Ghost symbols flicker in my blood. Golden apples drowning in the flood. Ancient stunting through my bones, turning every shadow into thrones. Lotus breaking through the veil of mud. Intention carving patterns out of blood. Reality burns. I come alive where the axis turns. Duality dies in the heat I release. I am the storm that refuses peace. Reality burns. Three voice fused into one. I'm Space twists when I make the shift. I breathe and the universe drifts. My mind is a blade, my will is a spark. I'm rewriting fate in the mouth of the dark. Reality burns. I rise from the fire, no one returns. The pattern completes itself through me, body, mind, and awakening. Reality burns, and I finally see what I am made of.
Browser up, unmute it so that everybody can hear our beautiful voices. And then I'm going to put the cool background in so that it's going good. We're so cool these days, dude. I'm high tech. Got the audio visualizer on there now, and I do have to say thank you to Mark Watashik for that. He's the one that actually showed me the program that I could use to put on there, where it can actually have waveform on there in a live stream.
Okay.
A lot of people don't realize, even Mark, he didn't realize that that's actually freaking something that's really beneficial to a lot of people. Like, a lot of people don't know that's out there. So
What, the equalizer sort of
Yeah.
effect? Well, it's only one bar equalizer, which is really that beneficial. I don't know.
Well, you try editing videos and not figuring out that there's
Yeah,
an
that's
add-on.
bar equalizer.
You know what I mean? Like That's the one thing I was always having an issue with. I was like, how can I turn around and do the same thing on Blender that I'm do the same thing on live stream that I'm doing on Blender?
Okay.
You know what I mean? It's not as good as what the ones on Blender are. Don't get me wrong, but
Does Blender have waveform equalizer?
I do it with my music all the time.
meters, right? VU meters.
Well, audio visualization. You can
Okay.
you can do it yourself. You can, but that's only for videos. You can't do it like set up a program of your own. I'll probably figure it out later on. Now that I've mastered the art of being cool,
Okay.
I'm a cool dude now. Took me until I hit 50 to do it, but I'm finally cool. I'm cool as fool.
Or there's another old saying, "You're cool, man, you."
Oh man, I had to mute myself out for that one. Okay, so you guys ready to do this? Now, I'll start out the show like normal, okay? But then whenever we get to where we want to talk about the topics, I'm gonna turn it over to you and let you read your first talking point, and then we can. Whenever you're ready to stop, you stop, and then we have a conversation about it. Okay?
Okay.
It'd be that simple.
Actually, no. If you want to make it more free flowing, because my notes are sort of sporadic and all over the place there.
We'll just look at them, talk regular English. Don't have to read nothing, and just kind of incorporate it into what you're saying.
English. Talking to me here.
Exactly. That's why I'm saying you'd be so good at it, because you're the Englishman. Oh, and Bob Dub mentioned something too before we get started. She wanted to know if you wanted to do a show on proper English.
Yeah, I saw that earlier, and I was going to reply that. I mentioned last night we and you were thinking about doing one some time ago.
Yeah, that's what she was talking about. I think that's what she's talking about, at least, because I think she was there when we were having the conversation.
I mentioned it last night.
Yeah,
the show that you went on.
It'd be a good idea. That way you can talk about how people don't use the word "that" anymore, and like colloquialism.
Well, that and the different types of different Frank. I don't know.
Well, we'll see. My whole take on this is like, you know how we were talking about LLMs. I think that we're actually teaching the LLMs to be stupid. I don't think that it's accidental, because they're going off of our freaking languages.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
Are we teaching the LLMs to be stupid, or are the LLMs teaching us to be stupid?
Well, kind of a mutual relationship going on there. You know what I mean? So, whenever you're ready, let me know, and I can do the countdown. I'll open it up, and we'll get on with it.
Carry on.
Okay, so here we go. 3, 2, 1, now. Hello, everybody, and welcome back to another episode of The Praetorian. Yes, The Praetorian. We don't get too many chances to do episodes for just The Praetorian, but tonight we are going to be able to do it because Mark Edworthy has decided to grace us with some good talking points that we really should be talking about. So tonight I am going to start the episode out, but then I am going to let Mark Edworthy go over some of the stuff that we were talking about earlier about discussing. One of the big topics was the stuff that, and believe it or not, we haven't been hearing it at all on any of the media, but it's the stuff that's been taking place in Spain and Morocco.
Sorry, you haven't been hearing it in media in the
No,
US?
nothing.
I'm surprised.
Empty air. I mean, it should be big news. It really should be. Be honest.
Well, that's what I was referring to. You don't hear anything like that in the news here in the U.S.
Well, you know how they're
Subscribe to the Lotus Eaters. Subscribe to us.
yeah. Well, you know how even like before we mentioned like the wildfires that were taking place down there, with the excessive heat and everything on they said that Spain and southern France, they said, has been going through some excessive heat, and there's wildfires that's been breaking out down there too. That was right around the same time.
Another subject, just briefly. I think it was about a week ago now. We all know about the sort of emergency distress. I know in the US it's used quite often, but the sort of governmental emergency distress thing that you can get on your phones. You know, the government will announce or a state government will announce that there's a flood somewhere, or
public broadcasting system.
Yeah. In the UK, there's only been, there's only been one real test, and it was just last week that the UK government didn't announce it prior, but put out a fairly frivolous emergency thing about not being careful about using lighters and setting fire and starting fires and using barbecues, and because there was and a lot of sort of abuse, sort of women abuse charities criticized it because there was an announcement prior to the thing. If you are a vulnerable person, let's say in a bad relationship, and you've got a secondary emergency phone that you don't want to tell your spouse about for emergency purposes, and that's stored in a drawer or something in your bedroom or something, and it starts making sirens, then you're in. You may have a problem there. The UK government was criticised for not warning people about it, and using this was relatively frivolous purpose.
They were trying to expose those cheating spouses who were cheating on their significant others by sending out freaking emergency broadcasts.
It was totally poorly
ridiculous.
Done and inappropriately. The reason was inappropriate.
Now I heard something about kind of like that, but this was maybe about a decade ago, and I thought this was weird. But Germany, I believe, wanted to put out an emergency broadcast warning for tornadoes, and from what I've heard is there has never been tornadoes in Germany since freaking Memorial.
Just a quick tornadoes.
Yeah,
in Germany.
I had heard about this, and I was like, "That is the most ridiculous shit I've ever heard in my life, man." But they wanted to do it. The meteorologists were pushing it, and they wanted freaking the government to have it available so that if there ever was tornadoes in Germany, freaking they would be able to put out a warning.
Actually, no. What's this? The Watchers.news. An article on there. 3 tornadoes confirmed after severe storms leave at least 2 dead in Germany, and that was from 7 days ago.
Oh my God! Seriously.
So yeah,
that is horrible. So I guess it was a good thing that they pushed for that. I wonder if they ever got that passed. If you want, I can do a search on that one, but I'm going to do it the quick way.
Wikipedia's got a page called List of European Tornadoes and Tornado Outbreaks.
What about the warning systems?
I would have to dig into this article. Do some further research. Blah blah blah. Blah blah blah. Numerous roofs were removed. Several buildings sustained damage. In horror, Russian prison.
Is that a public place? I mean, a large town or something?
It was it was domestic buildings.
No, but I mean, populate is like a big town state.
I would have to do a population.
And if do they have a tornado alley there?
3,700 customers lost power in Franjai. Why can't Germans speak English? Name the areas after English names. Sorry. Okay, so there was some significant damage, but it doesn't talk about any sort of early warning system.
That ain't good. Well, they do in one way. It's when you start seeing your farm animal leaving real quick, they say that you pay attention to your animals, there's a good possibility something's coming. Like the birds, what do you call that? Magnetic, how the bird picks up on the magnetic. And when a storm would inflict that too. And them birds would leave.
Yeah, that is pretty interesting. It seems completely different from what I've seen. Like, I haven't checked this out for well over 6 years. Now they're like trying to do a complete turnaround on it. Like the weather or the meteorological groups that were over there was trying to push for weather alerts when it came to tornadoes and stuff, and the government didn't freaking feel that it was needed because tornadoes didn't occur across Europe as much as what, like, say, they do here in the United States or in Americas. So I went and I did a check on it, and now they're saying widespread occurrence. Tornadoes occur across Europe with hundreds reported annually in countries like Germany, France, Italy, and the United Kingdom.
if you have a look at that Wikipedia entry I mentioned earlier, list of European tornadoes and tornado outbreaks, they seem to have a massive list of tornadoes in Europe dating back to 200 AD. All the way up to present day.
Somebody's really prepared, man.
Yeah, up to 2026.
Yeah,
August.
that's what it's called.
France.
Age slowly.
See, this is where I'm talking about. Like, we're late on this shit because this would have been freaking top of the news. You know what I'm saying? That's why I'm saying we need to freaking do more stuff that relates to Ag Day and stuff like that, because you don't hear about this crap on freaking regular media. You know what I mean? We literally miss out on good stories because we don't keep up on this.
Well, I found on internet, it's an internet radio from all over the world, different stations and all that.
The AB sort of thing, yeah.
Yeah. It's all
Okay.
free.
Okay, tornado warnings. NHMS issues warnings in where is it? It looks like NHMS does not issue warnings in Ireland or England or Greenland. They don't do it in any of the Scandinavian countries. There's a little bitty frickin' country that's just south of what looks like Poland.
Monty. No, that's not.
France does it. Spain, it looks like, may do it. Yeah. Portugal doesn't do it. Southern France, northern France does it. Maybe Germany. It could be Germany.
Actually, the last entry on that Wikipedia record says Pommes in where's that? That's southern France. Southern France tornado on August the 24th. The village of around 1,000 residents.
It's pretty interesting. It says here that according to ResearchGate, it says that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 areas around I'd say from the Caspian Sea all the way over to Portugal. Only 5 areas actually do have tornado warnings.
96.
Well, yeah, just south of Caspian, that would be Turkey. Turkey does it.
Yeah.
That's interesting. See, that's good stuff, man. I'll post this link into the chat. It's called the Tornado Warning by European National Hydro Meteorologist Service Circles. So.
Let me ask you a question. Does EU, are they to have anything like that built into what they got?
Huh?
EU.
Yeah.
Because what I was asking for is because they come up with all this about how they went, all the countries and all that, and I was wondering when it comes to the weather thing like that, how do they? What is their what do they do for the weather, letting people know about weather when it gets bad?
Well, that's why he was just telling you. It was like they were sending out this annoying.
This is UK.
EU.
Well, the EU I mean, they all basically, by the way it looks on this freaking chart, they all basically just like they don't think that it's worth even doing. Like it's just all like you have a red square for the where the National Hydrometeorologist Service doesn't issue warnings, and they're all over.
That's country. There isn't a singular European Union organisation. Okay.
They have like I said, maybe about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 actual countries that actually do tornado warnings, and the rest of them are red.
Yeah, I'm going to follow out that the reference to that Wikipedia page for you to have a look at later.
It says here that severe weather happens in Europe, but not nearly to the extent as intense as American storms, I guess. Why the Europeans are confused and frightened by our weather. Would TV8 ask Ellen? Ask Ellen, why are Europeans so scared of America's storms?
Are they worried about flying cows?
I'm a European and I'm not scared of storms.
Well, that's what she says. You can check her. You can check her out on Facebook at Wood TV8.
Boy, now that's what you call. I can understand
See,
being afraid of a cow.
This is the reason why I tell you, Robert, never freaking. You need to give Facebook up.
No, I gotta find my music somehow. Find the music.
No, the American Weather Association says that even smaller European nations and islands such as Cyprus and Malta have recorded tornadoes and waterspouts, meaning there is no country in the continent that both local lacks a history of tornadoes and actively sought a dedicated warning system for them. Lies. All lies. So.
Okay.
So did we cover that enough? I mean,
yeah.
I that was interesting. That just came out of the blue, ladies and gentlemen. We had no plans of doing that whatsoever.
So, yeah. So, to tell me, they don't have flying cows there?
Huh?
Or when you have a serious wind, you know, there's animals, flies, you know, like your chickens.
Well, I think this is where we start ignoring Robert and we just get on with.
Well, it just seems funny. They're concerned and they.
Okay, I've not done that much research. I'm not that much of a researcher as far as chickens are concerned.
Yeah, he's starting to talk about chickens. You know,
well, yeah, chickens, pigs, and cows. That's what flies here when the tornadoes come.
So
you should have a discussion with Nancy on that point, actually.
Well, no, we should never allow Robert to talk to Nancy. It's like. I don't think freaking she could handle it. You seen the reaction he had on everybody so far, like, and see, like we've kept Robert like tame, so if we let him get away with it, he could start getting a little bit more outrageous.
Well, I'm sorry, but that's how stupid it's all get out. Only reason why I could think of that you would be afraid if you see a flying cow with going through from a tornado.
Well, I mean, they kind of did that in Hollywood with freaking The Wizard of Oz. You know?
Yeah, I was just thinking that.
Yeah,
It's like
oh,
yeah, but they actually have shown it. There was a tornado hit a farm, and it took about 3 cows and slaughtered them all over the place.
yeah. Well,
outside of Kansas.
yeah. Okay, so let's get on with it. Now, that fire. Did you ever hear about whatever happened with that wildfire in southern France? And
not since the initial reports. Presume it's their trip. That was what, 3 weeks ago.
yeah, it was longer than that. I know that much.
Was it what was it in the forest or in a town?
Retired. It was a town or was a city? It's a
Hey Roger, was it in a city?
largest population, but yeah, a large town or something. I'm not sure. I can't remember the story, the details.
I'm trying to pull it up right now. Now, and the historic record-breaking wildfires have devastated southern and southwestern France and parts of Spain during the summer of 2026, forcing the evacuation of over 300,000 people in what officials are calling the largest peacetime evacuation the regions have seen. Fueled by intense back-to-back heat waves and extreme drought, the blazes have grown so large that they have shattered modern records. While some areas are beginning to stabilize, the scale of the damage is unprecedented. Here is the breakdown of what happened.
When was the report published?
This is actually not a report. This is off of YouTube. Scary videos shows European fires that have displaced, blah, 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 and then wildfires in France and Spain.
Okay.
That's from the BBC News.
What's the date on that video? Post?
That would be July the 27th and July the 31st.
Okay. So, no more.
So that was,
I was right. Actually,
over a
4
month.
weeks ago, 5 weeks ago. Yeah.
Now the situation in France is France has experienced its worst wildfire season since World War II. The fires have burned well over 42,000 hectares, more than 100,000 acres, creating a scorched area roughly 4 times the size of Paris. The southwest Gironde region near Bordeaux and the Cap Ferret Peninsula have been heavily hit in a dramatic rescue. Tourist hotspots had to be completely emptied, with tens of thousands of vacationers and locals evacuated. The blaze became so intense that they created their own microclimates, generating fire clouds, pyrocumulus clouds that triggered their own winds and lightning, starting new fires. Scientists note that the region's dense, highly flammable pine plantations made the fire spread exceptionally quickly. Now, the situation in Spain, that has endured its largest wildfire in modern history. In the Avila province alone, a monstrous blaze charred around 50,000 hectares, which is 124,000 acres. Massive fires also tore through provinces surrounding Madrid, Aragon, where French and Spanish crews teamed up to fight the flames. In East Valencia, lightning strikes from summer storms quickly ignited dry brush, making it incredibly difficult for emergency crews to keep up. Fatalities, at least 2 deaths have been officially linked directly to the Spanish fires, including a soldier helping the firefighters' efforts. So, they said the current situation is thanks to recent cooler temperatures, slight rain, and the relentless work of thousands of firefighters. Crews are finally starting to make progress.
Again, that was 5 weeks ago. So.
Many mandatory evacuation orders have been lifted or downgraded. In parts of southern France and Spain, tens of thousands of displaced people are gradually being allowed to return home. Even though the biggest blazes are being contained, authorities remain highly cautious. Smoldering embers can easily reignite underground, and public health warnings remain in place across both countries due to hazardous thick smoke pollution.
Did they ever do air quality?
Yeah, that's what they're talking about right there, the thick smoke pollution. They're saying that stuff now when it comes to here in around Chicago and up around New York and Maine and all that. Now, it's like I've been saying on our Earth show, they keep talking about smoke pollution here, and they say that it's happening in Chicago, but we're in Southern Illinois, and I mean, we've had no issues at all whatsoever when it comes to quality of breathing.
Well, like in Washington State with that fire.
I mean, I don't even know if I can believe that, because like it was supposed to be horrible here. You know, Otto, I think, was on the other day when we were talking about Maine, and he's in New York State, or not New York State, but New York City, New York, you know, like in the state of New York. But because there is 2 of them, there's New York State and then New York. So, but you know what I mean? It's just that's really weird. Now when I say it out loud, you know that New York State and then New York.
So popular that they had to name it twice.
Yeah, that is just so weird.
Well, like that youth group, it's RL8. I find out about some of the news about what's going on there as well, because I typed that up and I get to see the weather and all that.
Yeah.
Yeah, because that's how I find out about. I know the BBC, but then I go and watch it on RLH.
All right.
Yeah, it's a news. It's a news
TV channel, radio, or something.
TV.
He gets into that real news now stuff. That's that. It does a lot of the frickin' Donald Trump stuff.
Well, pro or against?
It's
Pro Trump or
it's the pro Trump stuff.
No, this is from the UK. It's from the UK.
Oh, RLH.
Yeah, RLH, UK.
RLH, never even heard of it.
Real life heroes.
I guess.
Real life hombres. Because hombres is
RLH, the Royal London Hospital.
That's strange.
Yeah. Okay.
Now Robert has gone and ruined our show. Thank you, Robert. Thank you for doing that. So now I figured since we've covered those two, I knew we were talking about that before. What's the deal with the riots and everything that you're talking about when it comes to the immigration going on over in Spain, Mark?
Spain, okay. Shooter, yeah. What was it? First of all, I was surprised that there has been very little coverage of this in the US. Very little. Yeah, just surprised with that. Just to bring people up to speed. Ceuta, a small province in northern Africa that has been owned by Spain since the Middle Ages. Had an invasion of Moroccans on July 30th. At the time, numbers, there's only a very small border between Morocco and Ceuta. At the time, it was numbers. The numbers were all over the place. Just trying to go back through my notes. What was it? I can see it now. Yeah, at the beginning of the crisis, the Spanish government put the numbers of illegal migrants entering Ceuta at around 72,000. Actually, that was the Spanish government number. There was prior report to 50,000 prior to that. However, the Spanish government representative in Ceuta later stated that there were more than 70,000 people, illegals, entering Spain via the Teruel border, so the border between Ceuta and Ceuta and Morocco. This not the first time that this has happened, but this has and it's claimed that there was the majority of those immigrants stated that they were, or it's been stated that they were sent back to Morocco within 2 days, with anything between initially it was reported that approximately 50,000 Moroccan nationals illegally entered Spain, with around 48,000 being reported to return to Morocco within 2 days. Again, the numbers all over the place. 70,000, 40,000,
Which one's
50,000. Sorry?
Which one's which? The
Yeah,
UK and the other one.
No, this isn't the UK. This is between Spain and Kuwait.
Oh,
Morocco.
okay. Does anything being said by?
Well, the one thing I wanted to find out there was like a lot of people are getting confused about this too, because I've been hearing that the violence is actually breaking out because of anti-immigration riots. These aren't like people that are coming across the border causing it. It's actually anti-immigration rioters that are doing it.
I've got a point on that, but I'll come to that in a while. A news report that came out that occurred just 2 days ago, but I'll come back to that in a second. I will say, if you base the number of illegal entries as 50,000, which is again questionable, 48,000 were sent back in 2 days, which is again questionable, which suggests that there are 2,000 illegals still remaining in Ceuta or in Europe mainland.
Is that part of the EU?
Yeah, Spain. Yeah, it's part of Spain's, and Spain's part of the EU.
For what I heard on there about the walls that they have rights to take and put them in. They do. EU does, and with like for food and medicine as well, that it follows their thing of where they could use that as well too. And with that, that's what I was telling you about earlier today about that.
That's it. In
like
relation to the reports 2 days ago, this relates to the Red Cross, but again, I'll come back to that in a second. If the 70,000 number is correct, then there would be that would suggest that there is between 2,000 to 10,000 illegals remaining in Ceuta and potentially mainland Europe. And even if it is and Ceuta itself has a population of 80,000. So even if you are saying 10,000 is remaining in Ceuta, then we're talking about 10% of the of an increase in population, but obviously putting strain on services of all different descriptions. The Spanish government has now, within the last couple of days, declared a situation of interest for national security and centralization management of the crisis declared a situation of interest for national security and centralized management of crisis for territorial policy. Immediately after the crisis, the Spanish government didn't really step in and just left it to the Ceuta local government to deal with. And they, but there's a wider issue with Spain in relation to this. The Spanish government has previously, did I get a date for this? Yeah, the Spanish government sort of invited this issue due to creating an amnesty for 5 million illegal immigrants, and then publicly bragging about it in the mainstream media, bragging about wanting to have extremely liberal migration laws. Arguably, earlier this year,
So in other words,
arguably the Spanish government is a extreme socialist government, or a socialist government, I should say.
so he invited them there, and then to make himself look good, he didn't back them up or anything else after he invited them there.
No, he didn't invite the migrants there or the illegals there.
No, they didn't invite, but because they allowed a amnesty earlier on in the year, which I didn't know a day before, but early on in the year, and sort of bragged about wanting laxer migration laws in Spain.
Now,
They sort of
I heard that these protesters have demanded the freaking resignation of Prime Minister Pedro Sanchez. Is that true?
I've not heard anything about that specifically.
They accused his left-wing government of failing to protect the nation's borders.
Yeah, I know that Italy and a couple of other countries would like Spain to be removed from the Schengen agreement, the agreement that allows people to travel in Europe
You have to leave.
without needing any paperwork.
They would have to leave the EU for that.
See,
They point blank said that.
the one thing that really got me is like everybody's been talking about how Madrid, or not Madrid, but what's Morocco? What's the country just south of it? Where they're coming in from?
Morocco.
Yeah, Morocco. They were all saying like Morocco had something to do with it, but then when I started checking it out, I found out that there was more violence coming from the police and the freaking immigration officers in Morocco than what there was in Spain or in Quito. You know what I mean?
Yeah, there are issues with law enforcement in Morocco. Just on the point of this, and as I was saying, on the 26th, so 2-3 days ago now, while the Red Cross was providing food and water on the beach, a battle took place at a drop-off camp, in which placed the Spanish police into a clash with the immigrants, in which the Spanish riot police used rubber bullets and tear gas to disperse the rioters. It has been alleged that the riot started due to either a migrant being pushed by a police officer whilst flying, or several migrants trying to cause trouble, jumping the Red Cross queue. As a result of that action, it has also been reported that a number of local residents attacked or fought back the migrants on the beach, which in turn caused the police to open fire on both, use rubber bullets, both on the migrants and local riot population.
The thing that gets me too about this situation is they said that there were 80 people who were killed, but I've yet to find anything to say who these 80 people were.
I have not seen anything specifically on that, but
on Instagram and YouTube, they're talking about that. Like, and I don't really consider those as being like reliable sources. You know what I'm saying?
You've got to be very careful about Instagram. It was reported, it has been reported in previous issues that Instagram has been sort of, there's a lot of NGOs and interested parties that like to create sock puppets of sock accounts on Instagram and then push the overly liberal arguments.
I've noticed it's not just liberal either. It's kind of both of them. And then, like, if you pay attention, you'll also see Al Jazeera in the mix too. Like, Al Jazeera is always freaking stirring the pot, and it's like when something like this happens, you notice how quick it became political.
Like in the UK, because that's what I was asking him. So it's a big thing about that against the UK. The citizens of the UK don't like what they're preaching, their identity.
With the atmosphere going on in England right now, it's like a hot spot. Everybody's jumping on the bandwagon because immigration is a really big, freaking hot subject in England right now. And like,
remember, England is relatively, relatively small country.
Yeah, but I mean, it's just going to stir the pot there. You know what I mean? It's like you hear all this stuff happening in England, and then bam, it's like, oh damn, I'm going to go out and kill me a couple of freaking Muslims. You know?
Actually, I've got a note on this. Just a brief note that I wrote myself. Vigilantism becoming inevitable when the state fails due fails to
do their job,
uphold its primary duty to defend the native citizens of such state.
You did did a big no thing. You might as well read it, dude. It's like that's pull that out and let us hear it.
Just pulling out indivisible. The Spanish, Morocco, and they also include Algeria into this situation is a lot more complicated than most people may consider. Prior to 2022, Spain and Algeria believed that there needed to be some referendum in the under the auspice of the UN to take control of Western Sahara for energy security. And partially due to the Russian and Ukraine war, and also other factors such as the British North Sea oil issue. Spain in 2022, Spain shifted the positions in favour of Morocco. This year, Morocco, well, it's been suggested that Morocco has been organising invasions of Ceuta, and it seems like that if not directly, indirectly, through the use of NGOs, the Moroccan government has been sort of trying to push the young males, especially into Ceuta. The Algerian government believes that the referendum vote would go in favour because they currently control the main insurgency group in Western Sahara, the Polisario Front. another extreme socialist extremist group. It's worth noting that Spain trade deals economic interest in. Spain has economic interest in both Algeria and Morocco. Due to this, both Morocco and Algeria, because of the Spanish shifting between the two countries, agreeing with the two countries, Morocco and Algeria considers that Spain is a relatively weak power. Yeah, sorry.
Now, I just want to ask you. Okay, this is all in the EU area, ain't it?
Well, Western Sahara is not in the EU area. That's Northern Africa, isn't it?
Oh, okay. Well,
right there.
In Africa? Oh.
Yeah.
Well, okay. Well, I was going into, because if I thought it was up there close to the UK, but in Africa, well, there's one thing, okay, like I brought it up that one time when the UK was planning to put a big old business there. Okay, I can't think of what country area, but it was the thing of it is they got them groups that goes around, robs and steals and breaks the laws, but nothing's there to protect the entrance of whatever, like the UK, the business and people that works there. Okay, and if they can come up, regardless of the laws that in their own country, okay, how does the UK laws represent the citizens in a foreign land and they're the property of the UK? Because you're dealing with a foreign country where your country has materials over there and personnel. Okay, and it's a hostile state, hostile over there as well. Just not them people, but you got them groups that will rob and kill you, and they do the drugs and all that.
Okay, not absolutely sure where you're going with this. It's worth noting that Morocco is one of the, is the biggest exporter into Europe of cannabis, so hashish, cannabis, mainly, through Gibraltar and upwards. What did I say? You just reminded me of something. I can't see the line there. Anyway, I'll come back to that in a minute if I can find it.
It's interesting that you mention Algeria, because like a lot of people love to skip over Algeria. You know what I mean? Like they're wanting to bash Morocco. Now, I know one thing that's a big controversy that a lot of people don't really want to talk about when it comes to Algeria, but it's that YALI that took place with Obama. And I mentioned this before with you and Nancy too, and everybody likes to beat around the bush on this, okay? But to this day, everybody will try to say that Obama never freaking donated any kind of laptops or anything to freaking West Africa when it comes to
yeah.
No, technically he didn't, but he had it set up to where they were being trained in tech, okay? And at the same time, companies like freaking Microsoft and freaking other companies that he had, IBM, all of them stepped in and donated these freaking electronics to these people. Okay. Now,
at least on paper, it was never a Obama government project. It was a private company. The one laptop per child project.
companies like Microsoft,
At least on paperwork.
Intel, HP, they all partnered with Yali, and they would occasionally award laptops as prizes to specific contest winners.
Okay.
They had corporate charities, and they made it a point to not freaking connect Obama to it. Okay.
If I remember, the one laptop per child project was actually
It was in the U.S.
With a not-for-profit organization, a 501.
Now, see, the thing of it is they overdid the freaking laptops here in the U.S. There was extra laptops that they couldn't get rid of, so that's how they started freaking getting rid of them. Is they started shipping them over to freaking Africa. And I remember this because my cousin Cody, who was still in school, he was younger. He actually got a laptop from his school for free, where he could bring it home and do his homework and everything on it. So that's how I was in the loop about all that stuff. So I knew the shit was taking place. Okay, and now years later, they're trying to deny the fact that they did that. Okay, that they got rid of these laptops by shipping them over freaking Africa to these people. And as time went by, all of a sudden they're training these kids to freaking do learn about computers and electronics. And now we have freaking a major issue coming out of West Africa, which involves catfishing. And
I don't think the one, as far as I'm aware, the one laptop per child project never actually talked about the education of using computers. It was just about the distribution.
That's if they. I remember the story, and it was on the news even. These computers were specially custom made. They had the little generator off onto the side. But they got stolen from the group I'm talking about, some groups, the one that robs and takes drugs and all that. They walked up and started taking them, piles of them, and then reselling them.
Well, see, I heard that it was a little bit of both. Like it wasn't just there's actually an internet crime syndicate that's out now that's actually using freaking like college students, actual college students to scam freaking people out of money, and they're making trillions of dollars off of this shit. Okay, every year they're scamming people. So like whenever you hear about elderly people getting scammed by freaking people on the internet, that's usually because there's a catfish on there from Ghana who's giving them a boohoo sob story so that they give them freaking like $20 here or $50 there. You know what I mean?
Yeah, we did touch on this on Nancy's show a couple of weeks ago, didn't we? But this isn't just a African issue per se. We've seen this in Eastern Europe. We've seen this in Latin America as well.
Yeah, but you have that, we call that AI calling, because the next state over, the whole state was alerted because someone was using that to do the calling of people, tried to get for scams and all that.
The robocalling.
Robocalling, massive robocalling through a whole state in one day. It was bad enough that was alerted on the news about it.
Well, you see, a lot of this you have to understand is also connected because, like Obama was notorious for this too. But like, if you guys would remember back, they used, even on TV shows, they'd always show like these dump sites with all these computer parts, and they'd make it out like these poor African kids would freaking go to these dump sites and they'd pick through the freaking computer parts so that they could refurbish computers.
Yeah, I'm just trying to remember the biggest.
There was a big scandal
dump.
over that.
It was in India or Africa. I remember.
It was in Africa, and that's where a lot of this started. There was a lot of backlash because the United States was trying to push trying to say that they were actually using or giving old computers to African
Yeah, actually,
countries.
yeah. Because e-waste dump is in or
Africa.
one of places, Ghana.
Yep.
Also in China as well, and Accra. Okay. But Ghana, yeah.
You see, and Obama had to cover his ass because he you know what I mean. They were literally taking these computers. They were junk. They were taking them over there and just dumping them like a waste site. Okay. So,
Well, all of our listeners who just throw away their phones every year. Yeah, it's either more likely it's either going to the Guangdong province in China in a dump, or Accra province in Ghana.
yep, and it's a big scam. And they've been doing that, and then Obama turned around and said that he was going to educate the students. He was going to teach them about electronics and everything. And then Microsoft, Dell, you know, freaking all of these companies, Intel, they all donated freaking laptops to them, and now all of a sudden we've got catfishers that are freaking creating a freaking syndicate of catfishers that are freaking like hitting freaking people up, and they're making trillions of dollars. Okay, this is actually turned into a big racket. You know.
Yeah, but we were forgetting two other places: India and Jamaica. The Jamaica guy.
Well, right now, I'm just trying to keep focus on like Morocco and freaking Algeria, because Algeria was a part of all this. Okay, Algeria was huge when it came to all this stuff, because you need to remember something when it comes to freaking Algeria. The smiling hacker. Have you guys ever heard of him?
No.
Is that the white mask?
Yeah, Hamza something, Bindolaki or some shit, and he was called the Smiling Hacker. It was actually a cyber disaster. It's probably the most highest profile when it comes to Algeria and computers, especially when it comes to the U.S., because during Obama's administration, he ended up, he was an Algerian computer science graduate, and he was also known for being a hacker. Now, he went by BXT back in the day as well, but a lot of people called him the Smiling Hacker. Now he was one of the people that frickin' was ending up being he was actually frickin' one of the people that were being educated by this program that Obama was putting together. You know.
Actually, I've got a point on the US, but just before we continue on that, you mentioned Instagram earlier. It has been reported that there are social media accounts on mainly Instagram, if not other platforms as well, that are feeling quite the CETA crisis with campaigns of paid advice to help for help to help the for the crossing between.
Yeah.
It's been suggested that it's either it could be either or and NGOs, government agencies, international agencies, and individual traffickers, possibly Algerian stroke Moroccan governmental assistance. It's worth noting that this isn't the first time that governments have created, government agencies created sock accounts on social media platforms to push a specific message to encourage people to do something, or to encourage people to do things. The most obvious thing would be brigade, 7C7th Brigade in the UK during the COVID period, where it's part of but part of the UK's government attempt to encourage people to get vaccine shots. They used the 77th Brigade, a part of the army that deals with cyber warfare, counter-espionage, or mainly cyber warfare, but and to use that brigade to actually push sort of scare messages out to the public. You know, the message is like, if you don't get your vaccines, you are going to kill your granny, sort of thing.
Yeah.
Well, you know, the thing gets me is this, like, people are so stuck with the freaking COVID thing that they don't even realize, like with what's going on here and what I was talking about. Okay, like the smiling hacker, which is Bindel. I have a Bindel Logi. Okay, now the thing with him is that, have you ever heard of the spy eye infection? It was Bindology is he co-created like this massive computer virus that they called the spy eye botnet. Now, during Obama's administration, this virus infected more than 60 million computers worldwide. It was a massive portion of which were located inside the United States here. Okay, now the FBI did a manhunt, okay, because the virus allowed this is Bindology. Okay, this is an African. It allowed him to steal banking credentials and close to 100 million from hundreds of Americans in European financial institutions. Okay, this also triggered like a massive 5-year international manhunt led by the FBI and Interpol, eventually leading to his arrest in Thailand in 2013 and his extradition to the U.S., where he was sentenced to 12 years in federal prison. Okay, now this is just the beginning of it. Like he freaking started this shit, and it's just exploded from there, and it all came from Algeria. Okay, and we're getting these freaking this propaganda being pushed through freaking Instagram. Okay, if you remember when Robot was on these shows with us, he was talking about freaking, there was a country over in East Europe that actually wanted to ban freaking TikTok and Instagram. Okay, and there's a reason for that shit, because they're freaking pushing freaking propaganda through that shit that's dangerous.
Yeah, by the very least, by intergovernmental agencies or NGOs, non-governmental agencies, but potentially, possibly through internal governmental agencies.
Who's saying they're pretending to be NGOs? They could be freaking these hackers, these freaking scammers.
Yeah.
They're coming through Algeria. I mean, do you really trust freaking the Algeria government?
Also, we already know that there are countless number of NGOs that are trying to save the world and remove all the very socialist NGOs.
I
mean,
really
Oxfam
don't.
itself.
I
What
don't
is
believe it. I don't
NGO?
believe it's
Would be
actually. I don't believe it's really any of that. To be honest with you, none of this sounds like it's anybody that's trying to be freaking humanitarian at all.
What is
What we
NGO
may call
anyway?
humanitarian, they may disagree with, and vice versa.
NGO means non-governmental organizations, Robert.
So charitable organizations,
Yeah.
agencies that are not doing well. That we talked about it on the last show when we were talking about things like the UK Office of Communication.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, but when it comes to like that place there, okay, when it comes to way it operates compared to what's going on, when it comes to how do they handle situations when it involves what they're doing, in what way, if situations arise and they have to correct the problem.
Well, that's the problem. That they're not wanting to correct any problems, Robert. It's like they are the problem. I mean,
UK, no, I mean,
no, these NGOs. It's like, you know what I mean? Like they're profiting off of freaking this shit.
yeah, but what I'm referring to is where when people are calling and scamming, and
No, they are the scammers.
yeah,
No, I mean they are the scammers. Like the NGOs are the scammers. The ones that are supposed to be, human people in office don't have anything to do with NGOs at all. Non-government. What people in office do is they push off their responsibilities to these non-governmental organizations because they feel that it's too much of an obligation for them to freaking do themselves. So they assign NGOs to do their job for them, and they give them the power of their office.
so they're creating the scam, helping them do it without them knowing.
They're probably getting the money and they're getting kickbacks from it. That's what a lot of these politicians do. Like here in the United States, we have the Department of Energy. You know what I'm saying? And there's politicians who are part of the committee that oversees the Department of Energy. And guess what? They get a lot of good money from freaking being on that freaking commission. Because they get to set the price of electricity, they get to set the price of fuel, taxes, of course. They get to set all of the standards that freaking everybody has to live by when it comes to the gas, to electricity, to all of the resources that we get. And guess who gets the kickbacks from it?
The big person himself.
The politicians, the ones that vote yes. See?
Which actually comes nicely into my next point. That's just want to check something before I do. Democrat, George Bush was Democrat, wasn't he? Oh no, he was Republican. During the U.S. invasion of Iraq, and the U.S. Government, which stretches both Obama and George W. Bush Jr. Bush Jr. The US was extremely annoyed with Spain for not allowing the US to use Spanish military bases during the war. And it is believed that Blah 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 blah. Sorry, I've got my notes all over the place. The Moroccan government believes that they have US backing for the crossing due to Spain having acted against Morocco in relation to Western Sahara. Moroccan government looking for backing. Yes, it's just really Moroccan government looking for backing from the US, partially due to Morocco having a good relationship with the Israeli government.
See, this is where they want to like neatly tie it into a ribbon because they want to connect Somalia to all this. Okay. Yeah, Somalia is where all this meets. Because have you ever seen the movie Black Hawk Down?
I've never actually watched it all the way through, to be fair.
Yeah, see, wow. All of this happened because when Obama left office, he had a little bit of experience under his belt after, or no, this the other way around. Bush Jr. had some experience under his belt. So what he did is he put some freaking ships out there in the freaking sea on the coast of Somalia because he was going to freaking have it to where freaking there's going to be peacekeepers in Somalia, and the United States was going to give order to Somalia and help them with freaking humanitarian efforts, okay? Well, it all ended up horribly wrong because freaking these idiots go into the freaking country and they end up freaking trying to take their guns from them. And actually, I think this could have been before. This could have been freaking with Clinton and George Bush, one of the two, but what happened was freaking Somalia was probably one of the worst freaking fiascos that we've ever gotten into, and it was all because freaking it was set up from the beginning. Okay, the previous president had freaking set it up to where he estimated that the new president coming into office would freaking make a mistake, and he did. He made a really big mistake because it eventually escalated to the point where freaking we were going in and trying to take weapons away from warlords. Okay. In a war-torn country where freaking they were actually training their freaking kids to freaking. Well, first what they'd do is these warlords would go into these families and they'd freaking kidnap all their kids, and they would get the boys freaking hooked on drugs so that they could become part of their freaking their gangs. Okay. And they would do whatever freaking the warlords wanted them to do as long as they got their fixes. That's the way it usually works down there. And then the girls would be sold off into prostitution. Okay. Now this is what was going on, and the United States was going to go in there, freaking steal their guns away from them, freaking confiscate them. That was a no-no. You know what I'm saying? So that's where all that shit happened. And, yeah, it is. It is.
Yeah, they were well armed.
As a matter of fact, now let me correct this because this is eventually what happened with bin Laden. Okay, the reason why 9/11 was supposed to have actually originally happened was because bin Laden had offered to freaking negotiate with freaking Somalia in order to freaking get a lot of that shit taken care of, and freaking they turned it down. Now that hit real hard on bin Laden's ego, so bin Laden decided he was going to do the World Trade Centers. Okay. Now this all now this is where all this shit starts with Morocco. okay, because of Morocco and freaking all of these Algeria and all that up north, because they're all connected, okay, and this also has connections to do with Yemen as well as Iraq, because
right.
because
Yeah, and like I just said, through US, Spain not allowing US
right,
bases during the war.
right, exactly, and see, Bin Laden, you got to remember, he comes from a rich freaking family from Iraq, and they're all freaking they're all landowners, and they build freaking buildings and shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, they're freaking architects and shit. And they're real powerful. And they had connections with the Yemen. They had connections with Somalia. They had connections with all of them. And freaking that was what that's what triggered freaking Bin Laden, is because freaking he wanted to step in and do negotiations and shit, and freaking the United States didn't want nothing to do with him. Because you got to remember, Bin Laden was trained by the freaking CIA.
He worked for the CIA for quite a long while.
Against British and of the Five Eyes against Russia during the Cold War.
during the Cold War. Yeah, he was actually trained to be a quote unquote freedom fighter in Afghanistan. You know what I'm saying?
During the Russian occupation.
Yeah. So I mean, that's where all that comes together. And now, like today, you got a lot of people who are caught up in the whole Jewish conspiracy, where freaking the Jews are out to freaking destroy the world.
I'm going to go further into that in a second.
I'm sorry.
They're trying to connect dots that aren't there.
Actually, there are some interesting issues in relation to that. I was just trying to work out how many I was just thinking of the French-Algerian connection. Remember, Algeria was a country that was owned by France for up to whenever it was, and there's been issues with Algeria and France for many years, and overall undocumented population of Algerians in France estimated between 600,000 and 900,000. Now, if you
cross-reference that with England, dude.
Yeah. Now, if you think of that, of the distance between Spain and France, just one border.
Yeah.
But let me put.
Now, hold on, right there. That there is an interesting story there, because like we were having a conversation with Bob Dub the other day, and she was talking about like the white children and the albinos and the things that they do. Now, there's a really twisted story that comes out of England because of that shit with Algeria, because they're actually freaking doing like these weird freaking Christian rituals and shit that is going on down there, and they're bringing it to the United Kingdoms, okay? And they've been talking about this since the 1990s, and people have been ignoring it, and they don't want to freaking pay attention to it. And this goes all the way into like freaking witchcraft over in freaking Africa, where like they're actually killing albino black kids for their juju, you know what I mean, their magic. And these are witch doctors that are over there and shit. And like they've been talking about this shit going on in freaking England for well over freaking 30 years at least.
Now that's what you call not keeping an open mind about that.
You know? Yeah.
There's children that are actually being shipped to freaking England against their will out of Africa.
Yes, no. Yeah. I would argue that this is a much more wider sort of issue with the sort of issue between Christianity, Christendom, and Islam, and the culture sort
No,
of.
this is like really warped Christian freaking belief systems that are taking place in Africa. Like these people believe in like freaking.
If you drink the blood that you get from what they have.
Well, that's the witch doctor kind of thing, but it blends into the Christian belief. That these are people who believe that freaking you can actually have exorcisms take place in the middle of like a freaking big ass tent, and like people roll their eyes back and shit, like they've been possessed by the devil. And
yeah, okay. There's a how do I say this? Being careful, being tactful here. There are certain countries in Africa that have a very tribal sense of being. And in the UK, there are large communities of these of nationals from these countries. A lot of them coming in illegally, not all, but a lot of them. It's sort of.
Yeah, but let me ask you this, okay? Out of all this going on, okay, for the amount of trouble, each country is having problems. Countries are having different problems for people to be up and leaving and running out or whatever. What's creating the problem that it's that bad? What is the purpose of everyone leaving?
What do you mean, the process?
What is the process of making these people leave from their home, from their home country, to go to wherever they can go? What's making them
number
leave?
of different factors. Sure, you could argue in certain countries.
No, them two. Them two countries right there. The ones, the Nigerians and the other. Why are they? The people are leaving from one to go somewhere else.
Algeria. Well, Morocco has, well, it's been alleged that the Moroccan government has been wanting to push young men, especially, into Europe for a while now. So yeah, you all you do is say, look at Europe, such a nice shiny example of a civilization. You can make a lot of money in Europe.
Well, they're taking them, want to take them from where they're from to Europe for work.
Yeah.
And okay, and what do they get from it? I mean,
what did they get?
The people that trying to set this all up.
Political instability, and economics instability in those countries, in the
trying to enslave them people. They wanted to
and also if we gone down the NGO roads, then they make money, don't they? Even on the human trafficking, the illegal human traffickers, they make money because you got to.
They don't get nothing from it.
Okay, so I found out what I was looking for. Now, have you ever heard of the Kentucky and witchcraft claims
Yeah, I know actually.
back during the 1990s? Now, this has to do with a wave of new independent fundamentalist churches. They often blended elements of extreme Pentecostalism and traditional African beliefs, and they spread within immigrant communities in London, especially from the Democratic Republic of Congo and Nigeria. Now, the child witch narrative is where pastors and church leaders began claiming that certain children were possessed by evil spirits, locally known as Kendoki or witchcraft. They were forced to travel. Actually, it was an entire pipeline. Investigations by the Metropolitan Police revealed that fanatical religious figures or complicit relatives were actively smuggling children from West and Central Africa into Britain on false passports. The children were told they were traveling to the UK for a better life or education, but they were actually being brought over against their will to be used by these religious cells. There was profit and ritual abuse that was involved in it. The motivation behind bringing these children into the UK was deeply sinister and split into two distinct areas: the church exorcism business, where fanatic pastors turned exorcising these young children into a highly lucrative business. Parents or guardians would pay vast sums of money to pastors to perform brutal, terrifying deliverance on children who were starved, beaten, or forced to consume hazardous liquids to purge the devil. Then there was domestic slaves for church elites, where leaked police reports later confirmed that many of these trafficked children were hidden in homes across London and used as unpaid domestic slaves. They cooked, cleaned, and served church elders and pastors, completely cut off from the British school system or the outside world. Now, the cases that exposed the 90s pipeline were done because these factional groups operated in deep secrecy. British authorities largely ignored the claims through the 1990s, fearing they would be accused of religious or cultural intolerance. Two massive, horrific cases finally forced the UK government to acknowledge what had been happening, and that is Victoria Climby in 2000, which was an 8-year-old girl from the Ivory Coast, was brought to the UK under the guise of an education. Throughout the late 90s, she was brutally tortured and eventually murdered by her guardians, who claimed she was a witch. Her church pastor had explicitly encouraged the abuse, claiming it would cast out her demons. And then a boy.
Case, actually. Sort of vaguely.
Then the boy Adam case, which was 2001, the torso of a young Nigerian boy nicknamed Adam by police was found floating in the River Thames. Forensic evidence proved he had been trafficked into the UK against his will, specifically for a fundamentalist ritual sacrifice. This sparked a massive, decade-long Met Police initiative called Operation Paladin, which focused entirely on stopping the religious trafficking pipeline from Africa. Okay, and this is what's really going on, and this is what's been going on since the 90s. Okay, and they've been doing this shit and then getting away with it, and the whole reason why it was getting out of hand was because of freaking the police force was freaking slacking in their jobs and they weren't doing what they needed to do.
Or politicians either.
Well, they wanted to turn a blind eye because this would say that this was religious persecution. Okay, so that they didn't want nothing to do with that because that would mean that freaking it would be religious persecution and shit would come on them. So rather than doing their job, they look the other way.
Well, that's what they're doing right now with that situation in the UK. Because when citizens stands up against when they say about God and the other ones get all PO about it.
Yeah, the Christian Islam sort of situation.
And the cops are telling them that you're being phobic about that religion, about them, and that's why the cops don't want to do nothing.
And see, I get a lot of flack when I mention this because they think I'm against all this shit. But the truth of the matter is see, England was the UK, England, period, was the first freaking institutional police force ever created. Like, they're the ones who freaking created the first institutional police force that was professional. Okay. And for freaking a country that freaking started the actual police force to freaking go this far down is pathetic. And it's been happening since the freaking 90s. And everybody's trying to say, oh, this is new shit. No, this is not too new shit, dude. This shit's been going on for quite a long time, and everybody's turning a blind eye to it.
Like, we call that group F5, the secret organization, and they keep up on stuff like this as well. And for them, or not, for government officials like the FBI and the CIA and F5, I forget all the groups that's over there in England. When it comes to organizations like that, they would usually keep an eye on the situation. And like here, that woman that was doing that thing about sexual, where people were selling children and all that, that one that was on the thing, and she brought it up too. And plus, I heard it on the news about how the U.S. found out that we had a lot of government officials, law enforcement included with it. And we're not saying that same situation over there in the UK, because for it to get massive amounts of brought all over, has to be certain other groups in with it, because there's no way individually, because they, like here in the US, they use stolen gas. Government, like law enforcement, was making sure that they didn't get pulled over by any other cops, and they knew where to go and all that. They had clear shot all over the U.S. So for all that to be going on, someone had to be working with someone, because there's just no way for 10 to 20 years that going out like that.
This goes back to the diversity, equality, inclusion mantra. It's worth noting that police officers, to be a police officer these days, I believe you have to first study in the College of Policing, a private sector college in the UK. And we've discussed before about the long march with institutions. About, in fact, we mentioned it on the last show, in relation to how academics shape society, how academics enforce their sort of generally speaking, socialist ideas onto students. And if you are, let's say, if you are a police officer that's just come through the College of Policing, you're going to have those ideas being shoved up upon you.
Okay, but here's the thing: they might be shoved up, but it's in your own way if you'll accept that ideals or not. You would know. I'm not gonna go. This person can say everything what you want to hear, but it's your own words that if you decide to follow what that person's saying and follow, you're agreeing with everything, and you're going to do what the way that person's talking about doing. You know, it's a thing of free will, free mind, and like in Africa, because I saw that on the thing about, because just not one, but like there's a church in there too that believes in the Gypsy way. Okay, I witnessed that on the news. I mean on the thing about, because I typed up church and I hit the thing for Africa, and I watched a video of this church, and they were talking and all that. They do the thing of like the devil thing, but they were talking about how they sent their children off, they do, to other countries, and their children were sending money back to them. And some of them have been hurt bad and all that, and some of them lost their children, but it's the idea that they believe in that thing of like like doing that, like sending their kids off, like, and like gypsies, they live in that way where they're real close off. They don't let people know too much about much of anything. But as long as their kids are sent off to another country and they're sending money back, that's fine and dandy with them. And
Okay, I'm not sure about the point of gypsies per se, but sure. There's a good argument to say that I think we have issues with possibly Pakistan and India at this moment, where and various other countries where illegal immigrants enter this country and then make money through the black market, and a lot of money gets shipped back to their families in whatever country.
Yeah, but what they're referring to, because like here, okay, a bunch of them scams that was going on, to find out that the U.S. wasn't going after them, because in the USA they're small potatoes. The scams are that they're pulling, but they did numbers and they said for the small scams, still is big, large money, because when you talk to $3 million in a year's time, that's not small potatoes, and it shouldn't make no difference.
Well, since we're here, this is all entirely on you, Mark. Do you want to go ahead and go into the whole situation over there concerning the gang rape thing?
I wanted to finish off on this. The more I can point out, I've got another couple of points I want to bring up.
Okay.
As we were just talking about before we went into South African, the issue of the Western African issue, I was talking about Morocco looking for backing from the US, partially due to Morocco having a good relationship with the Israel government. Morocco has got a partnership with Israel in relation to weapon programs and acquisitions, and good ties and working together in West Africa. We know. We know the issue between the US and Israel in relation to the AIPAC, the American Israel Public Affairs Committee, which we've discussed quite a lot on Nancy's on the Fixing Throat show. Morocco has got Israeli communication or public communication monitoring software for the purpose of monitoring and controlling national narratives. If you remember back in last September, Microsoft the Microsoft Corporation discontinued services, service provisions to the Israeli Defense Ministry due to the cloud-based services to the Israeli Ministry of Defense due to this Israeli government using the Microsoft's provisions to monitor Palestine communications. There's more than sufficient evidence that the Israeli government has got the ability to listen on to communications.
Well, that's business as usual, though. I mean, it's like
UK does it.
well, it's like we discussed like how they help build up our freaking intelligence here. Actually, England, the United States, and Israel, all three together is like the ones who actually did like the majority of all of it as a combination. Like you know how we've been talking a lot about barometrics. In Desert Storm and freaking in Desert Storm all the way back in the 90s, dude, they were using barometrics to literally track terrorists down on the battlefield because they would use freaking cell phones. So they've been using barometrics since freaking the 1990s, dude, and we're just now getting them now on flat phones. You know what I'm saying? That's one of the conversations we've been having, and Israel was big on that. So was the UK. The UK and Israel is the ones who helped us with our cyber force, I think is what they call it here in the United States, don't they?
Yeah, I think so. Just trying to remember the British Department.
Because remember, we were talking about the NSA that they didn't have the authority to attack cyber attackers. So they set up this institution which the NSA would find the cyber attacks when they were happening, and the cyber force or whatever they called it would attack in their place. They would just send the message that we're being attacked, and bam, they would strike back, and that's where all of that started. It's always been Israel, the UK, and the United States.
Well, and we're forgetting one other thing I found out too. In New Zealand, U.S. and New
Dude,
Zealand.
I'm sorry.
You know, people, really, if you want to push out further, Canada, Australia, New Zealand,
the Five Eyes,
America. Yeah,
and understand something. Stop giving these countries credit for what they don't deserve. Okay, like Australia, frickin' has a nuclear facility dead in the center of frickin' their country. Okay, and the reason why it's there is because of the UK. The UK is the one that funded it. They're the ones that established it, and I believe now they still have an underground installation that's there. But I mean, it was, you know what I mean? It was like every single installation that's over there in the Pacific, New Zealand included, is all freaking, they were funded by the UK, the British. I mean,
well, and the U.S. because it's the two built the two subjects there.
Well, they didn't like us as much in the freaking Pacific as what they did freaking UK though. No, the French, they hated the French. French, that's the reason why I freaking always make sly remarks towards the French, is because they were pretty dirty. Everybody during the 60s and 70s wanted to stop or lower the amount of nuclear freaking testing that was taking place over there. Every country, even the United States, was cutting back, but France just kept pushing the envelope, pushing the envelope.
If you look at the relationship between the US and France, that's a very interesting historical relationship. Very rocky. Very rocky.
And people keep making it out like we're such great allies. Like we freaking barely get along with one another, dude.
Well, I was just trying to, because like what he was saying about the communications and all that, that's what they got set up there to where they can tap into the phone and all that, and they listen in from all New Zealand. They do, because it was a thing of this guy, U.S. citizen, was over there, and he stumbled across it, walked up, and next thing you know, he was arrested and contained by the law enforcement there, in New Zealand over it. It was supposed to be kept hush hush. These two facilities were over there in New Zealand because it wasn't supposed to be well known. And it was New Zealand and the UK. They were both in, and they built these facilities, and they were hush hush.
Okay.
Now the facility in Australia is called Pine Gap. I should have known better. I should have known that automatically because it's pretty famous. It's
on Ancient Aliens.
Let's not mention Ancient Aliens. Well, you always got to mention Ancient Aliens and shit.
I don't know, but
it's got nothing to do with aliens. This is
right.
Right.
Pine Gap is pretty famous, believe it or not. Like this is probably one of the most dumbest things freaking anybody could ever imagine. Like you have a freaking island like Australia, and you're gonna want to freaking set off nuclear bombs, dude. What the hell is going on in your brain? You know what I'm saying? But yeah, they did it. They freaking built a freaking nuclear facility, and they decided they were going to detonate nuclear bombs. I guess Australia is a lot bigger than what I'm making it out to be.
It's a lot of empty space, isn't it?
Yeah.
In Australia, a major 4 cities?
Yeah.
5 cities, all on the coast.
And you don't travel through freaking Australia on foot, dude, because you'll end up freaking something will eat you. You know what I mean? Like something will literally eat you. I think the freaking Aborigines are the only ones that are brave enough to do it, and that's because they have old routes that they freaking have learned for thousands of years of how to travel through there without dying. You know where all the water is. You know.
Yeah. So to conclude this point, when you're looking at the Morocco-Spanish issue, this isn't just related to those 2 countries. The issue is much more wider problem with multiple actors.
Yeah, I agree. It's something that needs to be taken care of. I mean, people really need to pay more attention to what's going on. I agree with you on that. And the thing that really gets on my nerves about this is like, this is the stuff nobody wants to talk about. You know what I mean? Like nobody wants to talk about that dirty freaking dark stuff that's going on in frickin' Africa. When in reality, it's probably one of the biggest things we need to be talking about, because frickin' you can try to pin this on frickin' Allah, you can try to pin this on the frickin' terrorists, but trust me, when I told you before, the last thing on people's minds in West Africa is freaking Allah. Okay, trust me, they want money or they want drugs, and that's all they want.
Yeah, and I heard
not only in Africa, but Middle East as well.
I would say more in Africa. I would say more in Africa, dude, especially in that region, dude. Like Nigeria. Let's stop pretending Nigeria is a freaking respectable democratic government that's strong and powerful and taking care of its people, because that's a load of shit. Okay.
Yeah.
I
It's
mean,
interesting. I've discussed this point with Ria on several occasions in relation to things like the Nigerian education system and several.
just horrible shit, dude. I mean,
yeah, but
and they've just turned a blind eye to this shit for freaking years and years and years. And there's a lot more going on, and I think more people need to be educated to freaking Africa and what's actually happening there.
yeah, I would have to agree, because for as big as it's gotten, and for the amount of people that's involved into it, I mean, good grief. Like, okay, perfect example. I don't agree with everything what the president has done, but as he said, if he didn't take certain things out of right now, escalates can go farther than what it has been. Okay, and what people don't look at and see for the way it is now, how far can it go into the future? Escalates, and what how big can it get from the future?
And just understand too that Robert is a Trump fan.
Oh,
He does like Donald Trump. He thinks that Donald Trump is going to bring us back to where we were before, because he can no longer say we're going to make America great again. He can say we're going to bring it back to what it once was previously.
no, I got a thing about church. Okay, when he did what he did in Washington D.C., I don't like that, because, like I said, when England did what they did, okay, the church looked and told the peasants, "You don't pay by what we say, we'll kill you." The same thing like that. It's
Oh man, be careful. We got an English guy in the room. You can't be.
yeah, but he can look it up himself in history. Okay, everyone knows. If you didn't listen to what the church said, there was going to be consequences for you and your family. Okay, there is no way of going
These
about it.
IT folks up one's office.
Yeah, you look at.
So what does this have to do with Donald Trump, dude?
Well, okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Look at that guy. Look at the guy that doing the drugs. So made his people so feared they had to leave their country, and they came over here.
Yeah, that still has nothing to do. I don't even know who the hell you're talking about, to be honest.
The guy that was selling drugs.
Which one? There's a lot of drugs.
The one that he kidnapped.
There's a president selling drugs in the United States. Is that what you were saying?
No, the one from overseas that Donald Trump caught him and his wife, and then brought back to be prosecuted for drugs. For drugs.
I have no idea who that is.
Oh, you're talking about
You talking about the president of Venezuela?
Yeah. Okay, if he didn't step up and do something
Well,
about it,
actually, it's interesting you brought Venezuela up, because that's something that really is a connection with Morocco. Like whenever I mentioned it on Nancy's show, she kept quiet and moved away from that, because that really doesn't fit into the Jewish propaganda narrative. Okay, now Donald Trump bombed freaking Venezuela. Okay, and it kind of confused me. I was like, so why was Donald Trump so interested in Venezuela? You know what I mean? Of all the places in the world, why did he go after Venezuela? You know, and it didn't dawn on me until the shit that's going on right now over there in Morocco and with freaking Spain, that freaking Venezuela is the one who sold freaking resources to Morocco.
What resources? When you say resources?
Oil.
Okay. Yeah.
They have an opening trade agreement with one another.
Again, this goes back to my point about the Russian-Ukrainian war and the shutting down of oil pipelines, as well as the British, both the current and the previous British government's reluctance on the North Sea oil.
It's just like right there in Russia, like the
energy security, as the entire Western Sahara point. Yeah.
Well, what's the name of that city right there on the edge? It's right there on the border of Russia and freaking in Ukraine, right there on the southern part.
Belarus.
I believe so. It's the one that freaking Russia confiscated and said that they weren't going to give to the Ukraine back in the beginning.
Okay, no, Belarus is
What was that?
It's the only strictly communist country in Europe now. But yeah, they're an independent country. You know.
Russia took possession of it, and a lot of people don't realize, but there's a freaking pipeline that starts there and it goes all the way south. And it's one of the biggest freaking pipelines there is that's delivering freaking oil. And it starts right there in freaking, I can probably...
Okay, if we're talking about Belarus, yeah, Russian, well, since the collapse of the Soviet Union, Russia's never taken control of Belarus, but Belarus has always been sort of pro-Russia anyway.
I'm just talking about a city though. It's right on the border of Ukraine.
Oh, city. Oh, sorry, I thought you said country.
Oh, yeah. And you were talking about all them people being hurt over there. And how they're claiming all the people. Well, did anyone ever look and decide to look at the newspaper within that country to see what they have on there? You know, to verify if there was a large group amount of people that was seriously hurt or dead. You would think that it would especially be in the newspaper.
Okay.
You know, if the people were getting hurt really bad from country to country or whatever, with the injured people, okay, you would think that that would be brought up because large groups of people had to go to the hospital to get fixed.
Okay, the city is named Kharkiv. Kharkiv in Ukraine.
Okay.
And it's located 20 miles south of the border. It's Ukraine's second largest city and a frequent target of cross-border military strikes.
Makes sense, yeah.
Whenever it all started, that was the area where freaking Russia didn't want to surrender that area because it's one of the biggest strategic points in that area. Even before they had oil and stuff, like Russia could never take Ukraine because they had to go through that area, the Ukrainians, before it was even a country. Like they could literally hold off foreign invaders because of that one area.
Okay.
It's an interesting area. But Russia, whenever freaking they said they were going to back out, they kept that territory, and it pissed the Ukrainians off. And the reason why they kept it was because they have an entire freaking pipeline that runs south all the way down. Runs right down into where...
Up north, there's another place they got oil too. Might not be as big as that, but what you call it, the Ghost Fleet goes there to pick up oil and all that as well.
Well, since Robert's been running his mouth so much and wasting a lot of our time, man, what do you say we just hold off on that other topic that we're talking?
I have to make one single point on this, one single note on that, and I need to do a bit more research.
So I'll get you some retribution. When we are done here, I will smack Robert on the back of the head really, really hard and then run because he can't catch me.
That's true.
So, I guess because this has actually been a pretty good episode, believe it or not. I think we had a lot of good stuff.
Well, I have to ask you, who's the one that came up with that idea about shooting people that would cross the border? I mean, that's pretty stupid.
That's the reason why I said that. Let's just end it here. We can come back later. He's wanting to start a whole new freaking half-hour conversation,
and I think you're talking about Poland. Just before we finished, if Algeria left, Algeria gained their independence in 1962. After 132 years of French colony or colonial.
They're the ones that is that the ones that were having all the problems? I mean, where the citizens were leaving.
Yeah, you hit it on the nose, Robert. It's a lot of problems. Them in Morocco.
Okay.
Yeah, that's exactly what we've been talking about for the last 2 hours.
I didn't know about the independence where.
Well, they having some problems. Yeah, I'd say all the shit. Well, not all of it, just the good stuff that we got to finally at the end. And let's bring this to an end before we get. It sounds like Robert's already freaking running at 150 miles an hour. So.
Yeah.
We better call this quits before it explodes. So, with that, Mark, do you mind telling everybody your socials so they can figure out how to connect if they want to talk to you?
Sure. Okay. Just one site really. Minds.com under the username Medworthy.
Okay, and you can find me and Robert at minds.com as Roger Hanson. You can also find us on X, Roger Hanson at ROGLOL1973. I'm at Roger's Hangout on Teams, Element Meatrix, and on Vector. You can find us at Roger's Hangout on those platforms. Now Robert has his own YouTube channel, which is Robert Hanson. You find him on YouTube. You can find me on YouTube at The Praetorian, as well on Rumble at The Praetorian too. So we are putting edited, clean videos of this on there, as well as live streaming on my main channel, which is Roger Hanson on YouTube, and Roger Hanson live with Roger Hanson on Rumble. Now on Kick, we are live streaming at Roger_Hanson, and on Twitch, we are streaming at Infamous 1969. So those are the places where you can check us out when we are streaming and when we are doing or when I'm uploading scheduled uploads for everybody to watch later. Thank you for watching. If you enjoyed, please like, subscribe, share, make comments down in the comments section. We love comments and we will try our best to answer you back no matter what. If it kills us or whatever, we will give it a shot. So thank
through blood, sweat, and tears.
That's right. Thank everybody who's watching now or maybe watching this later. And we hope you have a good day, evening, morning, whatever time of the day it is. And we will talk to you later. Okay. Ooh. Man, Robert is...
I was just thinking, Infamous 1969.
Yeah.
Why 1969?
We were trying to trick them.
Huh?
We were trying to trick them. I figured if I used my gamer name with the year Robert was born, nobody would figure it out.
Okay, there's quite a bit of an age difference between you two.
I'm 73, he's 69.
Hey?
Yeah.
I'm 53.
I'm 53, that would be 1973.
Yeah, sorry.
I know it's a really weird year.
Yeah.
That's the year that quite unique things are happening.
I've actually said that out loud, and it just didn't sound right to me either. Saying it, I'm like, I'm 53, and my birth year is 1973.
So how old are you, Robert?
He's 60. You know, he's 57 now.
57.
Okay. Saying it like that, it's not that much of an age difference.
No, my little sister Becky is 4 years younger than me. Robert is 4 years older than me, and he's the oldest in the family, and my sister is the youngest in the family. I'm exactly right in the center. And then my sister Amy is a year older than me, and she's like off, but I'm perfectly in the center of the freaking two of them.
Yeah.
So I'm literally the middle child.
Oldest kid. My two sisters. There's 3 years difference between all of us. So Francis. How old am I? 50. 40. What's that? 47.
Mm-hmm.
And Kelly 40. I can do the maths. It's too late in the day. 44. 45. 44.
Oh, yeah, I gotta ask you. Remember when we were talking about the Soviet meltdown at the Chernobyl plant? Well, about the video, about the whole thing. And if you want, I can send it to you.
Now, trust me when I tell you, you did not find the whole freaking video. There's
no, not the whole thing.
No, I mean, I'm going to tell you right now, I guarantee you there isn't like one video with all the stuff on there they found. I guarantee
Weirdly enough, I saw a mine on mines earlier today or yesterday now. I saw a meme that was based on Chernobyl.
It really is a weird story now that I freaking had time to do that stuff with Robert. Like, well, see, I've been involved in a story that's been out for a while. It's called Metro 2023.
So I was thinking Stalker. That's actually based in Chernobyl, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Now, Metro's based in Russia.
Metro is interesting because this is kind of like imagine like the nuclear fallout happening. America and Russia that has their nuclear war, but all the people in Moscow freaking go down into the freaking the subways, and they live in the subways.
I've been meaning to find a book. The game is based on a book, isn't it? And I've been for ages. Yeah, for couple of years now, I've been wanting to read the book, but I can never remember the title.
I can contact my son. James has a PDF for it. Yeah, I know if he doesn't have it, he can get it because he loves that freaking story. He loves that. So if in nothing else, I can get a hold of him and he can get me the
Again,
PDF.
I do not condone piracy.
Yeah, yeah, I know.
And there's another one you have to see. You remember when the U.S. dropped the bomb on Hiroshima? Well, just imagine a bomb 7 times as strong as that was buried in the ground, radioactive test in Russia.
He's going to
Yeah,
start.
we were talking about the Pacific Islands earlier.
Yeah, but no, I'm talking about
French,
Russia. They dug into Russia. They did this area that they test for nuclear bombs.
He's talking about the one that we were talking about with you remember when we did the freaking one about Dead Mountain and the Pass.
Yeah,
Where that guy was, the person was
that was
just before that. Remember,
I demonstrated to you that the timeline didn't match.
but if you remember,
I remember
the
having
guy,
a long conversation.
the guy that was actually on the crew actually worked in a cleanup effort from a nuclear disaster that had happened previously, and that's where they found the nuclear radiation on the dead bodies of the people at Dyatlov Pass.
I think this is another place.
He was actually previously working at the facility that had the freaking disaster.
Yeah, it was you were talking. Actually, no. I'm thinking of the show that I was away on. I was sick on or something.
No, we were. I think me and you actually had that conversation.
Yeah, that show that you're talking about. Yeah, I was on. But I was thinking of another one. Yeah, timeline certain match.
That was actually pretty interesting, and that's the one because I found out afterwards. If you remember correctly, I found out that freaking like 10 or 20 years later, that whole area down the whole center part of freaking the Soviet Union was just a radioactive freaking fallout because of all the freaking nuclear testing they had done, and that's what Robert's talking about. It was a huge disaster.
Well, what they did is
it was unreported.
Well, yeah, but they did a test too. They took they made a nuclear bomb 7 times as big as the one they dropped at Hiroshima and buried it. And they did a flyby over the air. They was witness, and there was a person down there on the ground. Well, when the bomb went off, it was a big bright light all through the area. Next thing he knows, he looks down and all he seen was a shape of a person on the ground where the person was standing at. The radiation disintegrated him above ground.
I think Robert's been watching Ancient Aliens.
No, it's on the video.
I've just found our messages on Teams. It was January last year. It was the Dyatlov Pass incident, and I missed it because got times one. Got confused by the time, and I noted to you that you were talking about radioactive landmines, in
Yep.
1959. But I demonstrated that atomic munitions wasn't being used by Russia until into the mid 1960s.
But I had found out too that freaking they have been experimenting with atomic parachute landmine. They were wanting to freaking make it to where they parachuted them out of freaking airplanes, and that's where they suspect that freaking bright light in the camera. What that was they were actually dropping them out of freaking airplanes. I guess I don't know how they would do it, but they were. That's what they were. They were parachuted freaking nuclear freaking mines. You know what I'm saying?
They were that was in 1959. The Soviets weren't using nuclear munition in 1959.
It seems odd though that they say that, but then freaking they had that freaking disaster, which one of the guys who was actually on the team that was found dead in Dyatlov Pass worked at the freaking nuclear facility where that disaster happened, and he was doing cleanup, and that's where the radiation came from off of the clothes.
Oh, and
because he was actually exposed to it. And then they went on to say that freaking even if it wasn't from his clothing, that a lot of the clothing during that time period was already riddled with radiation because people were freaking buying freaking the materials that were being used during that time period for the nuclear radiation treatment stuff, and they were turning it into clothing. So there was a whole bunch of shit behind that.
Well, that and
I wish I had all that together because I freaking like whenever my computer got wiped out, man, I had all that shit. You know, so I could probably pull it back up and find out what it is I need to.
well, they had 7 nuclear problems in the Soviet Union from the year 1952 all the way down.
Yeah, they've been like I said, that whole middle area right there where Dyatlov Pass is, that was nothing but a nuclear wasteland. And nobody knew it until frickin' the wall fell. But they were just, it was riddled in frickin' nuclear wasteland, especially the southern regions. Believe it or not, the southern regions were more radioactive than the northern.
Well, yeah, when you create a bomb 7 times as big as the one that they
It's
used.
not necessarily a bomb. Not necessarily a bomb. It could be natural plutonium.
They had that. We call that plane